calling itself by the title of a man whose name was Robin Hood Crusoe.
You mean Robinson Crusoe, Mr. DePoplar.
Oh, I stand connected. Anyway, these stories is being all about a sailor who's being marined on a desert island. He's a regular castaway.
Castaway.
Sure. Well, sir, this Robinson Crusoe is having almost hardly nothing to do with anything except his parrot and a cannonball, which he is life-saving from some other cannonballs, who was inviting him for lunch, and he was going to be the lunch.
Oh, not cannonballs, Mr. DePoplar. Cannibals.
Oh, what is the difference? They're both a son of a gun to be mucking with, I'm thinking. Anyway, Robin Hood is naming the savages My Man Godfrey.
This man Friday.
All right, but send him back Saturday because I haven't finished the book. Anyway, these parrots, which is being kind of a chicken in Technicolor, is able to hold very intelligent conversation, which is just going to prove that parrots is different from people like you, Fizzer, because they're laying an egg before they're learning to talk. But what I am stopping in to have you see me about is that we're having a little party at our house tonight.
Oh.
But it's going to be pretty crowded, so why don't you go to a good movie?
Molly, do you believe in the hereafter?
Quite certain.
Well, hereafter, when that guy comes over, don't open the door.
Oh, Mr. DePoplar is all right, McGee. Now get busy and telephone the freight people.
Oh, again?
Oh, dear. Come in. Oh, it's Mrs. Uppington. How do you do, Mrs. Uppington?
Oh, how do you do, Mrs. McGee? And Mr. McGee?
Hi, Uppy.
I just thought I'd stop in, Mrs. McGee, to see your new hat. You did just buy a new hat at the Bon Town, did you not?
Why, yes, I did, Mrs. Uppington. But it hasn't been delivered yet. Did you see me at the Bon Town?
Oh, no. But my maid did. She says it's a wonderful place to buy hats. So economical, you know.
Oh, is that so, Mrs. Uppington? My, it must be wonderful to have your maid buy your hats for you. Personally, I like to select my own.
Oh, my dear, you don't understand. My maid buys all of her own hats there. I, of course, get mine directly from Paris.
Ah, you poor thing. How terrible. No wonder they're all out of style by the time you get them.
Molly's round.
But really, Mrs. McGee, they're not, you know. My couturier assures me that my hats are in the latest mode. Original Parisian styling, of course.
Oh, of course, Mrs. Uppington. McGee, remember what I said about that last hat of Mrs. Uppington?
Huh?
Didn't I say at the time it looked real French to me?
Oh, well, that ain't exactly the way you put it, Molly. You said get a load of the lid on Snooty Puss. It looks like the Eiffel Tower.
Now, there, you see, Mrs. Uppington?
Yes. I'm so glad you liked them, my dear. After this, I shall send them over to you when I'm through with them, rather than throw them out with the rubbish.
Oh, well, that's so sweet of you, Mrs. Uppington. But I couldn't think of accepting them without making some precipitation. Now, I tell you, you must let us send our rubbish over to you.
Oh, why, that's quite unnecessary, I assure you.
Oh, but I insist, Mrs. Uppington.
It's too much, really.
Oh, not at all.
But, my dear.
Oh, but I insist. Must you be going, Mrs. Uppington, so soon?
Yes, I must be going. Goodbye.
Oh, signature.
Nice footwork, Molly. You and Uppington make the Golden Gloves look like a pair of lead mittens. Hand me the phone, Molly. I'll call and see if that long-legged Yankee clipper has arrived yet. Hello, operator. Connect me with the freight people. Oh, is that you, Marty?
That. And to think that Alexander Graham Bell spent his life for something like this. I think I'll write Donna Meachy a nasty letter.
How's everything, Mert? It is, huh? What?
Just not like
He is? They did? He will? Oh, that's too bad, Mert. How old is your grandfather? Huh? Oh, well, it's about time, ain't it? Now, let me get this straight, Mert. They took a bullet out of his what?
Oh, I know.
Is that
Oh,
so?
you can't
Oh,
understand.
heavenly days.
That's
Did
what I
Mert's
do.
grandfather get shot?
Yeah.
Where?
That's what
Gettysburg.
I have no clue how many people he took off the board.
Yeah. Say, Mert, connect me with the railroad freight office, will you? Oh, hello, freight office? You got a stork there for Fibber McGee? Huh? Zoom in on the 224, eh? He's too busy now. Okay,
What
I'll
is
see you
that,
right
Lloyd?
now. Come on,
What's
Molly,
that
we gotta
mean?
meet the 224.
All right,
I'll
dearie.
fucking
Say
show you
something,
that
Mr.
later.
Mills.
We meet, and the angels sing. The angels sing the sweetest song I ever heard. You speak, and the angels sing, sing, or am I breathing music into every word? Suddenly, the setting is strange. I can see water and moonlight beaming, silver waves break on some undiscovered shore. Then suddenly I see it change. Long winter nights with the candles gleaming. Through it all your face that I adore. I adore. You smile and the angels sing. And though it's just a gentle murmur at the start, we kiss and the angels sing, sing, sing and leave their music ringing in my heart, my heart.
Oh, one verse. Oh, I was gonna say the other guy wasn't even looking.
Yeah, that Carnegie Lewis never did it for
Suddenly, setting is strange. I can see water and moonlight beaming, silver waves break on some undiscovered shore, 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 shore. Suddenly, I see it all change. Long winter nights with the candles gleaming. Through it all, your face that I adore, adore. You smile, the angels sing. And though it's just a gentle murmur at the start, we kiss and the angels sing and leave their music ringing in my heart.
That was the four notes, singing and the angels sing, accompanied by Billy Mills and his pearly gates. You ready, Molly?
All set, McGee. Is there enough gas in the car?
Oh, plenty. I put 2 gallons in Sunday. Wait till I see that more tooth.
Hi there, Stewart Face.
Oh, hi, Boomer.
Good day, Mrs. McGee. I have a little punch board here. Thought you might take a chance on a candid camera. Only 10 cents a punch. Very cheap, too. But to be candid, so's the camera.
No, thanks, Boomer. Not today.
Oh, go on, McGee. It'd be nice to have a camera. Let's see the punch board, Mr. Boomer.
Thank you, my dear. Thank you. I was right here somewhere. Now, where I put that punch board? Punch board, punch
All
board.
right, come on, Boomer. We're in a hurry.
Now, don't get in an uproar, Puzzle Pan. I was right here somewhere. Now, where I put that punch board? Here's a letter from my son, Horatio Jr., inviting me to attend the commencement exercises. Clever lad, went through reform school in 3.5 years. Extra credit for pocket picking. Ah, what's this? Well, a bitter note from the finance company. Disagreeable people, bunch of bad receipt drivers. Here, a little mechanical device for holding out aces in a poker game. Ah, yes. Goodbye, Mr. Chips.
Hurry up with the punch board, Mr. Boomer. We've got to get down to the railroad station.
Just as soon as I put in my upper plate. Let's see. Where did I put that punch board? Here's a photograph of my little sister, bless her heart. Quite a tomboy. Loves to get into slacks and breeches of promise. Small packet of arsenic. Going to play a joke on an old friend of mine. Yes, indeed, this will have him in convulsions. And a check for a short beer. Well, imagine that, no punch board. Wonder what I could have done with it. Well, I'll see you about it later, my dear. Good day, Adelaide.
Good day, Mr. Boomer.
Too bad that guy can't go straight. His mother must have been frightened by a spiral staircase. Come on, hop in the car, Molly.
have to step on it a little, McGee, if we're going to meet the 224 now.
Okay, here we go. Pick up, will you? Like that. That's something. You're down the end of the block.
Oh, it's better slow down a little, McGee. We're not in that much of a hurry.
I don't want to lose track of that stork, Molly. Somebody might mistake him for a crane and put him to work loading freight cars. And don't you get it, Molly?
No, I don't get it, but you're going to.
What do you mean?
Here comes the motor car.
Oh,
Why you forward?
break six. You look in the book, officer, you'll find the first question is, where do you think you're going? To a fire?
A fresh guy, huh? That will cost you plenty, buddy. Disorderly conduct, speeding, and going through a stoplight.
We did not go through a stoplight. That light had turned green.
So did I when I saw how fast you were going. Now follow me to the police station.
Just a minute, officer. May I have a word with you?
Well, what is it, lady? Yeah? Yeah? All right, lady. Come on, buddy. Follow me.
Hey, what is this, Molly? This ain't the way to the police station.
We're not going to the police station. We're going to the railroad station.
What? At 50 miles an hour with an escort? Hey, what did you tell that cop?
Why, I just told him the truth, dearie. I told him we were expecting the stork.
Fibber and Molly will be back in just a moment. And now may we have your attention. When you go into a home that has beautiful gleaming floors, you feel genuine admiration for the woman who lives in that home. A glossy polished floor is always a sign of good taste. Now there's no reason why you shouldn't have floors that are so bright and clean that everyone will admire them. Johnson's self-polishing glow coat will quickly give your floors a wonderful, lustrous polish without rubbing or buffing. Just apply and let dry. Glow coat makes linoleum sparkle like new in a few minutes' time. And did you know that Glow Coat is just as important for porch floors as for the floors in your home? Well, it is. Glow Coat guts out dirt and grime, saves you hours of cleaning work. You'll enjoy your porch much more when the floors stay clean and bright with shining Glow Coat polish. Glow Coat is spelled G-L-O-C-O-A-T. Johnson Self-Polishing Glow Coat. Insist on the real thing for brighter luster, longer wear.
Well, now that we've got a stork, McGee, what on earth are we going to do with it?
Well, I'm going to keep it till a week from Thursday and then present it to the Wistful Vista Zoo.
Well, why don't you give it to him today? Why wait till a week from Thursday?
Oh, I don't know. Just habit, I guess. I always like to get the big bills out of the way by the first of the month. Good night.
Good night, all.
May we suggest that when you visit the New World's Fair, you'll be sure to see the 15 beautiful model homes in the town of tomorrow. On all the floors and woodwork of these homes, Johnson's wax polishes are used exclusively. This is Harlow Wilcox, speaking for the makers of Johnson's Wax and Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat at Racine, Wisconsin, inviting you all to be with us again next Tuesday night. Good night.
The way you listen out is by Jerome Kern. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
The Johnson Wax Program. The makers of Johnson's Wax and Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat present Marion and Jim Jordan as Fibber McGee and Molly, with Donald Novitz, the Four Notes, and Billy Mills Orchestra. The show opens with Hallelujah. Attention car owners. Another new labor-saving product is now offered to you by the makers of Johnson's Wax and Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat. The name of this new product is Johnson's Carnu, C-A-R-N-U. It's a double-action cleaner and wax polish all in one. The job it does is little less than miraculous. Carnu saves you time and work. You simply can't compare its fast action with the old, difficult methods of car polishing. If your car is now foggy, streaked, and dirty, Carnu will quickly take away all the ugly film. Give it a dazzling mirror-like polish that will amaze you. This new double-duty liquid polish goes on in a hurry, dries almost immediately to a white powder. Wipe off the powder with a clean cloth, and there stands your car with a dazzling wax polish. A car your family will be proud to ride in. You can easily do the job in an hour. And believe me, you call it an hour well spent. Carnu both cleans and wax polishes in one simple operation. Buy a can of Johnson's Carnu without delay at a filling station, auto supply store, garage, or from your regular wax dealer. You'll soon be saying with thousands of car owners, your car looks like new when you use Carnu. Well, Fibber has run out of cigars and has persuaded Molly to walk downtown with him to replenish his supplies. And here, walking along at the corner of 14th and Oak Streets, Wistful Vista, we find Fibber McGee and Molly.
I still don't know why we didn't take the car, dearie. Heavenly days, we've hardly used it.
Oh, I know, but I think it's a good idea now and then, Molly, to walk along the streets of your own town.
What's good about it?
Well, it brings you closer to things. It gives you the common touch.
Hey, buddy, can you spare a dime for a cup of coffee?
Ah, the common touch.
I'm kind of a little bit short of change, Bud, but here's a nickel.
Okay, I'll get a dimmy, Patsy. Thanks, Doc.
McGee, I don't think he really wanted coffee. His nose was awful red.
So's your Uncle Dennis's. And look at all the black coffee he has to drink.
Say, I'll have you know, dearie, that me Uncle Dennis is a teetotaler.
You got something there. All the tea that guy ever drunk wouldn't total half a pint. Well, I remember one night I looked out the window and seen him peeking into the mailbox down to the corner. And you know what he was saying?
What was he saying?
He was saying, go on out and fight, Jim Farley.
Well, he shouldn't have done that. You know, Mr. Farley's twice as big as Uncle Dennis.
I just mentioned, there's Harpo Wilcox. Hi, Harpo.
Oh, where are you going in such a hurry, Mr. Wilcox?
I'm going down to buy some fireworks.
Fireworks? What's your hurry?
Why, 4th of July is 5 weeks away.
I know it, but I always start early. You see, I give firecrackers as premiums to all my Johnson Wax customers.
Oh, I suppose the idea is that Johnson's Wax does such a bang-up job.
Yes, sir, but not only that. It emphasizes the fact that Johnson's Wax saves so much time and trouble for a housewife that every day is Independence Day.
Oh.
Well, I'll see you later, folks. I gotta hurry.
Smart guy, Harpo. I hope our sponsors notice the boom in our summer business. Careful crossing the street here, Molly. Better let me take your arm before some truck driver takes your leg.
Say, you just take care of yourself, dearie. Remember the time you got your heel caught in the car track? You held up traffic for 4 hours.
It would have been longer than that if some genius hadn't suggested I take my shoe off.
Hello there, Johnny. Hello, daughter. Want to buy some homemade peanut brittle? It's nutty, but nice.
No, thank you, Mr. Oldtimer. Not today.
Hey!
She says, no, we don't want any, old-timer. Personally, I hate to lose dignity by arguing with a hunk of candy, but it never agrees with me.
That's pretty good, Johnny. But that ain't the way I heard it. The way I heard it, one feller says to the other feller, he says, I just read an article that says the human body is 65% water. Wonderful news, ain't it? Sure is, says t'other feller. Next time I want to play poker with the boys, I can sneak out through the hydrant. Well, sorry you don't want any peanut brittle, kids. Kind of like it myself. I'm a little deaf, and with this stuff, I can always tell when I'm through eating. Well, so
label.
Oh, McGee, look.
Huh?
Isn't that the sweetest pair of shoes in the window? Those beach clogs with the platform soles.
Gee, I'd like to get a pair of them myself. I'm so short that whenever I go to the beach, I can't see anything.
What?
Oh, hi, Don.
Well, hello, Fibber and Molly. Where are you bound for?
We're going down to the cigar store, Mr. Novus. McGee has run out of cigars.
I don't blame him. If I smoked the kind of cigars he does, I'd run out, too.
Yeah, he was blowing smoke rings last summer up the lake, and they're still using 4 of them for life preservers.
Ain't so.
I understand he sold 3 of them to the fire department for horse collars.
Now, listen here, you two. Just because the guy can't, why don't you sing something, Novus?
I'm going to. I'm going to sing I'm building a sailboat of dreams.
Oh, that's fine, Don. Folks, Donald Novus sings I'm building...
Oh, wait a minute, McGee. Do you hear that? There's an extra out.
Extra, broke non-stop. We know all about it. Not woman. Extra, paper.
What's it all about, Bud? I can't understand a word you say.
Of course you can't, you dope. If you could, we wouldn't sell any papers.
I'll take one, boy.
Okay, lady, thanks. Extra, we know all about it. Not what,
What's it say, Molly?
Heavenly days. A big prison break.
Prison break.
5 desperate criminals escaped from Wistful Vista Penitentiary.
Oh.
Citizens are warned to be on guard against convicts believed still lurking in this vicinity.
Well, you can't blame them much after being cooped up all those years. They just wanted to get out and take a little lurk around.
You aren't nervous, are you, Molly?
Well, I am a little nervous, Mr. Nervous. With all them convicts loose and all, I'm not sure I locked the back door. And I know I left my diamond ring on the dressing table.
Uh-oh.
Hey, I better hurry home. Hurry back as soon as you get your cigars, dearie.
Okay, Molly. She is kind of upset at that, Donna. I better get down to the cigar store. How do you want to go into this number? Cold or with a fancy build-up?
Well, my agent told me that...
Folks, Donald Novus sings, I'm building a sailboat of dreams. Shipyard Effects by Billy Mills. Take it, Don. That was Donald Novus singing, I'm building a sailboat of dreams. Don, you sung so beautifully, I bet there ain't a dry dock in the house. Well, I better get them cigars and hurry home. Molly's probably kind of nervous on account of them escapes. Whoops, I'm sorry, sis. I didn't see you coming.
Well, look where you're going there, Skippy.
Uh-oh.
Can't a girl go roller skating without everybody bumping into her? Huh? One side there. Let me by.
Okay, Grandma. Ain't you a little old and brittle to be zipping around on them Bunyan Buicks?
What? I don't know about that, Shorty. I got to keep in training for next winter.
In training?
Yeah, I'm a goalie on the hockey team. And golly, what a goalie. Let me by there. Whee!
A great gal for a hockey team at that. I can just hear the sizzle when that red-hot mama hits the ice. Well, oh, hi, Harpo. Well, I see you got your firecrackers.
Yeah, swell assortment, too.
Let's see them.
Oh, they're just ordinary firecrackers. I guess I told you what I wanted them for. You see, whenever I start to tell one of my customers about Carnew, say, Fibber, get your face out of this bag with that lighted cigar.
Oh, okay, Harpo.
Well, when I talk to my customers about Carnew, I say Carnew, that remarkable new Johnson product, is as easy to apply as a match to a bunch of firecrackers.
Must have dropped a spark in.
Yeah, they've exploded. They've exploded the old theory that you have to wear yourself out to get a beautiful polish on your car. Why, nothing annoys a car owner more than a dingy, dusty car. And with Carnew, everyone reports that it's sensationally easy to use. You just apply Johnson's Carnew over the clean surface of your car, and bingo! Bingo! There's your car with a gleaming salesroom wax polish. I tell you, folks, Johnson's Carnew is destined to be the most popular automobile polish on the market. Excuse me, Fibber. I gotta run back and get some more firecrackers.
I think he's the guy who used to tell me I'd get pinched someday for shooting off my mouth inside the city limits. Uh-oh, here's the cigar store. Oh, hi, Maury. How are you stocked up on them old McGee smokeroos?
You are still owing me for the last 100 cigars, McGee.
Okay. How much?
$1.25.
$1.25, eh? Okay, here you are. Give me another 200. Say, did you hear about them convicts escaping? What'd they do, dig a tunnel?
They tried that and gave it up. They dug a tunnel 500 feet long and came up in the First National Bank. None of them had an account there, so they had to go back.
That's too bad. 200 feet south, and they'd have come up in the laundry and made a clean getaway. I understand they're pretty tough characters, eh, Maury?
Well, I guess so. At least they didn't post no cops in the woods in case they're stopping to pick wildflowers.
Speaking of wildflowers, I hope these cigars are as strong as my last ones. You got them ready for me, Maury?
Sure. Will you take them with you, or shall I give them the address and let them walk over?
That's okay. Let them walk over. But you better wait till dark. All they got on is their wrappers.
Oi.
Might not be a bad idea at that to hurry home and keep an eye on things. I guess I better get...
Oh, how do you do, Mr. McGee?
Oh, hi, Uppy. Hey, what you doing in front of a cigar store? This ain't one of your hangouts, is it, Uppy?
Mr. McGee, please. What a horrid insinuation. I was merely walking past on my way to the ladies' club. We're rehearsing for our annual play, and I am playing the title role.
Oh, is that so?
Yes.
Well, what is it this year, Uppy? Dead End? Or no? Oh, I know. I'll bet you do the washcloth bit in Angels with Dirty Faces.
Oh, not at all, Mr. McGee. No. We're presenting Snow White and the Six Dwarfs.
7 dwarfs, wasn't it, Uppy?
Yes. But when Mrs. Bingham Boynton simply refused to play the part of Peppy, we can't understand it. Gladys has always been so willing before.
Well, maybe she didn't think the part was fat enough for her. So you're going to be Snow White, are you, Uppy? What are you going to do for a glass coffin?
Oh, that's very simple, really, Mr. McGee. Mr. Smith in the delicatessen is loaning us a glass showcase. Oh, I do hope I shall be able to go through with it until the prince rescues me. It simply reeks of ham, you know.
Who, the prince?
Oh, no, Mr. McGee. You know, the showcase. Well, I must be getting on now. Oh, it's quite warm, isn't it?
Yeah, well, I'll say it is, Uppy. Hotter than a $2 pistol. I kind of worked up a sweat myself.
Please, Miss McGee, a gentleman never, horses sweat. Men perspire, and women glow. And I simply must be glowing. I'm glowing.
Good old Uppy. Some of them club women remind me of a dollar alarm clock. Full of good work, sound awful busy, and never quite on time. Let's see, what was I going to do here?
Well, for scream's sake, Fizzer, what are you doing standing around on the street like a present without any home?
Just come downtown to get some cigars, Nick, but I got to go right back home.
Hey, I'm just meeting Mr. Wilscott down the street.
Oh, you did, eh?
Sure, and he's having a big bag full of firecrackers, torpedoes, pin whistles, sky rockets, and Roman candlesticks. He's going to celebrate in the Declaration of Independence Post a little prematurely, isn't he?
No, he's giving them away for premium. You going away for the Fourth, Nick?
No, Fizzer, I think I'm staying here because my little boy Demetrius is being personally selected to make a recitation of a patriotic poetry.
Oh, what's he going to recite, Nick?
The recitation he's going to give is a very famous poetry, which the name of it is being The Middle of the Night Ride of Paul Revolver. It is going something like this. Listen, my squeegees, and get a load of a man who is galloping down the road.
Never mind, Nick. I'm familiar with that poem, and I got to get home. Molly's worried about them escaped convicts.
Oh, but Fizzer, every good United States of America citizen should have some refreshment for his memory of this great poetry.
Oh.
1 if by land, and 2 if by sea, and 3 if by railroad. It's okay with me. Hardly a man is now alive, and if he is, he's more than 75, who remembers that famous post day and year. Say, sister, would you like a glass of beer?
No, thanks, Nick. I told you I had to hurry home because...
1 for the money, and 2 for the show. And Paul Revolver was ready to go when they hung up a signal in his steeple, and Paul was watching. He was pretty smart people.
Please, Nick, I can't.
To every middle-sized village and farm, the Redskins are coming. He gave the alarm. It's a good thing he did, too. Or it would be just too bad. And George Washington is the first president we ever had. Oh, that is a wonderful poetry, Fizzer. And it is teaching us a big lesson, too. That horseback rides is just going to show that there has been more than one patriotic cancer in our history. Well, so long, Fizzer. See you later.
More than one patriotic... Take it, Billy.
Jonah was the man got a word from the Lord to go and preach the gospel to a sinful land. He got on a ship and he tried to get away, and he ran into a storm in the middle of the sea. Oh, the Lord, he made the waves just to roll so high. The ship began to sink and they all began to cry. They pulled old Jonah out of the hole as they chucked him in the water just to lighten up the load. Now the Lord made a whale long and wide. Lord, Lord, wasn't that a fish? And he swallowed up Jonah hair and hide. Lord, Lord, wasn't that a fish? Jonah started to pray in the belly of the whale. Lord, Lord, wasn't that a fish? He repented of his sins like a man in jail. Lordy, Lord, wasn't that a fish? Jonah must have been a bad man, must have been a sinner. Lordy, Lord, wasn't that a fish? When the whale got him down, he didn't like the dinner. Lord, Lord, wasn't that a fish? He's swimming around the ocean, taking to sea. Lord, Lord, wasn't that a fish? After 3 days, whoop, he had to set him free. Lord, Lordy, wasn't that a fish? The whale spit Jonah out on dry land. Lord, Lord, wasn't that a fish? And he went on to preaching like a righteous man. Oh, Lord, Lord, wasn't that a fish? Then people quit the sin when they heard him in the town. Lord, Lord, wasn't that a fish? When you hear the trumpet call, don't you turn the gospel down. Prophesy the lesson of the gospel tale of Jonah and the whale.
Nice work, kid. Folks, that was the 4 notes singing Jonah and the Whale. and they wham back over the... Oh, no. That was another seafood opera. Sweep the leaves off from under this. Oh, I suppose Molly's got all the doors barricaded and is pointing my shotgun at the chimney. I wish she wasn't so dead.
Ladies, be reasonable.
Must have company. I wonder who that is.
Listen, sister, you make one more move toward that window and we bop you, see?
Yeah, that's right, lady. And we ain't taking no chances.
Oh, dear, I wish McGee was here.
Oh, my gosh. Them convicts. They got Molly. What'll I do? Well, I'll run next door and phone to the cops. I hope Molly keeps cool. When I get there, I'll have the cops over here in 5 minutes. Oh, hello, little girl. Will you ask your mom if I can use the phone? Quick.
No.
Oh, come on, you gotta.
Why?
It's a matter of life and death.
Hmm?
No. Come on, sis, quit stalling. Hurry up. Ask your mom if I can use the phone.
I can't do it, I bet you.
Well, why not?
Oh, my mom isn't here.
Well, who is here?
Me?
Ain't there anybody? I mean, can't stop. Listen, sis, I'm coming in and use that phone.
Okay, mister.
Oh, where is it?
Where's what?
The telephone, Dad. That is the telephone. Ought to be here in the hall someplace. Where is it, sis? Hurry up.
They took it out of it.
Oh. Listen, sis, this is urgent. I gotta get to a telephone. Where's the nearest place I can telephone?
Right here.
Huh?
We got a telephone.
I thought... Dad, Braddock, you said they took it out.
Sure they did, I bet you. They took it out of the hall and they put it in the dining room.
Oh. Why does everything have to happen to me?
Did you ever have the mumps?
No, I never had the mumps.
Well, then everything hasn't happened to you.
Please, sis, there's burglars in our house. I gotta call the police. Where's the telephone?
In the dining room. Right there, you see?
Oh.
The nickel?
Oh, no. Dad, Braddock, not a cent of change with me, and this would be a nickel phone.
No, it isn't, mister.
Well, why'd you ask me if I had a nickel?
Hmm?
Oh, listen, sis. Let me make this phone call and we'll discuss finances later.
Oh, no, you don't. No. When the other neighbors use our telephone, they give me a nickel. And one fat call is the way I do business.
Okay, I'll give you a nickel. I'll give you a dime. I'll give you a quarter. Here, give me that phone. Hello? Hello? Hello?
Hello?
Hello? Quiet, sis. I'm telephoning. Hello, operator. This is an emergency. Give me the police.
You can have it for a penny.
Hello, police station. This is Fibber McGee, 79 Wistful Vista. You know them convicts that escaped? Well, they're in my house, the 79 Wistful Vista, see? Listen, officer, get the squad cars out right away and tell them to take it easy because they got my wife in there with them. I'd have busted in there myself, but there was no use throwing my own life away.
You can have it for a penny.
Okay, officer, thanks, and tell them to hurry. I heard them through the door, and they're pretty desperate. Okay, officer. On.
Where's my quarter, mister?
Oh, I got time now, sis. I'll see you later.
Hmm?
I said, don't bother me now. I gotta get home.
Okay, mister. But it seems to me that it takes a pretty despicable character to be fooled on a business arrangement with a lady. Particularly when she has afforded him every facility to restore his loved ones to the great American ideal of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness.
Boy, they certainly got here quick. I'll never make fun of a policeman again. Oh, I hope Molly's all right. I shouldn't have let her go home all night. Hey, officer! I'm Callahan.
Hey, keep out of the way, buddy. You'll get hurt. Where does Fibber McGee live?
I don't know. He lives right over there. I mean, he's the one. I'm him. I'm Fibber McGee.
Well, quit stalling then and tell us where them convicts are. Get out the riot guns, boys, and the tear gas, boys.
Now, listen, Captain. Go easy on the shooting. My wife's in there, and them guys have been threatening her. I don't want nothing to happen to her.
Well, we'll do the best we can. Murphy!
Yes, sir.
Moskowitz!
Aye, aye, sir.
Cover the back door! Weatherhand, Goldberg, those two! Climb the trees and cover the upstairs window. All right, McGee. Now, when I rap on the door and ask them to surrender, if they don't answer, you speak to your wife, understand?
Oh, okay. I guess I gotcha.
Well, come on, then. All right, you men in there. Come out quietly and you won't be hurt. The house is surrounded. Do you hear me? Oh, my God. You don't suppose they call your wife McGee and see if she answers.
Molly! Molly!
Well, it's about time you got home, McGee. What are you doing with the policeman?
Molly, are you all right? I mean, he told us them escaped convicts was in here, lady.
Sure they were. I heard at least 4 tough guys talking in here not more than 10 minutes ago.
Why, McGee, you never... Oh, that.
What happened, Molly?
Oh, I was wishing you could have been here to hear him, McGee.
Who, them convicts on the lam?
No, gangbusters on the radio.
Fibber and Molly will be back in just a moment. And now, your attention, please. These pleasant spring days were surely meant for enjoyment. And no sensible woman wants to stay in the house scrubbing floors when the warm sun is calling her out of doors. Let me remind you, then, that you can forget about scrubbing when your floors and linoleum are gleaming with Johnson's self-polishing glow coat. You'll be glad every day when you see your beautiful lustrous floors and discover that dirt can't stick to the shining glow coat polish. And don't neglect your porch floor. Do you remember how the dirt collected on it last summer? Well, just put a little glow coat on that porch floor and see how much cleaner it will stay. You know, of course, that glow coat requires no rubbing or buffing. It never streaks or smears. It dries in 20 minutes to a glossy polish that seals the cracks against dirt and stains. But be sure you get the real thing. GLO-COAT. Johnson Self-Polishing Glow Coat. The easy-to-use liquid polish that gives brighter luster, longer wear.
Heavenly days. I haven't seen so many tops since the time I was crowned queen of the 14th precinct at the policeman's ball.
Well, them cops was just an extra precaution, Molly. My first impulse was to rush in and clean them hoodlums up single-handed.
I bet you could have done it too, Davy.
Oh, sure. Say I could. I was raised with a pretty tough gang back in Peoria, remember? That is, till they threw me out.
What'd they throw you out for?
They caught me carrying a handkerchief. Good night.
Good night, all.
May we suggest that when you visit the New York World's Fair, you be sure to see the 15 beautiful model homes in the town of tomorrow. On all the floors and woodwork of these homes, Johnson's wax polishes are used exclusively. This is Harlow Wilcox, speaking for the makers of Johnson's Wax and Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat, every scene, Wisconsin, inviting you all to be with us again next Tuesday night. Good night.
The Johnson Wax Program. The makers of Johnson's Wax and Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat present Marion and Jim Jordan as Fibber McGee and Molly, with Donald Novis, the Four Notes, and Billy Mills Orchestra. The show opens with The Lady's in Love with You. A few weeks ago, we announced a sensational new labor-saving product, a double-action cleaner and wax polish for automobiles called Johnson's Car-Nu, C-A-R-N-U. Since then, unsolicited letters have been pouring in from listeners everywhere who say that Johnson's Car-Nu is even easier to use, gives more wonderful results than they believed possible. Some of these comments are from women who wax polish their own cars without help. Now, if you want your car to take on a brilliant, gleaming polish, if you want the finish to look as bright as it did the day it was new, then get a can of Johnson's Car-Nu at once. Remember, this is a double-action cleaner. It cleans and wax polishes your car in one simple, easy operation. The liquid is easily and quickly applied. It dries almost immediately to a white powder. Wipe off the powder, and off goes the old dirty film. Streaks and stains disappear like magic. Your car shines like a mirror without any hard rubbing. Why, the whole job can be done in an hour. Johnson's Car-Nu is for sale at filling stations, auto supply stores, garages, and at your regular wax dealers. Try it, and you'll agree that your car looks like new when you use Car-Nu.
determined to find out just what sort of guy he really is. Of course, he could ask people, but Fibber was never one to stick his neck out unnecessarily. So here in the living room at 79 Wistful Vista, typing a letter to the famous handwriting analyst, Professor John Hancock, we find Fibber McGee and Molly.
Belong to a sports writer. Use price fight. I'm enclosing a coin in lieu of the 25 cents in stamps. Hey, Molly, how do you spell Lou? Lou who? Not Lou anybody. I mean Lou, as in lieu of.
Oh, that. L-O-O.
That's not right.
Well, that's what I got. It's funny how you can spell a word correct and it still don't look right.
Yeah.
Awaiting your immediate reply, I am yours truly, Fibber McGee. Now, let's see, I'll have to enclose a sample of my handwriting.
Come in.
Fibber McGee?
You betcha, Bud.
Do you need a gag writer?
No, we don't.
Oh, no?
Think you got us confused with somebody else, Molly?
No, I think we got him confused with us. What do you expect this handwriting expert to tell you, Davy?
Well, I'll bet he tells me that I'm the creative type, Molly. A dreamer.
Oh, how wonderful. Being a dreamer and still able to do things.
Do you think so?
Yes, anyone who can dream and snore at the same time.
Gee, I wonder if that's an answer from the handwriting expert.
Why, you haven't mailed your application yet.
Oh, that's right. Come in.
Ah, there, Dropstick.
Oh, hi.
Good day to you, my dear. Just dropped in with a little proposition. Splendid investment. I plan to open a small casino on the outskirts of town, where an adventuresome citizen may do his best to repeal the laws of chance.
Oh, a gambling place. We wouldn't be interested, Mr. Boomer. It's again the law.
What a coincidence. So am I. I have the floor plans right here. Plan to call it the safety pin.
Safety pin? Oh, I get it. Every time it opens, somebody gets stuck. Don't you get it, Boomer? I said it every time.
Sorry, we don't pay off on 00. Now, where I put those floor plans? Here's a heavy rubber band. Found it in an overcoat in a restaurant. Round roll of bills. Little dandy glass cutter, very therapeutic for jewelry store windows. Minor operation and the pain is gone. Pair of white gloves, ducky, aren't they? Made by the Snow White Glove Company. Guaranteed not to leave your prints.
Well, imagine that. No floor plan.
Wait till the wheels stop spinning, my dear. Now where I put those floor plans? Here's a gold-plated shoehorn. Very useful. Never know when some heel is going to get in a tight spot. Ah, what's this? An invitation to an art exhibit. Must drop in and see the new sculpture. Always like to know what the other chiselers are doing. Elk's tooth needs brushing. Maybe Bob Hope would give it a guest appearance. Greetings, chum. Let's ear ya. Small revolver. Dangerous little weapon. An old friend of mine was shot with this 6 times. My mistake, 5 times. Well, imagine that. No floor plans. Wonder what could have happened to them.
Probably the same thing as the egg the little red hen dropped in the mud, Boomer. Not lost, just mislaid.
Not a bad yolk if you could clean it up. Good day, Timber Skull.
Stood there and looked at you as the violins played.
so afraid, but the moon and the melody seem to come to our aid. Heaven gleamed in a rose-colored light, and the music seemed to be saying, I'm yours tonight. Your heart called, and I gladly obeyed, 'neath the spell of a new moon and an old serenade. The spell of a new and an old
I'm trying to figure out if it's a good idea to sing.
Folks, that was Donald Nova singing A New Moon and an Old
So
Serenade. And Don is
sticking
one
our nose in
creative
the
artist
fire.
to another. I can't speak too highly of your rendition.
Well, thanks, Fibber. What have you created lately?
Oh, he's creating an imaginary character of himself, Mr. Novus. He just mailed a letter to have his handwriting analyzed.
Yeah, you see, Don, I just want to verify everybody's opinion of me as being the artistic type. You know, sensitive and emotional and anesthetic. Stuff like that. Personally, I think it's a very valuable thing to get acquainted with yourself.
Well, yes. But you meet an awfully lot of strange people that way. See you later, folks.
There's too many comedians on this show.
Name one.
If I get any more ribs tonight, I'm going to open a barbecue joint. Chuck, just because a guy wants to improve himself. Come in.
Oh, how do you do, Mrs. Uppington?
Oh, how do you do, Mrs. McGee? And Mr. McGee?
Hi, Uppy.
I just stopped in to inquire to know if you know who is the best interior decorator in town.
Interior decorator?
Yes, you see, I'm having my house done completely over. I want everything done in modern.
You're doing what?
No. She means modern, dearie. You know, the kind of furniture that looks like it was designed by an acrobat and built by a geometry teacher.
Oh, but my dear, it is so effective. And my house does need decorating badly. Now, let me see. It hasn't been done completely over since, oh, dear, now, let me see. I think it was 4 years ago. No, 5. 5 years ago on my birthday.
Oh.
I had just turned 32.
32. Careful there, Uppy. You took that turn awful fast.
She's well banked.
Well, very amusing, I'm sure.
I'll tell you what, Uppy. I don't know where you could get any better advice on interior decoration than I could give you.
Oh, really? Did you ever do any decorating, Miss McGee?
Did I? Remember that new ritzy residential suburb that was built a couple of years ago? Snob Hollow?
Oh, yes.
Well, McGee designed every mustache on every billboard in the whole suburb.
I never know such a thing, Molly. I done the beards. More Toops done the mustaches. He was taller than I was. But frankly, Mrs. Uppington, I've always been interested in artistic things. Now, I think for your living room...
You mean my drawing room?
Yes, for your front parlor, I'd do the upholstery in shirred mulberry cransafrance with a wide edging of penny-point Krasnava. Don't you think so, Molly?
Well, yes, if you're sure they'd go with the pastel botnitkin.
Well, good heavens. Really, I must be dreadfully behind the times. What on earth is a botnitkin?
Oh, that's the latest thing in Davin swaddles, Uppy. But you can only use them in a room that has a large planet tray completely around the crevicide.
Oh, my, I'm so glad to hear that. Perhaps I'm just a silly girl, but if botnitkins are the things, I shall insist on botnitkins.
Well, I've always always be glad to help you, Uppy. That's characteristic of me. An artistic streak with a strain of
Just make it a strain, dearie.
Well, I certainly will appreciate it so much. And, oh, Mr. McGee, I do admire your artistic restraint.
restraint.
Yes. I see you've restrained yourself from doing anything artistic with this house. Oh. Oh, dear, perhaps you found the Snipkins too plentiful for the creed warp of your particular upper suit. Well, thank you so much. Goodbye.
I bet she didn't know what she was talking about.
I didn't either.
Me too.
Same here.
Oh, hi, Harlow. Glad you came in. I just wrote for an analysis of my handwriting. I want to see what it indicates besides initiative, imagination, and dramatic ability.
Well, there's nothing like dramatic ability. The play's the thing. The show must go on.
Yes, it sure must.
What do you know about it, Harlow? You're the practical type, full of hard facts, brass tacks, and Johnson's wax.
Well, I've got imagination, too. Look, here's a little dramatic playlet I dashed off. Let's run through it and see how it sounds.
Oh, sure.
Look, here's a part for you, Fibber. Here's your part, Molly. I've got mine here. It's a one-act play laid in ancient Egypt.
And something tells me you should have left it lay.
Now, look. Molly, you play the part of Cleopatra. I'm Mark Antony. And Fibber, you're King Tut. On stage, everybody. Curtain. Music, maestro, please.
Ah, there, Mark Anthony. Sit thee doon. Slave, bring Mark Anthony a hunk of ambrosia and a slug of nectar.
Thanks, Tut. Well, nice pyramid you've got here.
Oh, not bad. Still working on it, Si. As a matter of fact, if you come back years later, you'll still find me all wrapped up in it.
I hope you got the flowers I sent you for Mummy's Day.
Shall we go on? Come in, Cleopatra. Here's your Roman Romeo.
Hi, Cleo.
Hi, Bud.
Say, Cleo, I saw you in your last picture, The Dance of the Seven Veils. And if you'll take my advice, you'll demand a recount.
Easy, Mark. I mean, none of your lip, Mr. Anthony.
Well, come on, honey. Put your scarabs on and let's take a chariot ride. I know a swell joint to eat in. It's called Nebuchadnezzar's Nook on the Nile. And, baby, you ought to taste their barbecued camel.
Oh, no, you don't. The last time one of you Romans took me for some barbecued camel, I had to walk back a mile. Besides, I refuse to ride in that awful old dusty chariot of yours.
Uh-oh, boy loses girl. Wax gets plugged.
Ah, Cleo, you should see my chariot now. A wise man, the son of John, brought me some precious ointment out of the West. It is called John's son's car new.
Yes, I read about it in this morning's parchment.
Ah, Cleo, 'tis wonderful stuff. Both cleans and wax polishes in one simple operation. You just apply it to the clean surface of your chariot, let it dry, and wipe it off. And there's your chariot, with a beautiful wax polish, gleaming and sparkling like the morning sun on the Red Sea.
Oh, that's wonderful, Mark. It's very dusty on the Red Sea at this time of year.
Well, leave it to Carnew to protect your chariot against the sun, and the sand, and the rain. Better get some yourself, Tut.
I'll do that, Bud. But it's going to throw a lot of slaves out of work. Well, run along, kids, and have a good time.
Okay, Pop.
Come on, Cleo. I have to be back in Rome tomorrow. We're building a dam across the Tiber River.
What's that for, Mark?
To hold that Tiber. Hold that Tiber. Hold that Tiber. Hold that Tiber.
Wasn't that realistic, dearie?
True.
Excuse me while I dump the sand out of my sandals.
Oh, it wasn't bad, but that spot wasn't consistent. If Anthony had used Carnew, you'd never have met him.
Why not?
Well, after you use that stuff on your chariot, there's never a mark on it.
Oh, my. Crawl in. Oh, no, excuse me. I thought we were still in the pyramid.
Hello there, Johnny. Here's the letter for you.
Well, thank you, old-timer. Are you a mailman now?
See?
She said, are you a mail carrier now? I think it's a good job for you, old-timer. With your pigeon toes, you'd make a good carrier.
That's pretty good, Johnny. But that ain't the way I heard it. The way I heard it, the moonshiner says to a revenue officer, say, says, did you get the message I sent you about that still up on the ridge? Yep, says revenuer, but I tore it up. I thought it was just another mash note. I know that mountain country pretty well, Johnny. Been up there collecting jokes on the trail of the Lonesome Pond.
Who's the letter from, McGee?
Let me see. Oh, say, can you beat this? It's an answer from Professor Hancock, the handwriting expert.
What, already? Why, you only mailed your letter 15 minutes ago. That's wonderful service.
It is, isn't it?
Mr. Farley must be running for president, too.
Listen to this, Molly. It says, Dear Client, as the foremost exponent of graphology... hey, Molly, what's graphology?
Why, that's easy, dearie. Ology means the study of, and graph means Zeppelin.
Uh-huh.
He's got you analyzed as a big gas bag.
Well, can you imagine this, Molly? I was all wrong.
What?
I ain't artistic. He says I'm the muscular, athletic type. He says I got the same handwriting as all the great wrestlers. Strangler Lewis, Stanislaus Zabisco, and Man Mountain Dean.
Huh. Well, you can't make a mountain out of a molehill.
I got half a mind to get back in training right away and make some big dough, Molly.
What do you mean?
Sure, make some big dough. Come on, get your hat, Molly.
Oh.
We're going down to the athletic club.
What?
One side, everybody. Here comes Mauler McGee.
Oh, gee.
I wandered today to the hill, Maggie, to watch the scene below. The creek and the creaking old mill, Maggie, as we used to long, long ago. The green grove is gone from the hill, Maggie, where first the pretty daisy sprung. Do-do-do-do. The creaking old mill is still, Maggie, since you and I were young. And now we are aged and gray, Maggie, and the trials of life are nearly done. Let us sing of the days that are gone, Maggie, when you and I were young. Oh, Maggie, my own. Oh, Maggie, my own. Although they say we are feeble with age, Maggie, and our steps aren't as sprightly as them. Darry, darry, our faces are a well-written page. Whoa, Maggie, but time alone was the best. They say we are aged and gray, Maggie, as gray by the white breakers flung. Be to me, you're as fair as you were, Maggie, when you and I were young. Maggie, my queen, Maggie, my dream, Maggie, you're the same today.
Folks, that was the four notes singing when you and I were strong, or when you and I were young, Maggie. Guess I got muscles on the brain tonight, Molly.
Well, they'll never get any exercise there.
Unless you got a different one.
I wonder if $5,000 is too much to ask for my first bout. If I can get about... Oh, here's the athletic club, Molly. Come on in.
She's evil, man. She got freaking white. Snapping that little thing's pieces. Looking at buying those
Anthony
again.
James, what a place. How can these wrestlers train in all this cigar smoking, McGee?
That's part of the training, Molly. It'd be silly to train in fresh air and then wrestle in a lot of cigar smoke.
Is there something you folks wanted? I'm the manager of the joint.
Just a professional visit, Bud. I'm a wrestler myself. Ever hear of Mauler McGee, the mad mastodon of the mat?
Oh, yes. You used to be the heavyweight wrestling champion.
No, I never was, Bud.
Well, for goodness sake. Hey, Joyce, come here a minute. Here's a wrestler who was never the heavyweight champion. Meet up with Molly McGee and his mom.
How do you do, I'm sure?
Hi, Jerky. Well, I'm very pleased to make your acquaintance. I'm very pleased to make your acquaintance. Hello, folks.
Oh, are you a wrestler too, Mr. Jerky?
Oh, no, he works for Gabby the Grunt.
Oh, manager? No, I'm employed in another capacity. I'm not his manager. My job is more in the nation. Say, let's start over, huh?
Why, certainly. Now, what do you do for Mr. Gabby the Grunt?
I'm his instructor in elocution. I'm his groaning instructor. Well, there's more to this business than I thought. Have they got somebody else to teach them to make all them faces? Oh, there's nothing artificial. I mean, if you're born with a physiognomy. What I mean to say, wrestlers don't make faces like that. It's faces like that make wrestlers. Well, I'm very glad to have made your acquaintance. I'm glad to have made your acquaintance. Oh, I tried that before, didn't I? So long.
Look at those big bruisers, McGee. Do they have to play so rough?
Oh, we get used to it, Molly.
Oh, look, McGee, what's that little girl doing in a place like this?
Me, oh, hello there, little girl.
Hi, pal.
Well, ain't you kind of young to be hanging around a place like this?
Why?
Why, you ought to be home in bed.
I bet you hadn't, I bet you.
Oh, yes, you have.
Why, certainly, this is no place for little girls.
No, I think we better report this to the juvenile authorities.
Gee, I bet you're just the man me papa was talking about, I bet you.
Huh? Who is your papa?
That's the gorilla.
Oh.
And he's one of the best guys in the racket, too, I bet you.
Oh, he is, huh? I says, what do you mean when your papa was talking about me? He don't know me from Adam Soft. What you call it?
Gee, maybe he didn't mean you. You're kind of bald.
Huh? What you mean, sis?
Well, me papa told me if anybody made any wisecracks to me, he'd pin the so-and-so's ears back. But your hair's too short, mister. Now, goodbye now. I gotta go see if Full-Face Benny is through with me skipping rope.
What's them mugs trying to wrestle, will you? Well, I could lick any two of them if I was blindfolded and had arthritis.
Say, is you's been in the wrestling game long, buddy?
Oh, several minutes.
Who, me, Bud? Shucks, I've been a wrestler ever since I was born. Used to take my nursemaid 22 minutes to pin my shoulders down to my crib.
You don't say.
Yep, I was booked for matches all over the country. Why, when I opened up, the heat was on. Book Match McGee, I was known as in them days.
Oh, dear.
Book Match McGee, the brawniest, brainiest brawler that ever battled a batch of beetle-browed bozos to a badly battered bunch of bruised bones, blurbed as the biggest box office bonanza of the Biff Bam business, booed by billions of brainless bums for my brutal bombardment of bull-headed boobs, and ballyhooed as the best bicep bulger from Boston, where I beat the best, to the boulevards of Budapest.
Say, I think you is just the guy we've been looking for. Gabby the Grunt's been looking for a guy to work out with.
Oh, he has, has he? Well, let me in there with that guy. I'll show him some new twist. Here, hold my coat.
Oh, now, wait a minute, McGee. After all, you know... McGee!
Go on, lady. Let him have his fun.
Look at the midget. Look at poor little McGee in the ring with that big bruiser. Looks like a ventriloquist act.
Well, I don't know. Not with two dummies. Hey, look at him go, lady.
McGee, be careful. Get down off of that man's hand.
You better stand aside, lady. He's going to throw him this way.
Oh, my analysis.
Are you hurt, dearie?
My analysis.
Gee, that's too bad, pal. Here comes Gabby the Grunt to apologize, though.
That's fucking funny.
Oh, hi, Gabby. Boy, are you strong. You must have been wrestling a long time.
No, it's just a hobby.
I have to keep in trim after sitting at a desk all day long.
At a desk? Ain't you a professional wrestler?
No, confidentially, I'm Professor John Hancock, the handwriting expert.
Oh, sure.
In the summer months, the wise woman plans her work so she can have more time to be out of doors enjoying herself, more time to spend with her family. Do you know that there's an easy way to keep your floors sparkling and clean without scrubbing? Just let Johnson's self-polishing Glow Coat shine your floors for you. Glow Coat quickly gives a sleek, glossy polish that defies dirt. Wouldn't you rather rest or read or go to a movie than to spend your time scrubbing floors? Why, of course you would. Tomorrow, then, buy a can of Johnson's Glow Coat. Spread this remarkable liquid lightly over the clean floor with a soft cloth or the long-handled Glow Coat applier. Then take it easy for 20 minutes while Glow Coat dries to a gleaming polish that protects the floor from children's scuffing shoes, from dirt and stains. Ask for Glow Coat, Glocoat. Johnson's self-polishing Glow Coat, the easy-to-use polish that makes floors and linoleum shine like new without rubbing or buffing.
Hey, Molly, put another pillow under my back.
Oh, all right, dearie. Better let me take your specs, too.
What's the matter? They broke?
No, I'll put them away until your ears straighten out again.
Oh, good night.
Good night, all.
You'll be sure to see the 15 beautiful model homes in the town of tomorrow. On all the floors and woodwork of these homes, Johnson's wax polishes are used exclusively. This is Harlow Wilcox inviting you all to join us again next Tuesday night. Good night.
The selection the ladies in love with you heard on this program is from the production Some Like It Hot. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
The Wax Program. The makers of Johnson's Wax and Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat present Marion and Jim Jordan as Fibber McGee and Molly with Donald Novis, the Four Notes, and Billy Mills Orchestra. The show opens with Off Thee I Sing. All car owners, it's very important to you that you know about Johnson's new double-action cleaner and wax polish for automobiles, Johnson's Car-New, C-A-R-N-U. Now, why is it important? Because Johnson's Car-New takes the work out of polishing automobiles, just as Johnson's self-polishing Glow Coat has taken the work out of polishing floors. Car-New does two things at once, both cleans and wax polishes your car in one easy operation. In the past, most people dreaded the job of cleaning and polishing their own cars. It was hard work. It took a long time. Now, with the introduction of Johnson's Car-New, the time has been cut in half. Why, even the women are finding it easy with Car-New to give their cars that dazzling wax sheen. This remarkable double-action liquid polish dries quickly to a white powder. Wipe off the powder, and behold your car shining like a mirror. All the ugly film and stains have quickly vanished without hard rubbing. Why, your family will be amazed at the wonderful change that has come over the car in only an hour's time. Get a can of Johnson's Car-New before another day goes by. It's for sale at filling stations, auto supply stores, garages, and at your regular wax dealers. Try Car-New on your own car, and then you'll understand why this new double-action cleaner and wax polish is creating a sensation. And you'll say with thousands of other motorists, your car looks like new when you use Car-New. Are you in trouble? Does your girl wear an off-the-face hat when she should be wearing a catcher's mask? Do your beaten biscuits take a beating? Are you in the doghouse with no flea powder? then all you need is a sympathetic ear and expert advice. Just write or visit Aunt Molly and Uncle Fibber, editors of the Advice to the World-Weary column of the Wistful Vista Gazette.
What's the fan?
A fanfare.
How many fans have we got?
Oh, several.
Well, that's fair.
And here, seated at opposite sides of a big desk in the sitting room of the Wistful Vista Gazette, we find a great pair to draw to, those two muddle mediators, Fibber McGee and Molly.
McGee, what do we know about Advice to the World-Weary?
Oh, don't worry. What are we sitting in the sitting room for? All we got to do is sit here and look wise. You ever notice the expression on a stuffed owl?
Yes, but it didn't mean a thing.
What's it mean?
It wasn't smart enough to keep from getting stuffed.
Well, shucks, I always said.
Advice to the World-Weary, Aunt Molly speaking. What was your trouble, sir? Oh, I see. No, I wouldn't actually forbid her to get her face lifted. Just tell her about the lady who was so full of paraffin that when her wandering boy didn't come home, she got lipped and sat on the windowsill. Don't mention it. Goodbye.
Lipped and sat on the windowsill. Was that an actual case, Molly?
Well, who cares? As the three-cornered tan said to the kid, don't pin me down.
That's an interesting point right there, Molly. How can you expect a peaceful life when you get mixed up in a triangle the first time you get dressed?
Say, buddy, the advertising manager is worried. He says all the dames is wearing trousers and they can't sell any dresses.
Why, of course they can't, Bud.
This is the slack season.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Well, that reminds me, Molly. Buzz for the stenographer, will you? That second button there.
Heavenly days, you call that a buzzer?
No, but it's more efficient. This gal used to work in a half joint with curb service.
Well, what kind of a darn fool idea have you got now?
Listen, sis, a little more respect when you speak to me.
Yes, sir. What kind of a darn fool idea have you got now, sir?
That's better.
Oh, much better. Do you always smoke in the office, dearie? Yeah. My folks object to my smoking at home. Stand up, will you, Chief? I want to strike a match on your pants.
Huh? Oh, sure. Ow, not so hard. Hey, listen, sis, I'm drawing a map for my business column, showing the shipping centers of the world, and I need some more ink.
More ink? Well, you've got 8 different kinds right there in front of you.
I know, but I'm ready to put in Bombay, and I ain't got any India ink.
Oh.
Oh, dear. Run out and get some, will you, sis?
Okay, Chief. Say, can I have tomorrow off? What for? We're giving my sister a shower.
Oh, is she getting married?
No, she just needs a bath. Well, I predict great things for that girl, and none of them good.
Just the same, Molly, that's what makes this job interesting. Meeting all kinds of people and hearing all their troubles.
Well, it's no novelty to me. Bringing me troubles is like telling Earl Sandy if he's a good boy, he can ride on the pony.
Just the same, it's a great business. Just think of the modern newspaper, Molly. Huge forests chopped down to make the paper, millions of bucks worth of mechanical devices, pictures flashed across the ocean, 20 pages of current history of the world rushed to your door by swift messenger.
Yes, go on.
10 hours later, you find it wrapped around the garbage.
Good day. Are you Aunt Molly and Uncle Fibber who advise people on all sorts of problems?
You betcha, Bud.
What seems to be the matter, sir?
You see before you a very desperate man.
Oh,
well, take it easy, Bud. Remember the old saying, when you get to the end of your rope, throw it away and light another one. What's on your mind, Bud?
I am J. Bumble Busby, owner of the largest apiary in the state.
Well, imagine that, an apiary.
Well, that's very interesting, Bud. I used to raise apes myself. Very affectionate animals, too. Treated me just like one of the family. Well, I mind if I...
That's very good. Treated like one, or is it? But you don't understand. An apiary is where we raise bees.
Oh.
I think one of them came in with me. Surely you've heard of Busby's honey, a wonderful product. But during the last 6 weeks, my sales have fallen off 83.5%. And why?
I don't know.
Because something has happened to the flavor. Somehow it's lost that old Busby tang.
Afraid we can't give you much advice, Busby, till we try a sample of your honey. Better bring us a couple of combs. Something we can get our teeth into.
I have a sample right here. Take a taste of my sample. But I warn you, It's a little revolting.
Here, I'll try it, sir.
Well, how's the Molly taste, honey? Or how's the honey taste, Molly?
Oh, terrible. But somehow it's familiar. It tastes a little something like the back of a Christmas tree.
Yes, I'd say a Christmas field of about 1913.
That's quite a problem. Sounds like sabotage to me. I'll tell you what you better do, Busby. Better bring in one of your bees for an interview. One of your old and trusted employees.
Very well. Now, let me see. I'd better bring in number 1378. That'd be old Joe Hummer in the receiving room. I'll tell the other workers I gave Joe the day off to go to the movie.
Oh, do they like movies?
Oh, yes. Bee pictures. Thank you. I'll be back very shortly.
Do you suppose he's worked his bees too hard, dearie? Maybe the honey's a little strange.
So is that, if you don't mind my saying so. I got a hunch, Molly.
Well, heavenly days, Mrs. Wearybottom.
Oh, hi, Weary. Haven't seen you in a long, long time.
Oh, hello, folks. I heard you were running a column giving people advice, so I thought I'd come in and lay my troubles in your lap, as long as you're kind of baggy at the knees anyway.
This lady.
What are you supposed to wear at a formal wedding?
Well, as Aunt Molly always says in her column, Weary, for a proper wedding, you got to have something old, something new, something borrowed, and something blue.
Well, I guess that explains it then, because when my sister saw her future husband in his morning coat, she said that coat is certainly old, but the way you wear it is something new, so he borrowed something like $50 in blue. Say, do you mind if I step out on the fire escape for a breath of air?
Oh, I wouldn't do that if I was you, Weary. You see...
Oh, God, she's dead. Thank God.
Well, what did you start to tell her, McGee?
Oh, nothing much.
Oh,
Just
nothing
that there
on
ain't
the
any
fire
fire
escape.
escape outside that window.
I never knew heaven could speak, but now I do. I learned it through a conversation with you. I never knew heaven could dance, but now I do. With every step, another little dream comes true. I always thought heaven was somewhere way up high in the sky up above. I never thought heaven was someone like you for me to love. I never thought heaven could hold such tender charm. I never thought heaven could be here in my arms. I never thought heaven could hold such tender peace here in my arms. I never thought heaven could hold such tender charm. I never thought heaven could be here in my
Subscribers, folks, that was Donald Novis, our car new Caruso, singing I Never Knew Heaven Could Speak.
Oh, and it was beautiful, Mr. Novus. I think I'll write you up in my column.
Gee, that'd be swell. And maybe if I studied dramatics, I could get more lines to read on this show.
Well, I don't see why not.
I'll be glad if you did, Don. Give me a chance to relax. I'm just a bundle of nerves working as hard as I do.
Well, why don't you learn to play, Rummy?
You better try that again, Mr. Novus.
Why don't you learn to play Rummy?
I ain't got time. It keeps me busy watching you shuffle the dialogue.
Oh, I'm sorry.
The trouble with him is he doesn't seem to recognize punctuation.
No, but punctuation seems to recognize him. Every time he walks into a sentence, all the commas start wagging their tails. I got to figure out what's the matter with the flavor of this honey, Molly.
Hey, maybe we could ask Mr. Wilcox. He's an expert on wax.
Oh, but this is beeswax. All he knows is Jay's wax. Don't you get it, Molly? I say.
Ain't funny, McGee.
Oh. The best I could do till the door opens.
Say, Aunt Molly, am I in time to make the next edition?
With what, Mr. Wilcox?
Well, I want you to print a love letter in your column.
What's the matter, Harlow? One of your old flames give you the hot foot?
No, and I wouldn't ask you to print it if it didn't apply to a lot of people besides me.
Oh, well, what did you want us to say, Mr. Wilcox?
Well, something like this. Dear Liz, I am terribly sorry about last night. When those hoodlums on the street corner started making wisecracks about you, I was just as angry as you were. But Liz, dear, they were right.
Why, that's a fine way to talk.
Quiet, McGee. Go on, Mr. Wilcox.
Well, after I'd taken you home, Liz, I realized I was a little ashamed of you myself. You did look dowdy. That old coat of yours looked like it had never been cleaned. But everything's all right now, Liz. I got the Johnson's car new. That marvelous new preparation that cleans and polishes at the same time. Try it tonight, Liz, after you've had your bath. Rub it all over you.
Heavenly day.
And wipe it off with a soft cloth. And, baby, will you look gorgeous. It's wonderful stuff, Liz. But the best is none too good for a beautiful chassis like yours. Awesome. Now, let the boys on the corner crack wise. We'll show them what we live. Off with the old love. On with the car new. Just sign that H.W., Aunt Molly.
Well, now, I don't know, Mr. Wilcox. That's a pretty bold way to write to a girl in a newspaper column.
Where's this girl Liz, Harlow?
No. It isn't a girl, it's my old second-hand Lizzie. And is she gonna be beautiful tonight? Coming, Liz. So long, folks.
Well, I hope Lizzie likes the beauty treatment.
Oh, she will. Lizzie's or limousines, they're all sisters under the tin.
May I speak to Aunt Molly? Oh, how do you do, Mrs. McGee and Mr. McGee?
Oh, how do you do, Mrs. Uppington?
Hi, Uppy.
Good heavens, do tell me that you're Aunt Molly and Uncle Fibber.
Yes, I are. I mean, we certainly am.
Oh, that's splendid, and possibly you can assist me. I wish to enter a complaint and to cancel my subscription.
Oh, well, we handle complaints, Uppy. What's the matter?
I demand a retraction of the insult in last Sunday's society section.
Retraction of what insult, Mrs. Uppington?
Why, you printed a picture of my niece at her coming out party, and the caption underneath it said, Miss Brenda Uppington, the most beautiful job of the season.
Oh. That kind of tickled me. Those society gals are so snooty.
I beg your pardon?
What'd you do?
Why, what did I do? Well, thank you so much for that help. I hope I haven't been wasting your time, too. Goodbye.
I wonder what she meant by that wasting our time, too.
I wouldn't know. Oh, look, McGee, here's an interesting letter. It's from an explorer.
I'm
An
trying to
explorer?
listen to
What's he
they're
saying?
saying.
He's just discovered an island without a World's Fair on it.
What they ask about when Mike just say no?
Oh, there, Johnny! Oh, daughter, got an item for the paper. Who's in charge of the cute crab from Cunning Kitty's column? My little boy got off on nifty this morning.
People talk too fucking much.
Yeah.
Hey!
You don't have to mute her.
She says, how old is your little boy?
He'll be 62 in January. Come in, Rance. Rance, I want to meet some friends of mine. Folks, my little boy, Rance.
How do you do, I'm sure.
Hi, Rancid.
My name was Ransom. Did you find out where the cute kitty's editor was, Papa?
Hey!
It's the fourth door down the hall.
You'll know him by his sourpuss expression and a loaded shotgun.
Run along and see him, Rance. I'll be there in a minute.
All right, Papa.
That way, if they ask any questions, it just will look like he's not
Fine-looking
listening.
boy, Mr. Oldtimer, and only 62. Has he got his permanent teeth yet?
Nope. Get them tomorrow.
She's scared.
Rance
I
is a
think this
good
boy
boy.
motherfucker's trying to listen to our shit.
I'd like to see his little face light up when he goes for his first ride in a wheelchair.
That's pretty good, Johnny. But that ain't the way. Hey, Rance, that ain't the way. Rance, he said down the hall. Excuse me, folks, the kid's kind of fussed.
Well, the boy was certainly a block off the old splinter, wasn't he, McGee?
Yeah, I guess he sort of...
Oh, it's Mr. Busby, the beekeeper.
Oh, hi, Busby. Come in. Did you bring one of your bees in for an interview?
Yes, I did. I got him in this little matchbox here. Come on out, Joe.
My, an intelligent-looking little fella, isn't he?
Hi, Joe. You mind answering a few questions? That's the spirit. I'm trying to help your boss figure out why the honey you fellas make don't taste good. You got any ideas on the subject?
Any labor troubles in the hive? Or are you fellas just getting lazy? Oh, well. Hold it there now. Watch your language there, me boy. Or McGee. You know we're on the air.
Well, your employees seem to have the right spirit, Busby. I'll work this out from another angle. Drop in again a little later, Busby.
Very well.
And Mr. Hummer, next time he comes down, give us a buzz.
Good day, folks. I'm depending on you.
An intelligent little insect, wasn't he, Molly?
Yes, and so was the bee.
Hello, Uncle Fibber speaking. Who? Oh, the composing room. Oh, that's swell. Yeah, set it up in open face. And put a 4-column head on it. Okay, Billy.
What does that mean?
That was Billy Mills. He just composed a swell arrangement of Mississippi Mud for the 4 notes. Attention, Mr. and Mrs. America. Let's go to press. We'll be back soon enough with some stuff.
When the sun goes down, the tide goes out. Start to gather around and they all begin to shout. Hey, hey, I'm so tired. It's 3 feet on the Mississippi mud. It's 3 feet on the Mississippi mud. Why I dance, do they do? Lordy, how I'm telling you. They don't need no band. They keep time by clapping their hands. Just happy as cows, doing their that when the dark 3 feet on the Mississippi mud. Lordy, how they play it. Goodness, how they play it. I'm so, I'm still, how the sound that fire with vigor and vim. Joy, that music thrills me. Boy, it really kills me. What a song. When they go, they beat it up, beat it fast as slow. Sun goes down, tide goes out. Start to gather around and they all begin to shout. Hey, hey, I'm so tired. It's 3 feet on the Mississippi mud. It's 3 feet on the Mississippi mud. What I think, do they do? Sorry how I'm telling you. They don't need no band. They stand right clapping their hands. Just happy as a cow, chewing on a cut when the dark 3 feet upon the Mississippi mud. Sun goes down and the tide goes out and the dark gather around and they all begin to shout. Whoa, hey, hey, hey. I'm so tired. It's 3 feet on the Mississippi mud. It's 3 feet on the Mississippi mud. What a dance do they do? Sorry how I'm telling you. They don't need no band. Just happy as a cow, chewing on a cut when the dark 3 feet on the Mississippi mud.
a 4-note singing Mississippi Mud. You can wipe your feet on the welcome mat after that one, kid. Say, Molly, I think I got it all figured out.
What?
What's the matter with Busby's honey? Hey, have we got a city map here?
Well, there's one on the wall there, McGee, but I don't think it's very up to date.
What's the matter with it?
It shows 4 Indian teepees at 14th and Oak.
No, it don't matter anyway. I can find out what I want to know in the classified directory.
But what is it, McGee? My goodness, the man will be ruined if he doesn't find out soon.
Well, as the racehorse said when he come home after dark, there may be somebody ahead of me, but I think I'm on the right track.
Ah, there, lowercase. Good day to you, my dear. I have a little personal item I'd like to run in your column concerning myself and a certain Abigail Uppington.
What, Mrs. Uppington?
None other, my dear, none other. Our engagement has been terminated. Our plans for the altar have been altered. And our turtle doves have turned turtle. Oh, yes.
So, the engagement's off, eh, Boomer? Well, I'm glad to hear it.
Oh, what was the matter, Mr. Boomer? Were you incompatible?
Slightly, yes. Slightly incompatible. But only up to the point where we hated the sight of each other. I was best for all concerned.
Certainly is best for Uppy, Boomer. I warned her you were a rattlesnake, so you better get your diamond back. Wow.
Careful there, single feature. You're trifling with the temper of a broken-hearted man. Just take this little item and I shall withdraw from the community and seek solace in some distant wilderness.
McGee, do you detect the delicate fragrance of banana oil?
Place reach with it. Well, give me the item, Boomer, and I'll be glad to print it.
Ah, yes, the item. Have it right here somewhere. I'll put that item. Item, diddum, item. Here's a postcard from the hostess of a party I attended recently. Said all the guests considered me quite a card. But doesn't that say cash? Bad light in here.
Come on, Boomer, give us the item. We're awfully busy today.
Quiet, by Cuthbert. Coming right up. Let me see where I put that item. There's sheriff's badge. Took off a sleeping deputy in Wyoming. Ah, yes, it was all quiet on his western front. Well, what's this? An invitation to share a rabbit dinner with an old friend. Must send my regrets. I'm in no mood to split hairs. Beautiful wristwatch I got from an intoxicated Italian. Ah, Budson, was that Venetian blind? Yes, indeed. Memorandum of a poker game with some hand-picked suckers. Fish and chips. Solid silver ashtray. Don't touch it, it's hot. The chicks are short thin. Well, imagine that. No item. Wonder what I could have done with it. I must have dropped it while I was having my picture taken. Better rush back to the police station, to the photographers, to see if I can find it. Good day, second floor.
That guy's so two-faced he only has to shave every other day. Why, he's such a fake. Hey, Molly, I got it.
You got what?
I know what's the matter with the honey. You see where Busby's bee farm is located?
Yes.
Well, don't you see?
Oh, wait a minute, McGee. Here's Mr. Busby now.
Oh, hi, Busby. You're just in time. I know what makes your honey taste so funny.
My goodness, tell me quick. What is it? What is it? Can we do anything about it?
Oh, it's very simple, Bud. All you got to do is move your bee farm to some other locality.
What? Move my bee farm?
Why, McGee?
Why, remember what you said that honey tasted like, Molly? Like the back of a Christmas field? Well, that's just what it was.
What?
Glue.
Why?
Where?
What?
I say, where would my bees get glue?
Take a look at this map, Bud. Your bee farm is right next to an artificial flower factory.
Fibber and Molly will be back in just a moment. And now, may I say this? It's grand to be able to keep all the windows and doors open and let the summer breezes blow through the house. It's unfortunate, though, that these welcome breezes bring a lot of dust and dirt into your room. If you're wise, you'll protect every floor, your kitchen linoleum and your outdoor porch floors, too, with Johnson's self-polishing glow coat. Dirt simply cannot cling to the bright glow coat polish. A few whisks with a dry duster, and your floors will be entirely free from dust. Glow coat forms a protective shield that shuts out ugly stains, saves the floor surface from scuff marks and wear. Yes, when your floors are protected with a beautiful glow coat polish, you can forget all about hot, tiresome floor scrubbing. You'll keep cooler, you'll have more time for rest, and your home will be more attractive to your friends. Order glow coat tomorrow. GLO-COAT. Johnson's self-polishing glow coat. The dependable polish that never streaks or smears. The easy-to-use polish that shines without rubbing or buffing.
Folks, next week we're going to present... What's the matter, Molly?
Oh, Mickey, I'm so glad this newspaper show is over.
Oh. Was it that bad?
No, but it brought back memories. When I was a girl, I worked on the Peoria transcript.
Why, Molly, you never told me that. What kind of work did you do?
I was a shop assistant.
Good night.
Good night, all.
This is Harlow Wilcox, speaking for the makers of Johnson's Wax and Johnson's self-polishing glow coat at Racine, Wisconsin, inviting you to be with us again next Tuesday night. Good night.
I could bring it in and glue it back together.
The Johnson Wax Program.
Probably got even bigger crap on it now.
The makers of Johnson's Wax and Johnson's self-polishing glow coat present Marion and Jim Jordan as Fibber McGee and Molly, with Donald Novis, the Four Notes, and Billy Mills Orchestra. The show opens with Don't Ever Leave Me. Car owners, attention. If you had a chance to trade a dirty, discolored automobile for a beautiful, shining car that your family would be proud to ride in, you'd make the trade in a hurry, wouldn't you? Well, do you know that if your car is now foggy, streaked, and neglected looking, you can, within an hour, change its appearance completely so that the finish will shine like a mirror? Now, all this is possible if you use Johnson's Car New, a remarkable new type auto polish that both cleans and wax polishes your car with one application. Johnson's Car New takes the work out of polishing automobiles just as Johnson's self-polishing glow coat has taken the work out of polishing floors. With Car New, the complete job takes less time and effort than was formerly required for the cleaning process alone. The results are almost miraculous. Although Car New has been on the market only a few months, thousands of car owners will tell you that this double-action cleaner and wax polish is the easiest, most satisfactory product they have ever used. Women can wax polish their cars alone with this easy-to-apply liquid polish, which requires no hard rubbing. Car New dries quickly to a white powder. Wipe off the powder, and all the dirt and road film disappears. Your car takes on a dazzling brilliance that will make you exclaim, "Why, your car looks like new," when you use Car New. C-A-R-N-U. Johnson's Car New. Buy it where automobile supplies are sold, or at your regular wax dealer.
Oh, alright. Because everything's in a box except for ornaments, and you should shove those in there next to. I have a couple chipmunks got in there.
Well, the papers are full of track meets, Olympic candidates, and other sporting news. But Fibber is staying home with a little oral athletic event of his own, a jumping toothache. And here in the living room at 79 Wistful Vista, we find a derelict of dental devastation, soothed by a sympathetic spouse, Fibber McGee and Molly.
Ah, you poor dear.
Is my face any more swole, Molly?
It certainly is on one side. You look like a composite photograph of Laurel and Hardy.
Believe me, if I'm hardy enough to last today with this toothache, I can rest on my laurels.
well.
Okay, what? Let's do something else. Come in.
Did somebody knock?
Nope, they're going to. This tooth has got me so sensitive, I anticipate.
Come on, bud. Get up here before everyone else does.
Come in.
Mr. Benny?
No, this is Tuesday.
Oh, darn it, I must have overslept.
You see you took a freaking stuff out there, man.
How does my face look now, Molly?
Well, to be sympathetic, not so bad. But to be frank, it's terrible.
Oh.
Listen, McGee, remember how people used to put a string around a loose tooth and tie it to the doorknob?
Oh, yeah, but hey, you ain't going to do that to me, are you?
Well, it seems to
Oh,
be a
it's
choice
you,
between
dude.
the doorknob and the dentist.
Okay, I'll take the doorknob. The dentist is definite, but the string might slip. Go ahead, there's some string in that drawer.
Heavenly days, look at this drawer. Looks like a tornado in a 10-cent store. Fishing tackle, pipe cleaners, dominoes, bicycle clips.
Is that where them bicycle clips are? I've been looking for them since 1912.
Oh, getting in those
Now be
fucking
brave,
auctions.
Jimmy. It won't be long now. Here's the string. Now open your mouth wide. I want a room to tie a nice bow knot.
A bow knot on my tooth?
Yes. I want it to look neat if anybody should come in. There, now. You sit in that chair and make yourself comfortable while I tie the other end to the doorknob. There.
Oh, don't come in, don't come in. There's nobody home.
For goodness sakes, McGee, you can't put it off forever. You ought to be glad there was no suspense. Now brace yourself, dearie.
Okay.
Come in.
Is my tooth out, Molly?
No, dearie, it pulled the knob off the door.
Oh, wow.
What was it you wanted, sir?
Would you be interested?
I think
Would
that
you be
donut
interested?
was
I'm
the
taking
one I
some
was a
script.
kid.
I'm working my way through the universe. Do you need any magazine? Do you take time?
Time for what?
I'm referring to the public. You see, we're having a sales competition. Well, how about Colliers? No thanks, bud. I got a bad eye tooth and I can't read. Well, just this week we're featuring a combination. This offer is so spectacular. It's so spectacular. Say, excuse me, brother, but there's a piece of string hanging out. There's a piece of string hanging. Hey, lady, you got him hooked. Why don't you pull him in? He's got a string on his own teeth with slip knots.
Well, as long as the doorknob idea didn't work, McGee, you got to go to the dentist. Let's go down and see Dr. Gildersleeve.
Oh, not that Gildersleeve.
Why, he's a very good dentist. We used to go to school with him, remember? I think you don't like him because you used to have a crush on me.
I've outgrew that, but I never did like that. I wouldn't let him fill a tooth in my pocket comb. I ain't going.
You're not?
No.
What?
Shall we walk or take the car?
We'll walk. The fresh air will do you good, dear. Come on now.
Oh, okay. Sweep them leaves off this porch. Pretty near there, Molly?
Yes, dear. Do you feel any better now?
Oh, no. Every step I take, I get a sharp shooting pain in that
I think
tooth.
it's that dad had the couch for a second.
Here, open your mouth, McGee. There, now, is that better?
Oh, boy, I'll say it is. What'd you do?
I took the string off. You've been dragging that doorknob for 2 blocks.
Each night through Loveland we
one rose? No, I don't believe so, Don. How?
Well, down in Tin Pan Alley, one composer got jealous of another composer and put a firecracker under his piano stool.
Well, what happened?
The one rose. Well, see you later, folks.
The one rose. Oh, after a bloomer like that. Ouch. There goes.
Why, Mr. McGee, what seems to be the matter?
Oh, how do you do, Mrs. Duffy?
Oh, how do you do, Mrs. McGee? And Miss McGee.
Oh, hi, Abby.
Do you realize that your face is horribly swollen, Miss McGee?
Yes, I think he's noticed it, Mrs. Duffington. Haven't you, dear?
Oh, yes. I saw it in a mirror this morning. So I looked at it and I says to it, I says, mirror, mirror on the wall, do you think this dad-ratted swelling will be gone before fall?
Oh, my, how ridiculous. Oh, but really, Miss McGee, you should do something about that face of yours immediately.
That's a coincidence, Uppy. The first time I met you, I says the very same time.
He's got a bad toothache, Mrs. Duffington. We're on our way to the dentist.
Oh, I see. But confidentially, I am rather superstitious about mirrors myself. They do tell the truth about yourself. Now, for instance, Miss McGee, look at this one in my handbag. Does this one say anything to you?
Kind of cracked, Uppy.
Yes, isn't it? Well, so nice to see you again. Goodbye.
Well, you certainly walked right into that one, dearie.
You know, sometimes I wonder if Uppy ain't a little smarter than she looks. Then again, I realize she'd almost have to be.
Whoa there, Johnstown. Whoa. Hello there, Johnny. Hello, daughter. Know where I can find a good dentist?
There's several right down in the middle of the block, old-timer. I'm on my way to one myself.
Much obliged. Johnstown's here got a bad wisdom tooth.
Oh, you mean that mule? You taking him to the dentist?
Hey?
She says you can't take a mule to a dentist's office. The proper place for mules is behind the plow. Or under the bed.
That's pretty good, Johnny. And that's just about the way I heard it. Only the way I heard it, a feller named McGee says to me, says, you can't take a mule to a dentist. Why not, says I, taking a burr out of his tail. He wouldn't have neglected his teeth if he hadn't have been a jackass.
Well, that's an awfully funny-looking mule, Mr. Oldtimer. His left shoulder's a little high.
Yep, he's a California mule. Very unusual wizard. Come on, Johnstown. Johnstown.
Hello there, folks. Say, have I got great news for you?
What is it, Mr. Wilcox?
Has peace broken out in Europe?
No, but listen. I was telling the dentist next door all about cardio. You know that junk and all the things makes almost no effort to use.
Oh, yes, we know. We got the same conscience, do we?
What about it, Mr. Wilcox?
Well, I was telling his dentist how cardio would give his mule automobile a gorgeous, glittering, sail-proof appearance. Now all he has to do is apply it to the clean surface, let it dry, and wipe it off, and presto. His car looks so high-hat, he's afraid to drive under a viaduct. Well, of course, being a dentist, he appreciated the value of a product like cardio that was trained in college in one operation.
We had to train him to do that without gestures so he wouldn't knock himself out.
But, Mr. Wilcox, what's so unusual in telling a dentist about Johnson's cardio?
Why don't you get it? The old story. Man bites dog. Patient gives dentist waxed impression. Is that terrific or is that terrific?
Gives dentist waxed impression. What old Harlow needs is a pivot too. All his conversation Oh, you are, huh? Kind of young for dental trouble. What seems to be your trouble, sis? I hope you ain't been eating too much candy.
Why?
Well, it ain't good for you. It's all that rich stuff that ruins your teeth when you're young. Remember that.
Well, gee, I bet that.
I said you better take good care of your teeth while you're little or you're liable to lose them premature. Don't you believe me?
Definitely no. Dental decay is not necessarily and arbitrarily due to the consumption of food-coloring fluoride fragments, although undoubtedly there is a definite connection between hereditary deficiencies and oral hygiene. It is my personal belief that hereditary factors are far more important, or in other words, if you're a guy with bum teeth, so's your old man.
went on
folks, I hate to take the dew off your beautiful forget-me-nots, but could you spare a thought for a poor suffering fugitive from a forceps?
Excuse me, McGee. I'll get right at it. Okay. Now, just lean back and take it easy.
I'll lean back. You take it easy.
Now, put this mask over your face and breathe deeply.
Oh, is that for the gas, Doctor?
Yes, I'll give him nitrous oxide. Although for actors, I usually give mustard gas. It goes well with the ham. Quiet, McGee. Now, breathe deeply. I'll turn on the gas.
Oh, will it hurt him, Doctor?
Oh, you'll never know what's happening. You know, Molly, I often think of those old days in the red schoolhouse. Do you remember Miss Fiditch, our old school teacher?
Oh, yes. Oh, you mean the one that... Oh, listen, Doctor, listen.
Marcus Willis is trying to kill him with
Want to be
license.
late for school.
Yeah. He's dreaming. Oh. He heard us mention the old school days. People under gas are very impressionable.
Want to get there before old Fiditch. Got a great trick I'm going to play on Wilberforce Gildersleeve. Never know who done it either. Oh.
All right, children. School is dismissed. Hey, Molly, can I carry your book?
Yes, you can, Stinky McGee. But don't let the teacher see you. She'd praise if she saw you with the book in your hand.
Oh, boy. Dr. Wilbur? Wilbur Gildersleeve, you come right back here.
Oh, me, Miss Fiditch? What for?
You know very well what for, young
They're all
man.
playing and
Right,
killing
right,
his
sir.
children. Oh, let's take that away.
Nathan, it looks like Wilbur's playing in hard luck now. Did you see the picture of Miss Fiditch he was after drawing on the blackboard?
Sure, Molly, but he's being a darn foolhardy for signing his own name to it. Don't you, Stinky Boy?
Hey, listen, kid. Listen, kid. I drew that picture myself and signed his name to it.
Gee, I wish teacher hadn't kept him after school. He promised me I could polish all the desks.
Nathan, you're always wanting to be polishing something hard.
We couldn't think of the
Well, I
name of
like
the
to polish
teacher. We
things.
just called it teacher.
Hey, Stinky, what you got on?
A badge.
And what's the letter on it say now?
Here, read it.
23 to Lewis. I love my wife, but oh, you dear. Nathan, it's a lot of nonsense.
I'm having a badge of school, kid, and it is saying I did a very good job. Chicken inspector.
Hey, you want to wear my badge, Molly?
Sure, Stinky. And would you be coming over to my house tonight for a bit of run sheep run?
I can. Dance at it. Gotta chop some wood and bring in some coal and haul out the ashes and all stuff like that there. Oh, I have not.
Nathan, Stinky McGee, you just told me this morning that you like me.
Oh, shucks.
Hey, who's wanting to play games in Mumbledy Park?
Ah, you mean Mumbledy Peg.
That's what I'm saying. Mumbledy Park is like, it is a big game. Now, let that be a lesson to you, Dr. Gildersleeve.
Wait a minute. They had an earlier episode where they met Gildersleeve for the first time. On this one, they were going to elementary school with him.
You're not an idea. Do your drawing standing up now for a while.
All right, one of you fellas do that picture. I'll find out who did it. I'll get even one of these days. You'll see about it.
Look, Doctor, he's coming out of it. Must have been dreaming about something amusing. Look at him smile.
Wilbur is a cry, baby. Wilbur is a cry.
McGee, snap out of it, dearie. The doctor's all through now.
All right, McGee. Sit up.
What? Oh, hi, Molly. Where am I?
Well, don't you remember, dearie? In Dr. Gildersleeve's office. Little Wilbur Gildersleeve that we went to school with.
Oh, yeah.
How do you feel now, dearie?
All right.
By the way, McGee, you remember that picture you drew on the blackboard? That gag you pulled on me?
Oh, yeah.
Well, I just got husband.
Huh?
I just pulled all your teeth.
Why, you never know such a thing. Why, you did. Oh, sure.
Fibber and Molly will be back in just a moment. And now, may I recommend that when you go to the New York World's Fair, you visit without fail the town of tomorrow. There you'll see the most delightful model homes you can imagine. Every detail carried out to perfection. When you're admiring the interiors of these houses, the lovely polished floors, woodwork, the furniture with its shining wax luster, please take note that all the linoleum and wood surfaces are protected from daily wear, shielded from dirt and dust by the famous Johnson Wax product. Johnson's self-polishing glow coat, Johnson's paste and liquid wax, and Johnson's furniture polish are used exclusively in all of these model homes. These dependable polishes give greater charm to every room, from front hall to kitchen. Thousands of World's Fair visitors leave the town of tomorrow, determined that as soon as they get home, they will buy Johnson's Wax, Johnson's self-polishing glow coat, and Johnson's furniture wax to give new beauty and protection to the things in their own homes. Be sure you get the genuine Johnson Wax product for brighter luster, longer wear.
Ain't much of a dentist, Molly.
Well, I don't know, McGee. He did some beautiful work for Aunt Sarah.
Oh, he did, huh? What was her trouble?
Her sweet tooth.
Oh, her sweet tooth.
Yeah, she saw some French pastry one night, and her mouth watered so fast it washed out 2 bridges.
Folks, speaking of playing tricks with the ivories, we're delighted to announce that next week we'll have as our guest that brilliant musical humorist, the star of our summer show, Mr. Alec Templeton. And don't miss him. Good night.
Good night, all.
This is Marlowe Wilcox, speaking for the makers of Johnson's Wax and Johnson's self-polishing glow coat, Racine, Wisconsin, inviting you all to join us again next Tuesday night at the same time. Good night.
Parade for Spinach is from Naughty But Nice, Hang Your Heart on a Hickory Limb from East Side of Heaven, and Don't Ever Leave Me is from Jerome Kern's Sweet Adeline. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Fibber McGee and Molly return to the Johnson Wax program. Yes, the makers of Johnson's Wax and Johnson's self-polishing glow coat are happy to present the first show in the new fall series, starring Marion and Jim Jordan as Fibber McGee and Molly, with Donald Novis, Bill Thompson, and Billy Mills Orchestra. The show opens with Don't Ever Leave Me. It'll soon be time to live indoors. So, madam, what about your floors? I wish you'd glance down at them right now. Do the sections of your wood floors around the doorway and between the rugs look a little dull and shabby? If so, you'd better give them a bright protective coat of genuine Johnson's Wax before the finish is ruined. Johnson's Wax, you know, spreads a tough, resilient shield of pure wax over the surface. You walk on this invisible wax shield, so the floor is protected from scars and wear. Johnson's Wax takes all the punishment of scuffing, scraping shoes, saves the floor from dirt and wear. The surface grows more beautiful, takes on a more lustrous, satiny sheen with each application. And remember, Johnson's Wax beautifies and protects furniture, woodwork, Venetian blinds, paper and parchment lampshades, enamel refrigerators, and 100 other articles in your home. For more than 50 years, Johnson's Wax, paste or liquid, has been unapproached by anything on the market for preserving and beautifying the things you prize most. Vista's all dressed up. The storefronts are covered with flags and bunting. There are streamers on every automobile and gay banners flying all over town. And why? Because yesterday was Labor Day. But today is working day, and home from their vacation, bounding with energy, bursting with health, and bristling with out-of-focus snapshots, we find the Squire of 79 Wistful Vista and his lady, Fibber McGee and Molly.
My, it's nice to be home again among the old familiar faces, isn't it, McGee?
I'll say so. I bet there ain't a familiar program on the air that's got any older faces than this one. How you been, Harlow?
Oh, just great. Did you have a good time on your vacation?
Oh, we certainly did.
Yeah, we did. Incidentally, Harlow, we brung back a lot of fish, so if you ain't doing anything tonight, we'd like to have you come over. We're giving a fish dinner.
Well, I'll be delighted. I suppose the invitation includes Mrs. Wilcox.
Oh, sure. And how is your mother?
I didn't mean my mother. I meant my wife.
Your wife?
Well, didn't you know? I got married this summer.
Well, heavenly days.
Yes, they certainly are.
Well, congratulations, Harlow.
Oh, do bring her over, Mr. Wilcox. I'd love to meet her. What's her name?
Tootsie Pie.
Oh.
She calls me Cuddles.
Oh. Isn't that sweet?
Sweet? Why, that's disgusting.
Why, it's nothing of the kind. I suppose you don't remember when we were first married, and you called me Sugar Bun. And I called you Taffy Snoot.
That's a different matter entirely. There's something dignified about Taffy Snook. But Cuddles. Oh.
Say, you didn't have much time for a honeymoon, did you, Mr. Wilcox? Announcing the summer show every week?
Oh, no, but that was all right. I really enjoyed working on that show. This Alec Templeton's a great guy. Born comedian, wonderful to work with, marvelous personality, a musical genius. Did you hear any of the shows?
Yes, we thought they were wonderful. Didn't we, McGee?
Oh, they were all right. If you liked piano playing week after week. Personally, I go... where are you going, Harlow?
I got to make a phone call. I'll see you later, folks.
Can you imagine a confirmed bachelor like him getting married?
It's going to be an awful blow to 5 million housewives when they realize their doorbell dream boy has polished himself off.
Hey, speaking of housewives, McGee, I better get busy and unpack. And those fish. I've got to put them in the icebox.
Oh, I done that long ago, Molly.
Well, how about that bundle of soiled clothes? Did you send them to the laundry?
Yep, I took care of everything. Uh-oh.
Come in.
Hello there, Johnny. Hello, Donner. Come to collect the milk bill. $8.43.
Oh, no, you don't. We've been gone away for 9 weeks, and we left word not to bring any milk while we were gone.
9 weeks of milk was only $8.
She said we left a note in the milk bottle for you the day we left, old-timer.
Well, I know we did, Johnny, but I couldn't get it out. Fingers weren't long enough.
Well, my fingers ain't long enough to get $8.43 out of my pocket either.
That's pretty good, Johnny. But that ain't the way I heard it. The way I heard it, one feller says to the other feller, say, says, according to the style experts, the waist-waisted corset is having a comeback. That's so, says the other feller. Up till now, women's fashions have been pretty comfortable, ain't they? Yep, says the first feller. But now they're going to take an awful racing from now on. pancakes?
Well, I suppose they do. Why?
I just wondered, daughter. You got enough sour milk on your back porch to make flapjacks for the Navy.
Flapjacks for the Navy.
Say, what are we going to do with all that milk?
Oh, that's easy, Molly. I was going to whitewash the cellar anyway.
Oh, that's a lovely idea.
Mm-hmm.
It'd be kind of a rumpus room for every cat in the neighborhood.
Well, Chuck, what's the...
Come in. Oh, it's the little girl from next door, McGee.
Oh, I haven't seen her for a long time. Hello there, sis.
Hi.
Gee, you're getting to be a pretty big girl, aren't you?
Yes.
You're getting real grown up. You'll soon be too big to play with the dolls, won't you?
I bet you I wanna bet you.
Oh, yes, you will. People outgrow them things.
Oh, no, they don't.
Oh, yes, they do.
Oh, no, they don't. My papa still plays with dolls, and every time he does, you ought to hear my mama pin his ears back.
Yes, eh? Well, tell me more about it, sis.
Now, McGee, quit snooping. It's none of your business.
Oh, gravity was none of Newton's business either, but he had a lot of fun finding out about it.
Well, you're not Newton.
No, but you'll admit there's a certain amount of gravity in the situation. Ain't I right, sis? Hmm. Well, you better run along and play now, sis. We got guests coming for dinner. We're pretty busy.
Hey, mister, you know what?
No, what? Oh, now listen, sis.
There were burglars in your house while you were gone, I bet you.
What?
Burglars, heavenly day.
What do you mean, burglars, sis? How do you know?
I heard the big kids talking about
Well,
it.
did you hear the kids say what the burglars took, sis?
Sure?
Well, what? Oh, come on, have a heart, sis. Tell me about it. What'd they get?
Nothing, I bet you.
What? They didn't take anything?
No. The burglars came in and looked around and felt so sorry for you they left $5 in a basket of groceries. So I gotta go now. Bye.
The burglar's broke, man. I felt so sorry.
Someday I'll wish upon a star and wake up where the clouds are far behind me, where troubles melt like lemon drops away above the chimney pot. That's where you'll find me. Somewhere over the rainbow, bluebirds call. Birds fly over the rainbow. Why then, oh, why can't I? Somewhere over the rainbow, bluebirds fly. Birds fly over the rainbow. Why then, oh, why can't I? If happy little bluebirds fly beyond the rainbow, why, oh, why can't I?
Train, both sung by Donald Novus. And we're very glad to have you back with us this season, Donald.
Thanks, Fibber. Where did you and Molly go on your vacation?
Oh, fishing mostly.
Yes, we took quite a trip out through the West, Mr. Novus.
Yeah, brought back a lot of souvenirs, too, Don. Pine combs from the Redwoods.
Indian blankets from Santa Fe. Mineral rocks from Nevada.
Petrified bellboy from Arizona.
If he had a pitcher in his hand, he was probably left there from the Ice Age.
Hi, Bud.
Listen, Mr. Novus, we brought back a lot of fish from our vacation. Can you come to dinner tonight?
Sure, come on, Don, and come early so you can see the pictures before see the fish, before we cook them.
You won't ask me to sing, will you?
Oh, well, no.
Oh, I'm afraid I wouldn't promise that, Mr. Novus.
Okay, I'll come.
Say, McGee, will you serve or shall we make it just a buffoon supper?
Oh, I'll serve. I can handle it all right. In fact, I was just reading about the best way to take the backbone out of a fish.
How?
Tell him there's a lot of sharks in the vicinity. Don't you get it, Molly? I said...
Ain't funny, McGee.
Okay. I read it with bated breath.
Come in.
Mr. McGee?
You betcha, Bud.
I'm making inquiries for the trotter pole.
Oh, the trotter pole?
Yes, it's like the gallop pole, only slower.
What kind of information are you looking for, Bud?
Well, we're compiling information for the manufacturers of Big Drip coffee.
Okay, Drip, go ahead with the question.
Very well. I have only one question to ask. Question. We don't use any other coffee but Big Drip. Answer, yes or no?
No.
Thank you. Wait till I write that down. No, we don't use any other coffee but Big Drip. Why, George, I think this poll is coming out 100%. Thank you, friend. Good day.
Big Drip. What was we talking about, Molly? Oh, yeah, inviting Billy Mills to dinner.
Oh, yes.
Hey, you think we got enough fish to invite the band, too?
Yes, enough fish, but not enough horse. Come in.
Ah, there. Good day, my dear. Good day.
Oh, how do you do, Mr. Boomer?
And good day to you, Puzzle Puss.
Hi, Boomer.
Understand you just got back from a vacation trip with hundreds of snapshots.
So what?
Simply this, Flashbulb. I've been appointed by the Wistful Vista Gazette to judge their annual amateur photographers contest. First prize, $1,000.
Oh, boy.
Of course, if you win, I think it can be arranged, I expect a slight financial token of your appreciation.
Well, now, we wouldn't want to win unless it was honest.
Oh, yes. Very quaint. Just an old-fashioned girl, aren't you?
How do I get in this contest, Boomer?
Oh, very simple, my boy, very simple. I have an entry blank right here. Now, where I put that entry blank? Entry blank, entry blank. Here it is. Oh, no, that's the pawn ticket. Well, it's a friend of mine. Poor Joe, always behind the three ball. Yes, indeed. Here's a bicycle clip, handy item, keeps you from getting your trousers caught on a windowsill. Ah, gold charm bracelet. She jingled when she had it, and I had to get her jingled again to get it.
Come on, Boomer, the entry blank.
Ah, yes, the entry blank. I have it right here somewhere. Ah, here it is. No, that was it either. Letter from my baby sister. Unfortunate girl. She fell off a bar stool and broke her parole. Bunch of automobile keys. I've been working my way through a parking lot. Calling card, who's this? Oh, yes, president of the Sacramento Soda Straw Corporation, Oscar W. Stipp. One of the best names on my sucker list. Half a monocle for an Englishman who squints, and a check for a short beard. Well, imagine that, no entry blank.
What, no entry?
No entry.
How about an exit?
Certainly.
How about giving Billy Mills an invitation to dinner, Molly? I'm sure he'd...
Say, folks, you mind if I use your telephone?
Why, no, Harlow. Go right ahead.
Okay, thanks. Hello, operator. Give me Sunset 203-509. Hello, Tootsie Pie. This is Cuddles. What? I sure do, baby. Do you? Will you always? Oh, of course I do, more than ever.
Don't be surprised, Molly, if I run out quick. I think I'm going to be sick.
Quiet, dearie.
What'd you say, Tootsie Pie? Why, of course Daddy's big girl can help Daddy. You want to what? Clean and wax the car. Well, all right. Now, here's all you have to do. Just get that can of Johnson's Carnew off the shelf in the garage. That's right, Carnew. You heard Daddy announce it on the radio. That's right.
Maybe talk to his wife like a
Stop
child.
twitching.
Now, listen, honey lamb, you understand I wouldn't let you do this if it wasn't so simple and easy. All you have to do is just apply the Carnew over the clean surface of the car. Let it dry to a white powder, and then rub it off with a soft cloth. And there, right before your lovely eyes, is a nice gleaming automobile, cleaned and wax polished in one operation to surprise Cuddles with when he comes home. And won't he be proud of his car, and his little Tootsie Pie, too? What, baby? Yeah, I'll be home in just a itty-bitty while.
Oh, sure.
Why?
Hey,
Harlow. Yeah.
You seen your doctor lately?
Why, yes, why?
I just wondered, did he notice that trace of sugar in your voice?
Don't pay any attention to him, Mr. Wilcox.
Oh, that's all right. You should have heard us talk the first few weeks we were married. Were we silly?
Say now, if all men would talk to their wives like Mr. Wilcox does, this would be a much happier world, dearie.
You're right, Sugar Bun. A much happier world. Say, I ain't asked Billy Mills to dinner yet. Hey, Billy, come here a minute. Hello, kid. Glad to see you back. Have a nice vacation?
Oh, just grand, Mr. Mills.
How's everything been with you, Billy? All right. It's been a very nice summer. Say, Billy, we brung back a mess of trout from our vacation. We're having them for dinner tonight. Can you come over? And before dinner, you can look at the 12 snapshots I took this summer. That's all right. I'll come anyway. I love trout. Oh, you do, eh? You a fisherman yourself, Billy? Sure I am. I used to be casting director for a trout hatchery up in Michigan. The Flint Flash, huh? What's your favorite bait? Well, I used to start out in the morning with about 22 flies in my hat.
70 days. Didn't they drive you crazy?
Listen, Billy, maybe we better take up this Isaac Walton stuff some other time. Okay. In the meantime, how'd you like to hear my special arrangement of Back to Back?
Oh, we'd love to, Mr. Mills. But now, if this Mr. Walton is a friend of yours, why don't you bring him with you tonight?
Play, Billy. one, Billy. Folks, that was Billy Mills playing his own brilliant arrangement of Back to Back, which is probably one
Well,
of...
for Skim's sake, hello, Fisher. Hello, Cupid. Welcome home from wherever you've been.
Well, how do you do, Mr. DePopolis?
Hi, Nick. I'm glad to see you. Did you take a vacation yourself?
Oh, Smith, my doctor is telling me to go away a while from the rust and termites of the city. So I'm packing Mrs. DePopolis and some other bags in the car. And we are taking a trip out to Pike's Park. I say we are taking a trip out to Pike's Park.
Oh, you mean Pike's Peak?
What's the difference? She didn't do it anyway.
The mountains are pretty impressive, aren't they, Nick?
Oh, they are tremendous. That is the first time I've ever seen geography standing on its hind feet. Then we were driving to San Francisco so I could show my kids those three big
They talked about
I
stopping at
think you're
Pike's Peak.
mistaken, Mr. DePopolis. Two bricks.
Oh, I beg to make a difference to you, Cupid. In San Francisco, there are being three well-known bridges. The Oakland Bay Bridges, the Golden Gate Bridges,
Yes.
and Harry.
I'd forgotten Harry. By the way, Mr. DePopolis, we brought back a lot of fish from our vacation. Can you come to dinner tonight?
Oh, well, thank you, Cupid. You're having a very kind face to invite us. But we're having to leave right after dinner because Mrs. DePopolis don't like you either. Well, we'll all be over tonight. Mr.
They'll all be over. Heavenly days, is he going to bring all his children? How many has he now, anyway?
Search me. Remember, we've been away 9 weeks. Let's see now. How many are coming? There's Mills.
Oh, it's Mrs. Uppington. How do you do, Mrs. Uppington?
Well, how do you do, Mrs. McGee? Oh, so nice to see you home again. My, and you're looking so well. I do hope you had a nice vacation, and Oh, how do you do, Mr. McGee?
Hi, Uppy. Glad to see you.
I just thought I'd stop in and welcome you home. Now tell me, did you have a good time?
Oh, we
No, I
certainly
just
did.
realized it.
Got quite a mess of fish, too, Uppy. We're having it for dinner tonight. Why don't you stay and have some with us? It'll be the best fish you ever flung a fang into.
Oh, thank you so much, but really, I couldn't.
Oh, come on, Mrs. Uppington. After dinner, we're going to play games. You know, musical chairs and pin the tail on the donkey.
Pin the tail on the donkey? Oh, now, how can you stand it, Mr. McGee?
Quit your kidding, Uppy. You sure you can't stay for dinner now?
Oh, no, quite sure, thank you. Another time, perhaps. I'm expecting some guests over tonight for contract.
Oh, I understand that's a very nice game. We play a lot of cards ourselves. Pinochle and rummy and poker. My favorite is Spit in the Ocean.
Really? From here? Oh, well, it's so nice to see you again. Do come and have tea with me someday. Good night.
Well, I think you just have time to run up and change your clothes, dearie, before they come.
I got the time, but I ain't got the clothes. I sent everything I own to the laundry.
Oh, heavenly days. Here they are already. I've got to get busy.
You go ahead, Molly. I'll let him in.
Hey, Harlow, where's your wife? I want to see her. Oh, she'll be along in a few minutes. She had to stop at the beauty parlor.
There's those face. I'll believe him when I see him.
Can we eat right away, or do we have to see those photographs again?
Okay. Take it easy, fellas. I want you to see them fish now before we start cooking them. Hey, Molly. Molly.
Did you call me, dearie?
Yeah, show these fellas them fish.
What's this?
What you mean, what's this? The trout, you know, in the icebox.
There are no fish in the icebox.
Hey, wait a minute. Quiet, fellas. What'd you say, Molly? No fish?
No.
Why, there must be. I put them in there myself.
McGee, there's nothing there but a big bundle of soiled clothes.
I took the fish to the
Wait a minute, fellas.
laundromat.
I think I know. I think I can explain.
Laundryman! Hey, Mr. McGee.
Yeah, what is it?
About that bundle of fish you sent to the laundry. How do you want them done? Flat finish or rough fry? And now, we want you to know what car owners throughout the country are saying about the revolutionary new auto cleaner and wax polish, Johnson's Car New. Quote, Johnson's Car New is the most satisfactory and the easiest to use car polish I ever tried. Car New completely changed the looks of my car in 1 hour's time. Unquote. And a woman writes, I gave our old car a wonderful wax polish with Car New, and it didn't tire me at all. When my husband came home, he couldn't believe it was the same car. Unquote. Johnson's Car New both cleans and wax polishes in one easy application. Removes all ugly road film and dirt. Gives the car a dazzling wax polish. Just as Johnson's self-polishing glow coat has made floor polishing easy for millions of housewives, so Johnson's Car New now makes car polishing easy for car owners everywhere. Ask for Johnson's Car New, C-A-R-N-U, where auto supplies are sold or at your regular wax dealer. And then you'll say with thousands of proud car owners, why, your car looks like new when you use Car New.
Well, folks, we're happy to be back with you again. And on behalf of the Johnson Wax people and our cast, may we say that we're not unconscious of the fact that these are serious days. In bringing you a few smiles to our listeners, we hope we are helping to lift your spirits a little bit. The only members of the animal kingdom who are able to laugh are human beings, so let's stay human as long as we can. Thank you and good night.
Good night, all.
This is Harlow Wilcox speaking for the makers of Johnson's Wax and Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat, Racine, Wisconsin, inviting you all to be with us again next Tuesday night at this same time. Good night. The selection back-to-back is from Second Fiddle, and Good Morning is from Babes in Arms. This is the National Broadcasting Company. The Johnson Wax Program with Fibber McGee and Molly. The makers of Johnson's Wax and Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat present Marion and Jim Jordan as Fibber McGee and Molly with Donald Novis, Bill Thompson, and Billy Mills Orchestra. The show opens with Sing My Heart. I'd like to take 1 minute right now to answer a simple question. Just what does Johnson's Wax do for your floors? And why does this real wax save you so much work? Well, the answer is simple. When you apply Johnson's Wax to your floors, you are in reality giving them a tough, transparent shield of wax protection, which shuts out dirt and germs. Thereafter, scuffing shoes cannot ruin the floor. A tough wax film guards the surface from wear. Keeps your floors beautiful as new with a rich, mellow luster. A single application will greatly improve the looks of the wood floors in your home. You never have to scrub a Johnson Wax floor because stains and soil spots can be easily wiped off the satiny wax polish. Wax your windowsills, too, your radio, picture frames, kitchen cabinet, and 100 other articles in your home. And then everything will take on new beauty, and your cleaning work will be cut in half. Remember, genuine Johnson's Wax wears longer and gives greater protection to the things you prize most. peculiar situation seems to be in progress at 79 Wistful Vista this evening. Molly is wearing an expression of mingled affection and exasperation, while her spouse seems a bit perplexed and perturbed. It's a situation that's always old and always new, but it's the first time it's happened to Fibber McGee and Molly.
Come on, McGee, think. What day is this?
Oh, let me see. It's Tuesday. Shucks, we have that every week.
Come now. What happened to us 15 years ago?
15 years ago? Search me, I don't think I... Oh, yes. Uncle Dennis got pinched for bootlegging. Shucks, ain't I the dumb one? I should have remembered that. Remember how he tried to ditch the evidence by pouring it down the sewer and 5 manhole covers blew off downtown? I'm glad you remind me of that, Molly, because...
I wasn't reminding you of that.
Huh?
This year is our 15th wedding anniversary.
What? It is? Our 15th? Only our... What do you know about that? Congratulations, Molly.
What are you congratulating me for?
Well, congratulations to us, then. 15 years. Don't seem that long, does it?
No.
Get your hat and let's go out and celebrate.
All right.
And I know just the place to go.
Where?
They're having a special this week at Kramer's Drugstore on caramel ice cream.
Oh, come, dearie. Control yourself. I wouldn't have reminded you if I'd have thought you were going all to pieces like this.
Remember the night we eloped, Molly?
I certainly do, McGee. Oh, it was beautiful.
Remember that funny little justice of the peace that married us?
Yes.
I still say it would have been a much prettier ceremony if he hadn't been chewing tobacco. Judge, I was nervous enough as it was.
Come in.
Howdy, folks. You want to buy any garden, truck, eggplant, squash, and carrots?
Oh, thanks, Bud. We got everything we need.
Sorry to hear it. Need the money. Farm business is worse than it's been for 40 years.
Oh, that's too bad. Don't you ever make a profit?
Well, I might in normal times.
What do you mean, normal time?
Search me. Never seen any.
Let's see. What was we talking about, Molly?
Getting married.
Oh, yes. I think we ought to, Molly. No! We did, didn't we?
Are you sorry, dearie?
Sorry? I should say not. I'd do it all over again. Yes, sir. Hey, that ain't a bad idea. That ought to be fun.
What on earth are you talking about?
Look, let's elope again tonight and get married all over again. What do you say?
Are you serious?
Why, I'm more serious now than I was the first time. It's like describing a baseball game off the ticker tape. It's just as exciting even when you know what the score is.
Well, all right, McGee, I'll elope. But now there's just one thing.
What's that, sweetheart?
About going down that ladder.
Huh?
Under the circumstances, don't you think it'd be better if I carried you down this time?
No, that wouldn't work. I'm too ticklish. I'll tell you what you do, Molly. It'll be dark before long. You pack your bag and I'll go someplace and borrow a ladder.
Oh. Well, just a minute, dearie, before you go.
Huh? What's the matter?
Well, now that we're engaged, aren't you going to kiss me?
Oh. Okay. Goodbye. Now, let's see. I wonder if the fire department would lend me a ladder. Maybe...
Oh, how do you do, Miss McGee?
Oh, hi, Uppy.
Is Mrs. McGee at home?
Yes, she is, Uppy. She's in the house there preparing her torso. Come on in. Hey, Molly. Here's Uppy.
Oh, how do you do, Mrs. Uppington? So nice to see you.
Oh, it is so nice to see you, my dear. Tell me, are you engaged this evening?
Well, heavenly days, how did you know, Mrs. Uppington?
We ain't only engaged, Uppy. We're going to get married.
Oh, how very... What? Married?
Why, yes, we thought it'd be fun.
But, my dear, after all this time, I mean, well, now, really...
Oh, you don't catch on to it, Uppy. We're getting married again.
You mean to each other?
Well, who did you think? This is our 15th anniversary, Mrs. Uppington, and we're going to celebrate by eloping just like we did before.
And incidentally, Uppy, you got a ladder we could borrow?
A ladder? Oh, of course
I have a lovely ladder. Oh, I'm sure I still have the ladder I used when I dedicated the new chandelier at the ladies' exchange. Why, it's all covered with gold leaf and has a handrail.
Oh, that sounds beautiful.
Sounds a little dilly, but we ain't got time to dally. Can I come over and get it, Uppy?
Oh, that won't be necessary, Mr. McGee. Not that. My butler will bring it over. Oh, my. Think of you two being married 15 years and eloping. Oh, dear. Oh, tell me, have you arranged for anyone to pursue you?
Oh, no one is chasing us. This is just for our own amusement.
Oh, of course. Well, I'm sure the affair will never be criticized, even though you are being unchased. Oh, my Aunt, I a silly girl. Well, goodbye.
If you listen, I'll sing you a sweet little song of a flower that faded and dead, yet dearer to me, yes, than all of its mates, though each holds aloft its proud head. My wild Irish rose, the sweetest flower that grows. You may search everywhere, but none can compare with my wild Irish rose. My wild Irish rose, the dearest flower that grows. And someday for my sake she may let me take the bloom from my wild Irish someday for my sake she may let me take the bloom from my wild Irish
As you may have suspected, folks, that was my wild Irish rose sung by Donald Snow.
It was not only very beautiful, Mr. Novus, but very appropriate.
Thanks, Molly. See, I heard you and Fibber were eloping tonight, and in honor of your wedding, everybody in the program chipped in and bought you this.
Oh, well, thanks, Don. They shouldn't have done this. What is it, Molly?
It's cake of soap.
Cake of soap. Say, what's the idea, Novus?
Well, we wanted to give you a shower, but there wasn't time, so we thought we'd give you the soap and let you take a shower yourself. Well, best wishes, folks.
Cake of soap. Oh, that's a fine wedding present.
Well, shall we get started, dearie?
Yeah, I just seen Uppy's butler walking around in back with a ladder. You go upstairs and open the window, and I'll run around the back.
Okay, McGee.
Oh, promise me that someday you and me will take our love.
Hi, mister.
Now, don't bother me, little girl. I'm busy.
What doing?
Well, I'm going to elope.
What's a lope?
That means when you run away with somebody you like.
Oh, you mean like the dish ran away with the spoon and the little boy left the sea said spoiled and the cow jumped over the moon, don't you?
Yeah, only tonight the moon won't have any beef coming. anyway? You shouldn't be out this late.
Well, gee, I'm waiting for Easter.
You're waiting for Easter?
Sure.
Listen, sis, you better run on home now. Easter won't be here for 6 or 7 months. Hey, well, wait a minute now. Take it easy. What's the matter? Does Easter mean that much to you?
Sure he does, I betcha. He's the cutest bunny rabbit I ever owned.
Oh, I got it now.
Gee, have you? Give him to me, mister. Here, Easter.
No, I didn't mean I had the rabbit, sis. I meant I got the idea. I said, listen, sis, I'm sorry I ain't got time to help you look for your rabbit, but if you'll describe him to me, I'll keep an eye out for him.
Oh, well, he's got big ears, and he's white, and he's got pink eyes, and he wiggles his nose, and...
Well, that's a pretty general description so far. Ain't he got any distinctive characteristics? I says, ain't he got any peculiarities? What's he got that other rabbits ain't got?
6 little baby rabbits.
I'm afraid with rabbits, sis, that ain't a very distinctive characteristic. Well, what I mean is, ain't he bow-legged? Ain't he got freckles? Don't he stutter or something?
No.
How about his tail?
I guess we mustn't talk about that, I bet you.
Why not? Why mustn't we talk about his tail?
My mama said so.
That seems peculiar. Just what did she say?
Well, she said Easter was awful pretty, but he didn't have any tail to speak of. Well, thanks anyway.
Well, now for the elopement. Hey, Easter, or hey, Molly. Which window?
Right up here, dearie.
Okay, grab the ladder now when I put it up.
I got it, McGee. Are you coming up or am I coming down?
How did we do it the last time?
Well, that's what I was trying to avoid. Well, here comes the suitcase. Catch it.
Hey, what in the deuce did you put in that thing?
Oh, that must be the alarm clock. I put it in to make it heavier.
No. Well, hang on to the ladder. I'm coming up.
Promise me that someday you and me will tell
Whoops.
our love.
Oh, hi, Molly.
Hello, McGee. Isn't this fun? It's a good thing it's dark. I think I'm blushing.
I'm kind of palpitating myself. Smoking too much, I guess. Inhale every puff.
What are you holding me so tight for, dearie? Are you afraid you'll fall?
No, sirree. I've been falling for 15 years.
Oh, McGee, you say the sweetest things.
All right, you. Come down out of that. We got you covered.
Go away, will you?
Go on, beat it, officer. We're eloping.
Oh, eloping, a likely story. Take a look in that suitcase, Mike, and see what they got.
Now, listen, officer. You're making a mistake. This is my house. We live here.
You always go in by the upstairs window?
Listen, officer, I'm his wife, and we're eloping.
That's pretty thin, eloping with your own husband. Come down here now and don't make any false moves. What's in the suitcase, Mike?
Well, there's a couple of books, an alarm clock, and a flat iron.
I see. All stuff that's easily disposed of. Now, come along quietly. Put that suitcase in the car, Mike. We'll show these...
Hey there, officer. Wait a minute.
Oh, here comes Mr. Wilcox. He'll identify us.
Is this a squad car?
Yes, it is.
Well, I want you to make an arrest.
Where?
Who? Arrest the deterioration of the finish on this car. Look at that dust and dirt. Look at those scratches and mars. Why don't you men enforce the law?
What law?
The law of compensation. You can't get the best value out of a car unless you take care of it.
Hey, Harlow, will you tell these fellas...
I am telling them. I'm telling them that Car New will keep the finish of this car in perfect condition and save the taxpayers money, too. Now, look, boys, all you have to do is apply Johnson's Car New over the clean surface of this car. Let it dry to a white powder and wipe it off with a soft cloth. And there you'll have a squad car cleaned and wax polished in one simple operation. Why, it's marvelous. You'll enjoy your work a lot more. It'll put a punch in every pinch.
Look, Wilcox, these guys have arrested us by mistake. Tell them who we are, will you?
Aren't you the people who made me talk baby talk last week? And got everybody to call me Cuddles?
Do you know these people, Cuddles?
I never saw them before in my life. Good night, officer.
Hey, Harlow, come back here.
Oh, dear. Listen, officer.
Quiet. Drive on, Michael.
Why, look, Bud. Well, we can explain everything. All we was doing was getting up on
Calling car 46. Calling car 46. Go to Wistful Vista Cheese Factory. Watchman report suspicious noises. Investigate. Are they mice or are they men? That is all.
Now, listen, officer, why don't you be nice? You're spoiling our 15th wedding anniversary.
Yes, ain't you guys got any sentiment?
After 15 years, have you?
Calling all cars. Calling all cars. Be on lookout for gunman named Al Capucci. Al Capucci. If he is wearing light gray fedora, green spats, and a diamond scarf pin, that is Al.
All right. Come on, get out. And walk ahead of me into the station. Well, what's this? What's the charge? Breaking and entering, Lieutenant. Caught him on a ladder on the second floor at 79 Wistful Vista.
They had a suitcase full of loot, Lieutenant.
We never know such a thing, Lieutenant. That's our suitcase, and that was our house.
What's your name?
He's Fibber McGee, and he's one of the most prominent citizens.
Callahan, look in the book and see if we have a record on McGee. I think we'll make an example of you. There's too much of this breaking and entering going on. It's a crime wave.
Go on, you wouldn't know a crime if it did wave.
Be quiet.
Telephone, Bud.
Police department. Who? Oh, Billy Mills?
Oh, he's a friend of ours, Lieutenant. Ask him about us.
Listen, Mr. Mills, do you know a couple named Mr. and Mrs. Fibber McGee?
Ah, good old Billy.
You don't, huh?
He does, too.
What's that, Mr. Mills? They what? Broken into homes every Tuesday night for years. Oh, thank you very much. You gonna play what? White Sails. Yes, I'd like to hear it.
Well, of all the dirty tricks.
He'll swing for this.
You two, let's hear this fairy story of yours about eloping.
Now listen, Lieutenant. I'll have you know I'm a respectable citizen.
That's what they all say. I'm holding you under $1,000 bonds.
What? A prominent citizen like me? Why, you can't do that to me. I'm too big a man in this town. Why, even when I was a kid, Lieutenant, they wanted me to run for Congress. Why, they even had little pins printed with my head on them. Pinhead McGee, I was known as. Pinhead McGee. McGee, probably the most prominent person ever picked by plutocrat or plumber, poet or peasant as the prize promoter of praiseworthy projects, pointed to by perspicacious politicians as the pick of the populace to pioneer in putting the People's Party in power on a platform playing up the parking problem, and punishing the political pirates polluting the public payroll, and praised by even the paid press for properly purging Pomp and Palooka from Pasadena to Old Paducah.
Lieutenant, we're really pretty respectable people.
Quiet there. Who's this, Callahan? He says his name is Horatio K. Boomer, Lieutenant. Suspected of picking pockets in Joe's Tavern. Joe's Tavern, huh? That place has a bad name. What were you doing there?
Well, believe it or not, officer, I was waiting for a sidecar.
Any evidence, Callahan? No evidence, Lieutenant.
Certainly not. What do you take me for, an amateur?
Let him go, Callahan, but keep an eye on him after this.
Now, just a minute, Lieutenant. Mr. Boomer knows who we are.
Yeah, you'll vouch for us, won't you, Boomer?
Good evening, my dear. Hello there, Bumblebrain. What's the matter?
Well, the lieutenant thinks we're burglars.
And he's holding us for a $1,000 bond.
$1,000, eh? I'll pay the ransom, Lieutenant.
Gee, thanks, Boomer.
Ain't nothing of it. What's $1,000 to me? For that matter, what's my right eye to me?
You're going to go bail for this, man. Hurry up.
Certainly. I have it right here somewhere. $1,000. $1,000. Where'd I put that $1,000? Here's a pair of brass knuckles. Use them to make lampshades. Know anyone that wants a lamp shaded? Let's see. Postcard from an old friend in Leavenworth. Says, quote, doing time fine. Wish you were here. Unquote. Pair of hollow heels for smuggling diamonds. Never used them. I get cold feet when I walk on iron.
Come on, Boomer, hurry up. It's $1,000.
Don't hector me, Pop. Now, where I put that grand? Here's a package of playing cards in case I get in a friendly game of poker. These cards are friendly even when they turn the back. Mud pack from my dear old mother puts an entirely different face on the mater. Yes, indeed. Bottle of hair dye for a girlfriend with a convertible top. And a check for a short beer. Well, imagine that. Here it is, $1 grand.
$1 grand and a glorious feeling.
Well, thanks, Boomer, old pal. Now, can we go now, Lieutenant?
Yes, but report back here tomorrow.
Okay, bud. Boomer, I certainly appreciate it. Hey, Boomer, wait a minute.
We want to thank you.
I'll thank you not to delay me.
Yeah, but about that $1,000.
Forget it, Fidget Midget. I'm going right home and print another batch.
He bailed us out with counterfeit money.
Well, we ain't the only lambs that have been pulled out of a hole by a crook, Molly.
Well, it's a fine end to a beautiful idea.
No, it ain't, Molly. Don't give up yet. Now, let's go ahead and get married again, just as if nothing has happened. There's a justice of the peace in this building, and we'll see him right while we're here.
Well, good for you, McGee.
I think this is it, right in here, Molly.
Are you the justice of the peace, sir?
Sure am, daughter. Oh, there, Johnny. Glad to see you back.
What do you mean, back?
Hey?
What do you mean, back? We haven't been here before.
Oh, yes, you have. I married you kids in 1924. Never forget a face. So in your case, Johnny, I certainly cried.
Imagine that, Molly, the same guy that married us before.
Well, he ought to be glad to know that it lasted. They tie more slip knots than love knots these days.
That's pretty good, daughter. But that ain't the way I heard it. The way I heard it, one feller says, Caterpillar, he says, you know what them 3 balls over a pawn shop door stand for? Yes, says Caterpillar, 2 to 1, you don't get it back. What was it you wanted, kid?
We want to get married again, old-timer. How much do you charge?
$10, Johnny, for the original marriage. $5 for an encore.
Oh, all right. Go ahead. Take me hand, dearie.
Take this man deal off wet. It doesn't take this one deal off wet. I think well, which one out, knock the man off. I'll get the bride. $15, please.
Did you say $15?
Hey! What's the idea of charging us $15? You said it was only $5 for the second marriage.
That's right, Johnny. But you never paid for the first one.
Oh,
Fibber and Molly will be back in a moment. That gives me just enough time to tell you something about Johnson's Car New. I don't believe any new product ever was hailed more enthusiastically by the public. Car owners really needed this easy-to-use cleaner and wax polish all in one. The job of polishing a car had always seemed a difficult one, requiring more time than the average person could give to it. But all this has changed since the introduction of Johnson's Car New. For this revolutionary new product both cleans and wax polishes your car in one easy application. Car New takes the place of two products, makes the job so simple that many women are now wax polishing their own cars. They've learned that just as Johnson's self-polishing glow coat has made floor polishing easy, so Johnson's Car New makes car polishing easy. Car New quickly removes all ugly road film, dirt, and stains. In a surprisingly short time, you can make your car sparkle and shine with a beautiful wax polish that everyone will turn to admire. Then you'll say with thousands of other proud car owners, yes, your car looks like new when you use Car New. C-A-R-N-U, Johnson's Car New. For sale where auto supplies are sold and at your regular wax dealers.
Well, McGee, I certainly was embarrassed at starting our second honeymoon by going to jail.
You was, huh? Well, you wasn't half as confused as you was at our first wedding.
What do you mean, confused?
Don't you remember, Molly? You told your corsage how beautiful it looked and threw the bridesmaid downstairs. Good night.
Good night, all.
This is Harlow Wilcox speaking for the makers of Johnson's Wax and Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat, Racine, Wisconsin, inviting you all to be with us again next Tuesday night at this same time. Good night.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
The Johnson Wax Program with Fibber McGee and Molly. The makers of Johnson's Wax and Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat present Marion and Jim Jordan as Fibber McGee and Molly with Donald Novis, Bill Thompson, and Billy Mills Orchestra. The show opens with The Best Things in Life Are Free. Yesterday, I received a letter from a housewife who asked me this question. What does Johnson's Wax really do for my floors? Well, that's certainly a fair question, and I guess it's up to me to answer it. Look for a moment at the floor in your own room. It's probably a hardwood floor that was very expensive to lay. To make that floor last a long time, it needs protection. To make it attractive, it needs beautification. Varnish and shellac give some protection, but these finishes themselves wear out and chip under the constant attack of scraping, scuffing feet. But wax protects both the floor and the finish with an invisible tough coat that you can renew from time to time. When you spread Johnson's Wax over your floor, the wax goes down into the pores and seals out dirt. It guards against scratches. It keeps dust from collecting. It makes cleaning easy and scrubbing a thing of the past. Now, if that were all that wax does, it would still be desirable. But in addition to protection, wax adds a mellow, glistening beauty to your floors and to your entire home. With every application of wax, floors become more beautiful. Now, of course, when I say wax, I mean a high-quality, reliable wax, perfectly blended, which is another way of saying Johnson's Wax. The wax that has given satisfaction in millions of homes for over 50 years. Remember, when you walk on wax, you save your floors. Well, folks, radio is stranger than fiction. Just as Molly was insisting that Fibber get a job, the long arm of coincidence reached out and tweaked our hero's nose. The gossip columnist of the Wistful Vista Gazette wanted somebody to take over his work while he went on a vacation. And here at the newspaper office, his third day in the job, we find that would-be printer's devil and his angel, Fibber McGee and Molly.
Oh, I like this newspaper work, Molly. Last I got me a job I can put my hearse into.
Say, how did you ever happen to get this job, McGee? I didn't know you were a friend of the columnist here.
Oh, sure. Me and him was old buddies. You see these two fingers, Molly?
Yes.
Me and him was just like that. That short one's me. Well, I mind the time I was a reporter on the old Bloomington Pantograph. I didn't mind being a cub, but when they wanted me to hibernate one winter, I quit.
Oh, there, young man. First opportunity I've had to drop in on you. How are you getting along?
Oh, just fine, Chief. I've seen you around here checking up on things and wondered if you weren't going to come in sometime.
Well, I like to have the new people settle down before I disturb them.
Well, that's mighty nice of you, Chief. Meet the little woman. She's my best critic and severest friend. Don't you get it, Molly?
Ain't funny, McGee.
You gotta give me credit for remembering it.
Tell me, McGee, what writing experience have you had?
Oh, quite a bit, Chief. A lot of poetry, 2 or 3 mysteries,
A couple of letters.
I'm writing a novel now, Chief.
A novel? Is that
Yes.
so?
It's about the Dust Bowl farmers. It's got a good title for it, too, I have. The Grapes of Wrath.
Well, that's been used.
It has? Doggone it, I talk too much.
Say, have you seen any of your husband's newspaper columns, Chief?
Oh, yes, indeed. I've been following his work with a great deal of interest.
Well, thanks, Chief. Nice of you to say so. I'd like to have you tell me something about the candid camera work sometime. I see that's your hobby.
Candid camera? What makes you think so?
Well, I imagine McGee noticed the little camera you have hanging on your belt there, sir.
Oh, that isn't a camera. That's the clock. I'm the night watchman. See you again sometime.
Night watchman. Just one big happy family.
Say, let me know when you have your next literary conference, McGee, and I'll bring the elevator operator and the window washer.
Well, he fooled you, too. Now, let's see. Where can I dig up some good gossip items, Molly?
Say, speaking of gossip, dearie, there's only one thing that worries me about this job.
What's that, Mrs. McGee?
Oh, you say such personal things about people. Don't they ever threaten you or anything?
Sure, but that don't mean nothing. There's always some guy with a grudge that's threatening to shoot you or horsewhip you or something. Empty threats. Don't mean a thing.
Mr. McGee.
Yes, Miss Trent.
Gentlemen to see you.
What do you want, Miss Trent?
He says it's a personal matter, Mr. McGee. He's got a horsewhip with him.
Horsewhip, eh? Well, tell him we don't want it. What? A horsewhip?
You mean I don't mean a thing, McGee. Just an empty threat.
What'll I tell him, Mr. McGee?
Don't tell him I ain't in. Tell him I've gone home. Tell him anything. Wait a minute. Tell him I'm making the rounds of the nightclubs and probably won't show up for days.
Yes, sir.
Come on, Molly. Let's get out of here. No, wait. I better send this copy down to the composing room first. Copy boy. Copy boy.
Yes, sir?
Take this copy down to the composing room. And boy,
Yes, sir?
get me a press card to stick in the windshield of my automobile.
Yes, sir. McGee, you haven't got an automobile.
Oh, that's right. Boy,
Yes, sir?
get me an automobile to stick the press card into the windshield of.
Yes, sir.
That's I wonder what that guy out there wants to horsewhip me for. Maybe I better print a retraction.
How can you make a retraction when you don't even know what item he's angry about?
Well, I'll make a blanket retraction. That ought to cover me. Come on, let's duck out the back door.
Well, what if he hears it?
I never thought of that. How can we distract his attention? Oh, I know. Hey, Billy. Billy Mills. Play an apple for the teacher, and play it loud.
Yes, sir. town.
Oh, how exciting. In Hooley's Grand Terrace Cafe and Pool Room.
I wonder if it's crowded. Hey, doorman, is there a big crowd inside?
Not many. It's pretty quiet. Oh, hello there, daughter. Hello, Johnny. Hey, they tell me you're writing a gossip column now. I got an exclusive story for you. It's Snoop.
You mean a scoop?
Hey!
Scoop. You know what a scoop is, old-timer. A scoop is when you get there first to give some second-rater the third degree for the fourth estate.
That's pretty good, Johnny. But that ain't the way I heard it. The way I heard it, one feller says, t'other feller, says, I seen where this Tony Galetto performed a little dentistry the other night. That's so, says t'other feller. How do you mean? Well, says the first feller, he certainly gave Novocaine. Say, I make a great story for you, Johnny. You might caption it, Local Anesthetic Makes Good. Well, go right in, kids. The head waiter will give you a good table.
Okay. All right, here's a good table right here, Molly. Hey, waiter, give me the steak dinner. You just want a salad, don't you, Molly?
Yes. A mixed green salad with just a tiny bit of garlic, waiter.
Lady, there ain't no such thing as a tiny bit of garlic. Garlic is a garlic. And it's confidential.
Listen, Bud, I'm the gossip columnist on the Gazette. I wish you'd point out any celebrities that are here tonight.
You know, debutantes or actors or gangsters or...
Sure. You see that girl at the third table? That's Brenda Axel Biddle, the debutante. She just come out.
Oh. You ought to go back in and put something on. Who else, waiter?
Well, let me see. Oh, yes. You see that homely little mug across the room there?
Yes.
That's Fibber McGee.
What? It is not. I'm Fibber McGee.
Yeah?
Sure.
Well, say, that other guy ain't so bad looking after all.
The idea. We didn't come to a nightclub to be insulted by the waiters.
Then I guess you ain't had much experience with nightclubs, lady. How'd you want your steak, Doc?
Oh, medium top.
Okay. Let me know how'd you like the French fried potatoes. We're trying new recipe. We're frying them in rubber cement.
Waiter, take me to Mr. McGee's table. I think... Oh, never mind. I see him. Hello, Fibber.
Oh, hello, Mr. Wilcox.
Hi, Harlow. Hey, Fibber, did you have an item in the Gazette about a certain wealthy man about town and a blonde hat-checked girl? Yes, I did, Harlow. Neat little item, too. I said, quote, what man about town who is no author is making a play for what little blonde hat-checked girl who is no actress? Unquote. Kind of a nifty, eh? Yes, except that same guy is standing outside this nightclub waiting for you with a horsewhip.
Oh, heavenly days, McGee. He followed us over here.
That's a dad-dreaded luck. So that was the story he was sore about. Listen, Harlow, don't tell him we're in here. Tell him we've gone. Okay, pal, whatever you say. Say, incidentally, I've got a little gossip item for your column.
Oh, good. What is it, Mr. Wilcox?
Well, look, don't quote me on this. No. But did you know that a certain prominent businessman and his wife are separating?
No.
Why? Well, the way I heard it, this fella got so fed up with house cleaning every spring and every fall that he just couldn't take it anymore.
Oh, my.
But his wife plays the smart way, you see? What do you mean, Cuddles? Well... Well, she told him that everything was going to be different this year. She said that she'd just learned how to simplify her housework. For instance, she's using Johnson's self-polishing glue coat so she can polish her linoleum floors in a jiffy without any rubbing or buffing. And she's going to use Johnson's paste and liquid wax on the wood floors and furniture and make dusting and cleaning easier the whole year. See?
Oh, well, heavenly days, Mr. Wilcox. Wasn't that enough to reconcile us?
What do you mean, reconcile? Well, you said they were separating. Oh, but that was just while house cleaning was going on. But now that she's found out about Johnson's glow coat and Johnson's wax, why, you can't keep him out of the house. Isn't that a nice little human interest story?
Oh, simply delightful, Mr. Wilcox.
I'm afraid that's too big a story for us. That's got national interest. My column is just local. Oh, I see. Well, Well, I guess I gotta be going. Keep an eye out for that guy with the horsewhip, Fibber.
Hey, does he look pretty mean, Mr. Wilcox?
Mean. He's as sore as a pelican with sinus trouble. See you later, folks. That's okay. Maybe we better get out of here, Molly. I don't want any trouble with that guy.
No, sir. We're not going to run away from him.
Huh?
We'll fight.
We will?
Certainly we will. Besides, you shouldn't worry, dearie. Didn't they tell you at the office that the newspaper was behind you and everything?
Yeah, but if I'm going to get horsewhipped, I want something thicker than a newspaper behind me. Come on, Molly, let's go. Let's get out of here before something...
Oh, there you are, Mrs. McGee. So nice to see you, really.
Oh, how do you do, Mrs. Uppington?
And Mr. McGee, too. Oh, and Mr. McGee's brother.
What do you mean, my brother?
Oh, no, wasn't that silly of me? Oh, no, I thought there were two of you. Oh, it must be the lighting effect in here.
I think things are well enough lit in here, Mrs. Uppington. Don't you, McGee?
Yeah. Ain't you kind of swinging it a little bit, Uppy?
Swinging it? Oh, yes. In fact, I'm afraid I'm becoming quite a bitter insect. Oh, I'm learning a new dance step. The boots to daisy. You swing around like this. Oh, I'm sorry. Certainly was clumsy of me, wasn't it?
Oh, my. What on earth have you been drinking, Mrs. Uppington?
Please, Mr. McGee. I never touch intoxicating beverages, but my waiter suggested a delicious soft drink, some kind of punch. Planter's punch, I believe.
Oh, very refreshing.
Very well named, too. One more punch and they'll plant her. I'm sorry we can't stay enjoying the festivities, Uppy, but we gotta be...
Oh, my, Mr. McGee. Oh, I'm so sorry you can't join the festivities. I'm really sorry. I can't remember when I've had so much fun. Oh, but my goodness, Mr. McGee, you seem terribly upset about something. Is there anything wrong?
Well, nothing that a fast trip to Mexico wouldn't cure, Mrs. Uppington. He's having trouble with his neck.
Really? His neck?
Yes, I stuck it out too far, Uppy.
My, how very amusing. Oh, dear, everything is very amusing tonight. Oh, dear, these people are so charming. Yes, everything is just too lovely. Now, I can hardly keep my feet on the ground. Oh, that was my waiter with one of those delightful Flanders punches. I must get the recipe from him. Oh, roll down to the bedroom. Oh, we'll have some
Come on, Molly, let's sneak out. We can hear Novus on the radio at the office.
He will be followed by Snippy and Snappy with their excruciating songs and witty sayings and a beautiful line of dances to Gil Hooligan. Hiya, Joe. I'll see you back in a minute. Donald Novus singing Melancholy Mood. Let's give him a great big hand, folks.
Melancholy mood forever haunts me, steals upon me in the night. Forever taunts me over the lonely soul am I, stranded high and dry by melancholy mood. Gone is every joy and inspiration, tears are all I have to show. No consolation, all I can see is grief and gloom. Till the crack of doom, oh, melancholy mood. Deep in the night, I search for a trace of a lingering kiss, a warm embrace. But love is a whimsy, as flimsy as lace, and my arms embrace an empty space. Melancholy mood, why must you blind me, pity me, and break the chains? The chains that bind me, won't you release me, set me free? Bring her back to me, oh, melancholy mood. you blind me, pity me, and break the chains that bind me? Won't you release me, set me free, bring her back to me, oh melancholy mood, melancholy
Boy, it's good to be back in a nice, cozy office again, ain't it, Molly? Yes, sir.
Excuse me, Mr. McGee. That man with the whip is here again.
What? He is? Tell him I can't see him, sis.
Yes, sir.
That's a dad-ratted luck. That guy's going to be trailing me around like a busted garter.
Why do you get yourself in a mess like this, McGee?
Search me. I wonder how Walter Winchell handles these situations. Except I'm just as smart as he is. What's he got that I haven't got? Oh, except that he can talk faster.
One other little thing, too, dearie. He can think faster. You know, it's a wonder to me, McGee, that you... You suppose that's him, McGee?
I don't care if it is or not. Hand me that paper knife, Molly. I'm going to defend myself to the last drop. Come in.
Ah, there, Button Beezer. And good evening to you, my dear.
Oh, good evening, Mr. Boomer.
What you want, Boomer?
I have a juicy little tidbit for your column. Oh. Yes, indeed. Came across it in a big house up on 14th Street, where I was a house guest for several minutes one night last week.
Juicy little tidbit, eh? Well, if it ain't too scandalous, we can use it, Boomer.
Let's see it, Mr. Boomer.
Certainly. I have it right here somewhere. Now, where did I put that juicy little tidbit? Tidbit. Where did I put that tidbit? Here's a snapshot of a friend of mine, little Italian football player. Ah, yes, the good old Latin Quarter. A handful of precious stones presented to me unwittingly by a couple of girlfriends. Can't remember whether I got that opal from Ruby or that ruby from opal. Handful of loose bills out of the gate receipts of a minstrel show. Yes. Gentlemen, be cheated. Ta-da!
Come on, Boomer, come on, the tidbit.
The juicy little tidbit.
Ah, yes, the juicy little tidbit. Where can I put that tidbit? Here's a couple of bunion pads. Can always predict the weather by my bunions. Went to a preview last night and I had to get up and leave.
Preview what?
The rains came. A splendid picture has a great deal of power if you care for Tyrone. Ah, what's this? Oh, yes, a bill from my hotel. Glad to pay it, too. Cleanest hotel I ever patronized. They've even changed the lock on my door 4 times. Let's see now. Here's a ticket to the dog show. There's one function I like to attend. Always go and hiss the police dogs. Yes. And here's an abdominal support. Nothing like it to help you keep a stiff upper lap. Some ant poison I bought from my uncle, and a check for short beer. Well, imagine that. No juicy little tidbit. Some unprincipled character must have picked my pocket. The scoundrel.
Imagine that. Imagine anybody picking his pocket.
That's like a fly in the soup complaining about the customer.
Hey, Molly, take a peek out and see if the guy with the whip is still there.
Yep, he's still there.
What's he doing?
Swatting flies with the whip.
Perfecting his aim, eh? Well shot.
Well, here he is, McGee. What are you going to do?
That's right, I'll face him. That's what I'll do. I'll show him he can't imitate me.
You mean intimidate, dearie?
I'll show him what I mean. Come in.
Hi, Mister.
Oh. Hey, little girls, don't ever do that again.
Do what?
Huh? Listen, little girl, it's much, much too late for you to be out. You belong home in bed.
I bet you don't, I bet you. I bet you I belong right here.
Well, why do you?
My father's a cricket.
Your father's a what?
A cricket.
Oh, he is, eh? It'd make just as much sense if I said my father was a grasshopper.
More, I bet you.
Oh, is that so? I says, is that so?
Yes.
Listen, sis, I'm in no mood for any fairy tales. I don't care if your father's a cricketer or a June bug. You'd better go on home.
Well, I bet you. He's a movie critic.
Oh, I get it. He's the movie critic for the paper.
Sure.
Oh.
What paper's your father a grasshopper on?
He ain't on the paper. I mean, he ain't a grasshopper.
Well, you said he was.
Oh, no, I didn't.
Oh, yes, you did.
Oh, no, I didn't.
Oh, yes, you did.
We could go on like this all night, sis.
All right, but I bet you we get tired of it, I bet you.
Listen, sis, I ain't in no mood for nonsense. I'm busy. I don't care if your father is a movie critic. He shouldn't let you wander around like this. Where's your father now?
He went to see Stanley and Livingston.
Oh, he did, eh? Do they work on this paper?
Oh, oh, sure. And they have lunch every day with the Wizard of Oz. Gee, you're a funny man.
Precocious kid. But just the same, if I ever meet this Stanley or Livingston, I'm going to give them a piece of my mind.
I think by the time you meet them, McGee, it won't matter much. Now, what are you going to do about the man with the horsewhip?
Oh, shucks, I don't know. Yes, I do, too. That's right. I'm going to have it out with him. I'm going to tell him to come in here, and if I start anything, he'll finish it. I mean, if I finish anything, how you...
Shall I hold your glasses, dear?
Oh, I'll keep them on. I got to see where I'm falling. Hey, Bud, you with the whip. I'm Fibber McGee. You waiting to see me?
I certainly am. Are you the columnist who wrote the article about the man about town making a play for a blonde hat-check girl?
Yes, he is, and he meant every word of it.
No, let me handle this, Molly. Oh, what if I did, Bud? Shucks, can't you take a joke? After all, hey, you keep away from me now. You leave me alone. Get between us, Molly, before I fly into a blind rage. Now, listen, Bud. Let's talk this thing over.
It's too late for that now.
Oh, now, look, Bud. Let's be reasonable.
Oh, slug him, dearie.
Oh, I will if he cracks at me with that whip.
Oh, don't be like that. Look, that blonde hat-check girl and I were married 6 months ago.
Huh?
And I figured that anybody who's as far behind the times as you are ought to be driving a horse and buggy.
Huh?
Here, take the whip.
Oh, God.
During the past week, it's been pretty warm in many parts of the country, and winter may seem a long way off. But before you know it, the weatherman will be saying wind, rain, snow. Bad days for automobile finishes. But think how lucky you motorists are this year. Think how easy it will be to clean and wax polish your car for winter with Car New, the revolutionary new product just perfected in the famous Johnson's Wax Laboratories. If I could only show you on my own car how amazingly easy it is to use Car New, you'd have some in the next 24 hours. In the old days, in order to clean and wax your car, you had to use a cleaner first, then a wax. 2 operations. But now it's all done in one single operation with Johnson's Car New. You put it on, it dries to a powder, you wipe it off. And there stands that beautiful finish you'd almost forgotten, wax protected. Whether your car is 5 years old or 5 days old, you should wax polish it with Car New. Dust and dirt and weather stains will wipe off easily. And for a long time, your car will be something to be proud of. Stop by and get a can of Johnson's Car New tomorrow, wherever auto supplies are sold or from your regular wax dealer. It's inexpensive, and when you've used it, you'll say with thousands of other car owners, your car looks like new when you use Car New.
And this, Mr. and Mrs. America, with apologies to Walter Winchell, brings to a close another edition of the Johnson Journal. We remain your wistful Mr. correspondent, Fibber McGee and Molly, who think,
Believe it or not,
who think that the best Pat and Mike story in America these days is to say over this mic, let's stand fat. Good night.
good night, all.
This is Harlow Wilcox, speaking for the makers of Johnson's Wax and Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat, Racine, Wisconsin, reminding you that if the community in which you live does not observe daylight saving time, Fibber McGee and Molly will come to you 1 hour later, beginning next Tuesday. Please see your local newspaper for time and station. Good night. This is the National Broadcasting Company. The Johnson Wax Program with Fibber McGee and Molly. The makers of Johnson's Wax and Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat present Marion and Jim Jordan as Fibber McGee and Molly with Donald Novis, Bill Thompson, and Billy Mills Orchestra. The show opens with A New Sun in the Sky. last week's show, I had a telephone call from one of our listeners, and it looks as though I've got another question to answer. This lady said, I know I should wax my floors, but what about all those extra uses I've heard about for Johnson's wax? Are they really important? Well, I'll say this. If you could take a peek at the letters that come in here every day, you'd know they're important. One woman writes, I wax my windowsills and painted woodwork. Another, I wax my parchment lampshades, ornaments, picture frames. A third writes, I wax my enameled refrigerator and my pantry shelves. Now, why do they wax all these things? For the same reasons they wax their floors. For protection, beautification, and labor saving. Protection against fingerprints, surface scratches, and stains. Adding a rich, mellow beauty to every corner of the house. Saving work throughout the entire year because a waxed surface sheds dirt and dust, is easily kept spotless. Now, if you haven't tried these extra uses for Johnson's wax, you're missing a good bet. But be sure you get the genuine Johnson's wax in either paste or liquid form. The wax that has given such lasting satisfaction for over 50 years. And remember, you can save 1/3 by buying the larger sizes. There's been quite a discussion at 79 Wistful Vista, a discussion as to whether or not Fibber should get busy and take down the window screens for the winter. It was quite an argument while it lasted, and here on a stepladder, taking down the window screens, is the loser, very busy under the watchful eye of the winner, Mrs. Simon Legree McGee, a combination otherwise known as Fibber McGee and Molly.
There. I guess that's enough for today, Molly. I'll take the rest of them down later.
Oh, no, you don't, McGee. If we don't get the screens off and the curtains cleaned and all, what on earth will the neighbors think?
What do I care what the neighbors think? They don't think we're clean. They got dirty minds. Tattletale gray matter, you might say. Don't you get it, Molly?
Ain't funny, McGee.
Shucks, and I got up in the middle of the night to write that one down.
Well, after this, McGee, keep your nightmares to yourself. Now get busy on that next screen.
All right.
Oh, there, Johnny. Hello, daughter. Need a handyman to help you take down them screens?
No, thank you, Mr. Oldtimer. My husband can handle it all right.
He says I can do it myself. He's starting a new production next week called Paint in the Garage, and this is my screen test.
That's pretty good, Johnny. But that ain't the way I heard it. The way I heard it, one feller says, t'other feller, says, see where they claim that the weather is caused by spots on the sun. Ever see my kid's freckles? What's that got to do with it, says t'other feller? Well, says the first feller, I got a theory that the spots in my sun are caused by the weather. Well, don't strain yourself, Johnny. Remember, if muscles were meant to be so important, they wouldn't have been hid under your skin.
Hold the ladder, Molly. I'm coming down.
Oh, what for? You've only taken down 2 screens.
I know, but I feel kind of faint.
Oh.
Help me down, will you?
Oh, you poor dear. Oh. Oh, my.
Yeah.
Where do you feel the worst?
Up on the ladder.
Well, now, there's only one thing for you to do, dearie, and that's go to bed. Now, come on in the house and lie down.
Hey, wait a minute, Molly. I can't go to bed. I just happen to think there's a smoker at the club tonight, and I got to interview a lot of talent. Did I tell you about that guitar player I discovered? He's terrific. He's marvelous.
Now, don't excite yourself, McGee. You better run up to bed.
Oh, I don't want to go to bed.
You're going to bed.
But, Molly, I don't.
You're going to bed.
That's what I say. I think I ought to go to bed. On second thought, Molly, I'll just lie down here on the davenport.
Come in.
Good day, madam. I'm from the Wistful Vista Exterminating Company. Are you troubled with pests?
Yes.
What kind?
Salesman from Extermination Company.
I get it.
Who was that? that, Molly?
Oh, that was just a man from the exterminating company.
Oh, too bad you couldn't given him some work to do, Molly. Them poor fellows just live from hand to mouth. Oh, am I sick?
You must.
I'll get it, Molly. It must be that guitar
Lie
player.
still, Dizzy, lie still. Don't exert yourself. I'll answer.
Okay.
79 Wistful Vista, Molly McGee speaking. Yes? Yes. No. No. What? Yes. That's right. Don't mention it. Goodbye.
Who's that?
Wrong number.
There was a lot of conversation for a wrong number.
Oh, don't be so suspicious, McGee. Somebody wanted to know if Billy Mills' next number was going to be Sweet Sue, and that was wrong. The right number is Pagan Love Song.
Oh, prop me up, Molly. I want to hear it. Serious about keeping me laying down all the rest of the day, are you, Molly?
Well, I certainly am. I've even called the doctor. Now, in the meantime, take this medicine.
Oh, what is it?
Well, I don't know, but the label says it's good for man or beast, and you've been working like a dog. Here, take it.
Oh, yeah, but... Uh-oh. I hope that's my guitar player.
Come in.
How do you do, madam? Did you call for a doctor?
Oh, yes. How do you do, doctor? I want you to look at my husband. He was suddenly took ill while taking down the window screen.
Oh, yes. Quite an epidemic of that these days. I think I'd better give him a shot in the arm. Ow!
Hey, what's the idea?
No, don't get excited. Just a flesh wound. Here, let me put a bandage on it. There you are. Lucky thing I was here when this happened.
Say, doctor, give him a good looking over.
Oh, certainly.
Incidentally, Doc, you don't look very good yourself.
I don't?
No, your color's bad. Let's see your tongue.
Yeah.
Very bad. Let me see their pulse, Doc. Oh, no, the other foot.
If you think it's anything serious, I've been working pretty hard here lately.
Oh, pretty hard to tell, Doc, on a hasty examination like this. Do you ever have dizzy spells?
Well,
Any loss of appetite?
Now that you speak of it,
Shall I leave the room whilst you examine the doctor, McGee?
Oh, never mind, Molly. I'm nearly through. Now, listen, Doc. I don't want to alarm you, but you got a bad case. I mean, you're in bad shape. I'd advise a complete rest, no excitement, and a bland diet.
Oh, my gosh. I better get home and go to bed.
What a doctor. I wouldn't let him doctor my horse.
Oh, you haven't got a horse.
I got a good mind to get one just to not let him doctor it. Oh, let me get up, Molly. I feel better. Besides, I got to take that guitar player down to the club when he comes. You ought to hear him, Molly. Why, he's Nick Lucas and Bing Crosby all rolled into one.
That must be very uncomfortable for both of them. Now, you lie still and get some rest whilst I take down the rest of the curtains. And if you want anything, just call me, dear.
is a fine state of how do you do. I can get myself into more scrapes than an old-fashioned razor. That's that.
Hello, Fisher.
Oh, hi, Nick.
Say, what is this I'm hearing about you being under the climate?
You mean under the weather, Nick? Yes, that's right. I guess I've just been overworking.
Well, for Slim's sake, I hope it is only being slightly fatal. I'm hearing that there is quite an epidermis of hay fever.
Not epidermis, epidemic. Epidermis is your skin.
It is? That's funny. I never noticed it. How does it feel?
How does what feel?
Well, maybe not. Anyway, I'm being quite susceptible to having hay fever myself about this time of year. In September, act sober, and no wonder.
Yeah, what makes you think you have hay fever?
Oh, well, every night about 1:30 Amos and Andy, I'm getting in a terrible fever to hit the hay. You grab me?
Maybe that's what I got, Nick.
Is that so? You must be in a very serious condition. If I were you, Fisher, and thank goodness I'm somebody else, I would watch my stomach very closely. And the best way to do that is to cut a little hole in the front of your shirt. Well, I hope you're back on my feet again soon. If you're not feeling better tomorrow, don't you wish you'd been more careful yesterday?
Cheerful guy he is.
Did I hear you talking to someone, McGee?
Yeah, Nick DePopoulos was just in. What you got there, Molly?
A thermometer. I want to take your temperature.
Uh-oh. Where'd you get the thermometer?
Well, what a question.
Huh?
Well, you've seen it 1,000 times. It's been hanging outside the kitchen door for 2 years.
Oh, yeah, well, wait till I put my hat on, Molly. I'd rather know what my temperature is in the shade.
Oh, hello, Mr. Wilcox.
Hello, Molly. Say, what's the matter with you, Fibber?
Oh, hi, Harlow. Oh, I guess I've been overdoing things a little. Yeah, I got took sick right in the middle of taking down the windscreen. Come on, me just like, snap your fingers for me, Harlow. I'm kind of weak.
Okay.
Thanks. Come on, me just like that.
Now, just sit down and make yourself at home, Mr. Wilcox. And don't you tire yourself talking too much, dearie. I've got to go soak my curtains.
Okay, Molly. Hey, Harlow, shut the door.
What's the matter, pal?
Not so loud. Huh? Bend down here a minute. Look, I ain't really sick. I'm bull bricking. I got so dad rather tired of working around here, I pulled a fake. You catch on to it?
Sure, I know how it is. All men get panicky about house cleaning time. But it doesn't bother smart housewives anymore.
Huh? It don't?
No. Not the ones that have learned about Johnson's wax and Johnson's self-polishing glow coat. Glow coat has practically done away with old-fashioned floor scrubbing, you know. It gives linoleum a beautiful wax finish without any rubbing or buffing.
You hear that, folks? Use Johnson's wax and you can drag a commercial in by the heels without leaving a scratch. Go on, Cuddles.
Well, that's all, except that Johnson's paste or liquid wax on wood floors and furniture makes old-time housekeeping as simple as ABC. And when I say ABC, I mean always bright and cheerful. Why, do you know, Fibber?
Well, what are you two whispering about?
Who?
Well, I just didn't want to disturb Fibber too much, Molly. He's a pretty sick fella.
I'm afraid he is too, Mr. Wilcox. I don't know exactly what to do about it.
Well, if I were you, I'd give him a good dose of castor oil, rub his chest with bear's grease, and keep him off cigars for a week or so. Take care of yourself, pal.
Well, of all the dirty... If that ain't the worst ingratitude... Bear's grease. Hey, Molly, that must be that guitar player. If it is, stick around and listen. The guy's tremendous. What a voice.
Now, easy, dearie, easy. Don't get excited.
Okay.
Come in.
Oh, how do you do, Mrs. McGee? And Mr. McGee.
Oh, how do you do, Mrs. Uppington?
Hi, Uppy.
Oh, it's nice to see you both looking so well.
I ain't well, Uppy. I've been sick.
Really? Oh, now please, Miss McGee. Oh, I'm afraid you're just pulling my Latin. But that's what I admire about you. Your drollery.
Hand me a handkerchief, Molly. Uppy says I'm drolling.
Quiet, McGee. No fooling, Mrs. Uppington. He is sick.
Oh, well, then it's probably just a change in temperature. Now, personally, I make every effort to keep in perfect physical condition. I have been going to a trainer 3 times a week at the gymnasium, you know.
trapeze, Uppy. Can't you just see her, Molly? I'll bet she flies through the air with the greatest of effort.
I don't know, McGee. I think it's very sensible of Mrs. Uppington to keep herself in condition.
Oh, yes, you have no idea how it tones one up. Why, I can actually feel my wrinkles just fading away.
Oh, not really.
Well, what's wrong with a few wrinkles, Uppy? After all, a wrinkle is just a dimple that got up to stretch and never sat down again. I feel a little better now. Don't you get it, Uppy? I said.
Oh, yes, that was very amusing.
I thought it was killing you.
Oh, yes, indeed. But Mrs. McGee, you must try my athletic trainer. He is so delightfully brutal. Why, I have seen him tear a telephone book in two with his bare hands. Yes. I asked him how on earth he ever learned to do it, and you know what he said? Well, it was so amusing. He said he got started by tearing up one telephone number at a time when he got married. Wasn't that silly? Oh, my. Well, I must be going. Goodbye.
Folks, here is a rare bit from our Welsh warbler. Donald Nova singing The Man with the Mandolin.
The music man is coming, a happy song he's humming. Beedly-um-bum-bum, beedly-um-bum, here comes the man with the mandolin. Beedly-um-bum-bum, beedly-um-bum, he'll cheer you up till your ship comes in. Lovable old fella, playing an old tune. He comes around every afternoon. Raggedy old minstrel wearing a big grin. You love the man with the mandolin. All the kids holler through the windows above. Mama throw a nickel and the man will pick a little tune we love. Beedly-um-bum-bum, beedly-um-bum. Open your heart, let the music in. Beedly-um-bum-bum, beedly-um-bum. There goes the man with the mandolin. There comes the man with the mandolin. He'll cheer you up till your ship comes in. He comes around every afternoon. You love the man with the mandolin. Beedly-um-bum-bum, beedly-um-bum. Open your heart and let the music in. Beedly-um-bum-bum, beedly-um-bum. There goes the man with the mandolin.
That was grand, Mr. Nova.
I'm glad you liked it, Molly. I used to play the mandolin myself, you know.
Honest, Don? Ain't that a kind of a tough instrument to learn?
Yes, it takes a lot of pluck.
Oh.
Well, see you later, kid.
Well, how do you feel now, dearie?
I'm still kind of weak, Molly. And speaking of the man with the mandolin, I wish that guy with the guitar'd show up. I got to go. Oh, that must be him
Now,
now.
don't get up, McGee. Mustn't tire yourself. I'll see who cares.
Okay, well.
Hi. Oh, hello, little girl. McGee, it's only the little girl from across the street.
Oh, hi, sis. You better run on home. I'm sick.
Hmm?
I says I'm sick.
Why?
That how do I know why? I just am, that's all. Probably just got a little run down.
Oh, did you get the license number?
Whose?
Hmm?
Hey?
Sure.
Listen, sis, you better get out of here. Maybe I got something serious. You wouldn't want to get one of my germs, would you?
I don't know. I see one.
What you talking about? You can't see a germ.
Why?
They're too little, that's why.
Well, maybe we can wait till they grow up, huh?
They don't grow up. They always stay little.
Maybe they don't eat their spinach, I bet you.
Be like that. Germs don't like spinach.
See, maybe I'm a germ. I don't either.
Oh, you don't, eh? Listen, sis, go on home. Suppose I had the mumps, or the measles, or the chicken pox, or something.
Oh, gee, that'd be dandy, I bet you. Can I stay and watch?
Dad, Brad, can you stay and watch what?
Well, Smokey. If you got chicken pox, maybe you'll lay an egg, huh?
Go on. I don't lay eggs.
That ain't the way I heard it, I bet you.
You hear what she says, Molly? That's right. The way I lead with my chin, I ought to be wearing a beard for a shock absorber.
Oh, now calm yourself, Dean.
Well?
After all, you're a sick man and mustn't get excited. Come in.
Mr. McGee live here?
Yes, he does, but he's not very wealthy. Oh, is that a guitar you have with you?
Well, if it isn't, I'm out $7.98.
Well, come right in, Mr.
Saputo, Frankie Saputo, the czar of the guitar.
You don't say. Well, come right in, Mr. Saputo.
Oh, hi, Bud. Just I'd about give you up. And listen, Frankie, don't tie up with nobody as manager till you talk to me, see? Okay, Mr. McGee. Yes, sir. After tonight, Frankie, you'll have more offers than you can handle.
Oh, my goodness, McGee. Mr. Saputo must be wonderful.
Wonderful. He's a sensation, Molly. And he's been right here in Wistful Vista all the time, working in a filling station.
Oh?
I discovered him myself.
Oh, where did you hear him play, McGee?
Huh? Why, well, as a matter of fact, I never did hear him play.
Well, then how do you know he's so wonderful?
I told him.
Oh.
That's right. Oh, I know he was sincere about it, too, Molly. Well, unlimber the old strum bucket and tear off a little swingaroo. Get this, Molly. Now, he not only plays the guitar, but he sings at the same time.
No.
What you going to do, Bud? Well, my most terrific number is Lazy Bones. I'll light the fuse, Frankie. Lazy Bones, fine sun. I try to get your work done. Never get it done in the sun. Lazy bones, shake. I expect to make any money. You never make any money that way, or any other way. When there's me friends, I'll bet. Lazy bones, I expect to make any corn
Still sucks.
meal. You never make any cornmeal, because you don't know how. Because you don't know how.
I must say, McGee, that Mr. Saputo is certainly different.
Yeah, he's even different than I. Well, much obliged, Frankie, my boy. I'll let you know what the committee decides. Okay, Mr. McGee.
So you dug him up all by yourself. Well, all I got to say is you better bury him again.
Shucks, I didn't realize. I mean, I thought I was.
If this is when you get
That's
paid,
well,
now
I didn't take him down to the club, Molly. I'm sicker than ever now.
Well, you just lie there and get some rest. I want you to be well enough tomorrow to finish taking the screens down.
Well, I wouldn't be surprised if you hadn't better get somebody else, Molly. I got a hunch this is the beginning of a long illness. Why can't people leave a sick man alone?
Hush, dearie, don't fret. I'll see who it is.
What a day. I'm darn near convinced myself.
Oh, hello, lady. We had a rush call for a stretcher. Is this the place?
Oh, yes, the stretcher. Bring it right in, please.
Okay. Come on, Joe. Bring it in.
Stretcher. Oh, no, they don't. They don't take me out of here on no stretcher. Hey, Molly.
What is it, McGee?
Tell them to take it away. I ain't sick. I was just kidding.
What?
I was just faking, Molly. I ain't really sick. I kind of fooled you, though, didn't I? Well, I guess I'll go out and take the rest of the screens down. Take the stretcher away, fellas. We don't need it.
Oh, yes, we do, McGee.
Huh?
That's the stretcher for me curtain.
You mean they wasn't... Oh, God.
Often heard the expression, you can't do two things at once. Well, you can put that down as wrong. And I'll tell you two things you can do at once. You can clean and wax polish your car at once in the same operation with Car New, that revolutionary new auto product developed by the makers of Johnson's Wax. Before the days of Car New, you had to use a cleaner first and then a wax. Two products. Today, Car New does both jobs in half the time it used to take. Simply put it on, it dries to a powder, you wipe it off, that's all there is to it. If your car is a brand new 1940 model, or if it's 10 years old, you should wax polish it right now with Car New. Get it ready for those bad weather days that are ahead. Make your job of winter cleaning easy. You can buy Car New wherever auto supplies are sold, or from your regular wax dealer. Everybody's buying it, and they're all beginning to say, your car looks like new when you use Car New.
I never thought you trying to get out of doing your work by pretending to be sick. Aren't you, Shane?
Yeah, I am, Molly. Shame I didn't think of it before. I'd have got away with it, too, if you hadn't brung in that stretcher. That's when I lost hope.
Oh, my goodness. Come on, McGee. Let's hurry home and listen to the radio. He's back tonight.
Who?
Bob Hope.
Oh, okay. Good night.
Good night, all.
This is Harlow Wilcox speaking for the makers of Johnson's Wax and Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat, Racine, Wisconsin, inviting you all to be with us again next Tuesday night at this same time. Good night.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
The Johnson Wax Program with Fibber McGee and Molly. The makers of Johnson's Wax and Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat present Marion and Jim Jordan as Fibber McGee and Molly with Donald Novis, Bill Thompson, and Billy Mills Orchestra. The show opens with Embraceable You. In these days of fall house cleaning and moving, there's a question that probably has occurred to a great many of you. It's this. Is there anything I can do now that will make my housework easier throughout the year and at the same time add greater beauty to my home? Well, there is an answer to that question, and here it is. Take full advantage of the many uses for genuine Johnson's Wax. You may be using Johnson's paste or liquid wax now on your floors. If you are, then you know how much easier it is to keep the floors clean, and how much more beautiful they become with every waxing. You know that floor scrubbing is done away with. The dust and dirt cannot stick to a Johnson Wax surface. You should know, then, that you can save more work, make your home more beautiful, by applying that same wax to many other things. Furniture and woodwork, for example, and windowsills, leather articles like luggage and book covers, parchment lampshades and picture frames, even your enameled refrigerator and pantry shelves. Do a little experimenting with Johnson's Wax in your home. You'll quickly realize its labor-saving possibilities. Well, old man Opportunity is approaching the McGee home tonight. Yes, here he is. He checks the house number, 79 Wistful Vista, with a slip of paper in his hand, and... opportunity knocks. And here in the living room, all unaware that destiny is pointing a well-manicured finger at them, we find Fibber McGee and Molly.
McGee, there's somebody at the door.
Maybe it's the wolf.
Oh. Why, it couldn't be. He knows us well enough to walk right in. McGee, are you going to answer that door, or am I?
Play a game around me to see who answers it.
All right, you set up the card table.
Oh, no, you set up the card table.
Flip your coin to see who sets up the card table.
Okay. Dad, I ain't got a coin.
Oh, dear, I'll go. Yes?
How do you do? Is this the Fibber McGee residence?
Yes, it is.
Is Mr. McGee at home?
Yes, he is.
May I see him, please?
Yes, you may. McGee, put your shoes on. A gentleman to see you.
He's a gentleman. He wouldn't notice I got him off.
Just step in, sir.
Thank you. Are you Fibber McGee?
Well, that's how I'm known locally, Bud. Though during the Boxer Rebellion in China, I was known as King Pui Hao, the hero of Choi Mu. They gave me that name in the campaign in 1902 when I penetrated the interior of King Hoi with a cake of ice on my head.
Cake of ice on your head?
Yeah, I was disguised as a coolie.
Well, sir, I said, McGee, why don't you see what the gentleman wants? And I don't think he wants any of that.
Huh? Oh, excuse me, Bud. But whenever I meet anybody from China, it kind of brings back the good old days. How long since you've been there?
Been where?
Why, in China.
I've never been in China.
Didn't you just tell me you were the hero of Choi Mu in the Boxer Rebellion?
That was you, dearie.
Huh? Oh, yes. Well, what can I do for you, Bud?
Mr. McGee, would you be interested in making $500? Why,
Oh, heavenly day. He went right through the chair.
yes.
Get up off the floor, dearie, and answer the gentleman.
Did you say $500, Bud?
$500.
Well, I must say it's a very interesting proposition.
I haven't told you what the proposition is.
You mentioned $500, Bud. The rest of it is mere detail.
Well, perhaps I'd better introduce myself. I am Throckmorton P. Gildersleeve.
Oh, I'm glad to know you, Throcky. Well, what's it all about?
Simply this, McGee.
Yes?
I have what is probably the most complete and valuable collection of autographs in the world.
Uh-huh.
But I lack one signature to make it just 100% up to date.
Yes?
The man who gets me that signature, I'll pay $500.
Oh, my. For $500, we'll get Ferdinand the Bull to write his name on the head of a pin.
Yeah, that's very good, Ferdinand. But a bull can't write.
Make it $550 and we'll teach him. How'd you happen to come to me, Bub?
Well, I was making inquiries.
Yes?
I was looking for a man with nerve and ingenuity.
I see.
A man who's not easily discouraged. A man with persistence and stick-to-itiveness.
Well, that's me, Throcky. I got more stick-to-itiveness than chewing gum on a dance floor. Why, even as a kid, I was noted for my persistency, Bud. No matter how ugly things looked, I was always in there plugging.
Yes?
Plug Ugly McGee, I was known as in them days. Plug Ugly McGee, the ping-pong pop of persistency with a passionate pride for prying, probing, peeking, and poking into perfection problems, poo-pooing personal perils when periodically penetrating the private practices of public personalities planning on plucking the public purse, and perennially popular as the personification of perseverance from the pound and pulse of the proud Pacific to the... Well, was I terrific?
So you really think you're the man to handle this for me, do you, McGee?
You betcha, Bud. I'm a go-getter.
A go-getter, eh? How about that, Mrs. McGee? Is he a go-getter?
Oh, he certainly is a go-getter.
You bet I'm a go-getter. All you gotta do is tell me whose autograph you want, Bud.
Well, it's public enemy number one, Killer Canova the gangster. My goodness, he's fainted. Is there a doctor in the neighborhood?
No, but there's a trained nurse next door. Shall I go get her?
Yes, go get her.
swell, Billy Mills.
What's that smell, McGee?
This is the gas house district, Molly. Killer Canova lives around here someplace.
Say, tell me, dearie, why were you so upset about getting Killer Canova's autograph?
Well, he's the toughest guy in the country, Molly. He's killed 82 people.
Oh, my.
Yeah.
Then why don't they arrest him?
They did, 3 times. Twice for double parking and once for spitting on the sidewalk.
Well, they'll catch up with him sooner or later.
Betcha.
All he has to do is kill 14 more people, and they'll put him in jail for evading his income tax.
Boy, this sure is a tough-looking neighborhood.
Oh, I don't know, McGee. It seems real quiet to me.
Oh, you think it does, eh?
Yeah, sure it does. Why, look, even the policemen walk around 2 by 2. They have so little to do, they get lost. Heavenly day.
Hey, what the... Who's... what's going on here, Bud?
Oh, nothing. Us guys from the Spadula gang uses that old building across the street for bank robbery practice, see?
Oh.
Yeah, that way we
How
can...
was that, Coach?
That was better, Joey. 24 seconds from stick up to getaway. But watch them signals. Uses weak on interference. And we gotta have a substitute for Bumpsy. Any harness bullet intercept him in the first minute of play.
Okay, Coach. That all for today?
Yeah, turn in your guns and meet me at the pool room for skull practice.
Sure, Coach.
Okay.
My. It looks like you were right, dearie. This isn't what I would call a real peaceful neighborhood.
I'll say it ain't. There's a sign on that blacksmith shop.
Ah. Come in and try on a new fall vest. Tailored by Hart Schaffner and Bethlehem Steel.
I tell you, Molly, that this district is tougher than a lamb chop on a blue plate special.
Oh. Not that, McGee. Well, let's get busy here.
Okay.
Where does Killer Canova live?
Search me, but he ought to be easy to find. We'll ask somebody. He's probably...
Hey there, kids. Want to buy some stolen perfume? Any hot furs? Oh, hello there, Gunner. Hello, Johnny. What you doing down here?
Why, hello there, Mr. Oldtimer. Aren't you ashamed of yourself trying to sell us stolen goods?
Hey!
Never mind that, old-timer. Maybe you can tell us where to locate this Killer Canova. We want to get him to play ball with us for an autograph. KC at the bat, you might say.
That's pretty good, Johnny. But that ain't the way I heard it. The way I heard it, one feller says, t'other feller, says, her name's Killer... Ooh, Killer Canova? Oh, no, you don't, Johnny. Count me out. That fella don't give autographs, he gives epitaphs. Excuse me, I gotta see a doctor about my face. It talks too much.
Heavenly days, McGee. Did you see his face turn white when you mentioned Canova's name?
Yeah.
Why, he was scared to death.
Seems to be a slight nervousness in the neighborhood.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe the police have been down here,
Yeah.
kicking the gang around. That hurts.
You know, Molly, I think the government needs more yeast in its dough. That $500 looks smaller to me every minute. I have a notion to give up the... Oh, hello there, little girl.
Hi, mister.
Hey, listen, sis, this is a bad district for little girls like you. You better run on home.
Hmm?
I said you better skip along home.
I can, I betcha. I got business down here.
I see. What business?
Well, there's a moving picture my dog and I want to see, and this is the only neighborhood we can see it in, I betcha.
Oh, I see. What picture is it?
The Wizard of Oz.
Oh.
It's a double future.
Feature.
Hmm?
It ain't double future, it's double feature.
Why?
Dad, because it is, that's why. Future means something that ain't here yet.
It is too, I betcha. It started yesterday.
Oh, well, let it go.
Okay, after we see it.
What other picture are you going to see?
Well, hmm?
I says, what's the other picture in the double feature?
There isn't any, I betcha.
Well, then it can't be a double feature if there's only one picture.
Oh, yes, it can.
No, it can't.
Oh, yes, it can.
No, it can't.
Can it?
No.
Hmm?
Look, sis, the Wizard Wizard of Oz is only one picture. So how do you figure you're seeing a double feature?
Well, gee, I'm taking my dolly, and I bet you don't make any difference whether two people see one picture or one people see two pictures. So long, mister. Oh, we're off to see the wizard, the wonderful Wizard of Oz. See, here he is, the Wizard of Oz. If ever a wizard was, if ever a wizard was, the Wizard of Oz is one because of the wonderful things he does. Wow. We're off to see the wizard, the wonderful Wizard of Oz.
Hey, Molly.
What, dearie?
Look, I got an idea.
Well, shake your head. Maybe it'll go away.
No, listen. Why did old Gildersleeve want Killer Canova's autograph?
Because he didn't have it, Cooley.
Exactly. And if he ain't got it, he don't know what it looks like. What's to prevent us from just taking...
McGee, are you suggesting that we take a signature and sell it for $500?
Why, Molly, that's dishonest.
Certainly is.
Yeah. On the other hand, it's pretty practical. Why, just think we could...
Oh, look, McGee.
Huh?
My. Here comes a man running down the street in his DVD.
Go on. That's a tracksuit. That's some guy in training. Hey, Bud, come here.
Hello, pal. Hello, babe. What are you doing around here?
Oh, it's Mr. Wilcox. What are you doing here?
Oh, I was born and raised in this neighborhood.
You hear that, Molly? I always says Wilcox came from the wrong side of the tracks.
You should talk, dearie.
Huh?
Your mother told me you'd have learned to walk a year sooner if the ties hadn't been so far apart. So this is your old neighborhood, Mr. Wilcox.
Yeah, I like to come back once in a while and mix it up with the old gang. A bunch of my old pals is fighters down here, and I trains with them.
Oh, heavenly days. I should think polishing floors and linoleum would give you enough exercise.
Ah, there's nothing to that. That's kid stuff. Why, with Johnson's self-polish and glow coat, there ain't any work at all.
You led with your linoleum that time. Well, go on, Tuddles. Tear into it.
Well, you see, it's this way. With Johnson's glow coat, you just pour a few drops on the linoleum, spread it around with the long-handled plier, and that's all there is to it. And when it dries, it sparkles like a chorus girl's eyes at a $10 table d'hôte. Why, it's so easy, I get out of condition. I get soft, see? So I comes down here to work out with the boys.
Oh. Well, if you're acquainted down here, Mr. Wilcox, maybe you can tell us where Killer Canova lives.
Oh, excuse me. I gotta finish my road work before I cools off, and I just had a chill. Goodbye now.
Imagine that. You get that, Molly? You mentioned Killer Canova's name around here, and everybody clams up like a bowl of chowder.
Well, say, now, listen, let's sit down on the steps of this house and think this thing out.
Okay. Now, the first thing we got to do, Molly, is to...
Oh, my. A street singer. You, Mr. Street Singer.
Yeah. Hey, listen, Bud, can you tell us where Killer Canova lives?
Yeah, but I ain't talking, see?
Oh, all right. If you won't talk, will you sing?
Certainly. Nobody can hang nothing on me for that.
Looks something like Don Novus, don't he, Molly?
Yes, he does.
What do you want me to sing, brother?
I'd like to hear you sing The Lamp is Low.
Okay, shall I sing it clear with hot wicks?
We'll take it plain, Si.
Dream beside me in the midnight glow. The lamp is low. Dream and watch the shadows come and go. The lamp is low. While you linger in my arms, my lips will sigh, I love you so. Dream the sweetest dream we'll ever know. Tonight the moon is high, the lamp is low.
You get so much
Thank you
in
very
that.
much, Mr. Street Singer. That was beautiful.
Certainly was, Bud, and I can't get over how much you look like a friend of ours, Donald Novus.
Hey, that's funny. You look like some pals of mine, too. Fibber McGee and Molly. Small world, ain't it?
Yes, it is. Almost too small for comfort. Good night.
Did you try taking it back
Come on,
up?
dearie. Get up off of those steps. Let's get going.
Oh, gee, Molly, let's sit here and rest a while.
Was it yesterday?
Uh-oh, here comes
Yeah, like onion.
I beg your pardon, you're trespassing, you know.
Well, we're very sorry, sir.
I shouldn't have mentioned it, madam, except that strangers lurking about make the master extremely known.
Okay, Bud, we'll go. But speaking of lurking, maybe you can tell us where to lurk for a guy named Killer Canova.
This is Mr. Canova's residence, sir.
Oh, my gosh.
Heavenly days, are you Mr. Canova?
No, madam, I'm Mr. Canova's personal servant. I lay out the clothes he likes in the morning and the people he doesn't like in the evening. May I ask what you wanted with Mr. Canova?
Oh, this is wonderful. Listen, Jeeves, or Jarvis, or whatever your name is, pop in and ask the killer to give us his autograph, will you?
Yes, tell him it means a great deal to us.
Well, I'm very sorry, but what you ask is impossible. Mr. Canova never gives his autograph.
Oh, come on, Bud. There's $10 in it for you if you do.
I beg your pardon. Are you trying to bribe me?
Yes, we are.
Shrewd judges of character, if I may say so, madam. Will you make it 25?
Okay, Bud, 25.
Thank you, sir. I shall do my best. If you continue to dilly-dally about for a few moments in the vicinity, I shall report my progress. May I add, however, that I'm not extremely optimistic. Thank you very much.
Boy. Hot dog, Molly. Looks like we're in $500.
475, McGee.
Oh, well, what's the
Ah, there, my dear. Lovely evening, isn't it? Or is it? Certainly is.
How do you do, Mr. Boomer?
Hi, Boomer.
Oh, saucepan. If we were in the woods, I would ask what you were doing in this neck of them.
Say, we've been hired to get Killer Canova's autograph, Mr. Boomer.
Yeah, and we just bribed his valet $25 to get it for us.
That's all. Think I could have sold you one for 15.
You could?
No, it ain't too late, Boomer. Where'd you got it?
Oh, I have it right here in my pocket somewhere. Genuine Killer Canova autograph. Came across it in the files when I was a trustee. Trustee. Now, let me see. Where did I put that autograph? Autograph. Here's a small tube of library paste. In case I ever want to stick around home and read. Invitation to an alumni dinner party. Ah, yes. A middle-aged spread, you might say.
Now, please, Mr. Boomer, the autograph, if any.
Oh, yes, the autograph. Have it right here someplace. Here's a small box of stench bombs. Great one, if you like. It won't be noticed on this program. Strawberry lollipop. Oh, sucker. A check for short beer. Well, imagine that. No autograph. Must be in my trunk in the manager's office at my hotel. Well, good day, my dear. Good day, Mugwump.
Hey, Molly, I just thought of something.
What, again?
What if Killer Canova finds out we tried to bribe his valet?
Well, what if he does?
Well, that's what I say. What if he does? I don't care if he is public enemy number one. If he comes out and gets tough with me, you know what I'll do?
I certainly do.
Well, what of it? I'll wait for you at the corner.
Oh, why, how do you do, Mr. McGee? So nice to see you.
How do you do, Mrs. Uppington?
And Mr. McGee, how do you do?
Hi, Effie.
Heavenly days, Mrs. Uppington. Isn't this rather a tough neighborhood to find you in?
Oh, not a bit, my dear. You see, we club women take groups of children from every section in the city and teach them constructive things, such as folk dancing and basket weaving.
Oh, not really. Well, now, isn't that useful? Particularly the basket weaving. You know, Mrs. Uppington, I was on my way to a party once. The fireman's ball, I think it was. And I suddenly felt if I could only weave a basket, I would be a great social success.
Really? How dreadfully interesting.
Well, now, if you can believe it, Mrs. Uppington, I stopped right there in the street, grabbed a handful of green and yellow twigs and wove a little basket.
Oh, what'd you do with it, Molly?
Well, on the way I lost it.
How very amusing. Well, I must be going. I must take these phonograph records down to my little class in music appreciation.
Oh, what records are they, Mrs. Uppington?
Oh, they're by some of the greatest masters. Now, let me see. Here is one by Arthur Shaw, Thomas and James Dorsey, Glenn Miller, and Theodore Weems, Robert Crosby, and Benjamin Goodman. Oh, here is even one by a nobleman, Count Basie.
That's a pretty hot bunch of classics, Uppy. And you're smart not to mess around with them jitterbugs like Stokowski.
Oh, I'm so glad you approve of my selection. Personally, I'm afraid I'm not too musical, although I adore the violin. Oh, but it was spoiled for me when I heard that violin music was merely the result of dragging the tail of a horse across the interior of a cat. Isn't that a horrible conception? Oh, my friend, so nice seeing you. Well, good night. Good night.
Well, as I always says, Molly, that socially this world is like a hunk of pie. There's the upper crust, the lower crust, and they both make mincemeat of the middle part. See, you take the upper crust and put...
Hold it, McGee.
Okay.
Put the philosophy back in the bag. Here comes the man from Canova.
Uh-oh.
I beg your pardon, madam. Here's a note from Mr. Canova for you.
Hot dog. Now, did you get the autograph, Bud?
May I suggest you read the note, sir?
What did he say, McGee?
Oh, listen. Killer Canova don't give nobody no autograph. This means you. This is final. Read it. And don't bother me no more. See? Signed, Killer Canova. Oh, yeah? Boy, that dirty little sneak insulting us, huh?
He can't do that to us.
I'll say he can't. This for him, Bud.
Oh, I say, may I ask the object in getting up the note?
Certainly you may ask. That's just to show what we think of him and his dress.
But I understood, madam, that you wished his signature.
Well, we did.
What was the matter with the one you had?
Huh?
Where?
On the note, madam. He signed it, I believe.
Oh, heavenly days. So he did. McGee, you ruined it.
You mean that note was his? That was his signature? Oh, what did I do that for? Oh, come on, Molly. Just don't take it so hard. Don't cry.
I'm not crying. I'm shivering. You just throw up a new fur coat. Oh, dear.
Oh, Shaw.
Oh, quite.
Fibber and Molly will be back in just a moment. What seven-letter word spells America's fastest-selling #1 floor polish? It's GLO-COAT, Johnson's Glow Coat. The popularity of Glow Coat is increasing every day, and more women discover what a satisfactory product it really is. Glow Coat is as easy to use as any floor polish you can buy. You simply put it on your floor, and in 20 minutes it dries to a beautiful hard polish without any rubbing or buffing. That's why Glow Coat is called self-polishing. But easy to use is only part of the story. It's because Glow Coat gives such complete satisfaction every time that women tell their friends about it. Try self-polishing Glow Coat on your kitchen linoleum and on varnished wood floors, too. It saves you work, makes floors easy to keep clean, and greatly adds to their beauty.
Folks, this is Fibber McGee and Molly saying goodnight for us from Johnson's Wax until next week. Incidentally, Molly, I'll say so long to you, too, for a week or so.
Why, McGee? Where are you going?
Well, I've been called to New York.
Oh.
I have to be there tomorrow. I'm on a committee of 10 to consider ways and means of combating red activities in America.
Well, a committee of 10. Who's the other 9?
The New York Yankees. Good night.
Good night, Hall.
This is Harlow Wilcox speaking for the makers of Johnson's Wax and Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat, Racine, Wisconsin, inviting you all to be with us again next Tuesday night at the same time. Good night.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
The Johnson Wax Program with Fibber McGee and Molly. The makers of Johnson's Wax and Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coats present Marion and Jim Jordan as Fibber McGee and Molly with Donald Novus, Bill Thompson, and Billy Mills Orchestra. The show opens with A Shine on Your Shoes. If I were Professor Quiz, I'd ask you this question. What are the three main benefits you get by using genuine Johnson's Wax on floors, furniture, and woodwork? Most of you know the answer, of course. Those three benefits are, number one, protection. Number two, beauty. Number three, saving work. How does Johnson's Wax give protection? By spreading an invisible, tough coat over the surface. A wax shield that guards against scratches, stains, scuffing shoes, fingerprints. How does Johnson's Wax give beauty? By transforming dull, lifeless floors into lustrous, gleaming floors. By adding a satiny, mellow polish to tabletops, chair arms, woodwork, windowsills. A polish that dust, dirt, fingerprints cannot cling to. How does Johnson's Wax save work? By doing away with floor scrubbing. By cutting dusting in half. And by the ease with which a wax surface is kept clean and spotless. For these three reasons, protection, beauty, work-saving, buy some genuine Johnson's Wax, either paste or liquid, tomorrow. Well, this is the night of the Charity Bazaar and Rummage Sale, which is one of Wistful Vista's big annual social events. All the better people in Wistful Vista will be there. You can't keep the McGees away either. And here in their living room, trying to decide what they will contribute to the Rummage Sale, we find Fibber McGee and Molly.
Well, McGee, what do we give him? Let's donate that clock.
What clock?
The one Aunt Sarah gave us for a wedding present. You know, that marble Venus with the clock in her stomach?
Oh. Why give that away? I think it's very decorative.
Well, it makes me uncomfortable, that's why. I keep thinking how I'd feel if I was Venus. Having people glance at my stomach and say, "My, it's getting late. I guess I better go home."
Well, now, just the same, we're not going to give that clock away.
Okay, you suggest something.
Well, I was just going to, dearie. I was going through our winter clothes, and look what I found.
Oh, you found something?
Your old overcoat.
Huh?
I think we better donate it.
What? My overcoat? Sure. Why, Molly, you can't give that overcoat away. What's the matter with it?
Well, for one thing, look at this fur collar.
Looks all right to me.
Oh, it does it? I'll bet this collar knows every moth in town as McGee's picnic roll. And the buttons.
What's the situation with the buttons?
Very bad, dearie. 2 of them are only working part-time, and 3 of them have quit.
Oh, just the same, Molly, I can't part with that coat. Why, that's my old Army overcoat, Molly, that I had dyed blue and the fur collar put on to it. Still looks good. People still compliment me on that overcoat.
Ah, they're kidding you, McGee.
Huh?
You're too gullible.
Oh, well, maybe I am. I'll tell you why that is, Molly. You see, I was left on the doorstep when I was a baby, and I've been taken in by people ever since.
Come in.
Fibber McGee and Molly?
You betcha, Bud. Why?
Hey, I've got a cute idea for one of your programs.
Oh, how nice.
What's the idea, Bud?
Can you sew?
No, what?
Okay, if that's the way you feel about it.
Must have said the wrong thing, Molly.
You did, and I'll tell you why, McGee.
Huh? Why?
Well, when you were a little baby, they left you on a doorstep. And you've been putting your foot in your mouth ever since. But now about this overcoat.
I definitely refuse to part with that overcoat, Molly. I got a great affection for that coat.
People are still fond of Rip Van Winkle, too.
I don't get the comparison.
Well, you know what he looked like when his nap wore off.
Club sent me over. Got anything you want took to the rummage sale?
Well, not yet, Mr. Oldtimer. We haven't decided what we're going to send.
We was arguing about sending my overcoat. When you butted in, I was ahead by one sleeve and a shoulder pad.
That's pretty good, Johnny. But that ain't the way I heard it. The way I heard it, one feller says to t'other feller, says, my doctor wants me to get vaccinated. Think I ought to? Why, sure, says t'other feller. Then when somebody says smallpox, you can say, I don't get it. Well, when you make up your mind what you want to send to the auction, just let me know.
All right. What's your phone number?
Better send me a note, daughter. I ain't got a phone.
What? No phone?
Nope. Lots of my friends got 'em, and they ain't satisfied with 'em. I'm going to wait and see how they work out.
Now, look here, McGee. Why don't you send this overcoat to the auction and get a new one?
No, sir. This is a very expensive coat.
I thought you said the Army gave it to you.
That's what makes it expensive. Think of the dough I could have been making while I was in the Army. No, sir, you can't get me.
Come in.
Oh, how do you do, Mrs. McGee? And Miss McGee.
How do you do, Mrs. Uppington?
Hi, Uppy.
Say, where are you going, McGee?
I just happened to remember, Molly, I forgot to crevice the port aside. I'll see you later, Uppy.
What was it he said he had to do, Mrs. McGee?
Crevice the port aside.
Oh, yes. Well, that must be very interesting work. Oh, now tell me, Mr. McGee, you are coming to the charity bazaar tonight, are you not?
Oh, we certainly are, Mrs. Uppington. Listen, will you do me a favor? Take this overcoat and give it to them for the rummage sale. But for goodness sakes now, don't say anything to McGee about it. This is the only way I can get him to buy a new one.
Oh, of course, my dear. Yes, I can't take it with me now, but I shall have my chauffeur call for it later in the day.
Oh, thank you very much, Mrs. Uppington. I hate to trouble you, but you're so busy, you know, and all. Sometimes I wonder how you find time for all your social activities.
Sometimes I wonder myself, my dear. Between my afternoon parties and my church work, I certainly have to mind my P's and Q's.
Oh, my. So you think this is going to be quite an affair tonight, do you, Mrs. Uppington?
Oh, but definitely. Oh, we're having several amusing novelties. Some of the junior league girls are going to auction off kisses.
Positively, Mrs. Uppington?
Absolutely, Mrs. McGee. Of course, if the girls get too busy, I shall be only too glad to offer my own services.
That's the spirit, Mrs. Uppington. Just slap on a little evening in Paris and you'll give the boys a big night in Wistful Vista. Oh, but say you better wear your sorority pin for atmosphere.
Oh, that's not a bad idea, my dear. But still, I'm afraid a sorority pin is not much indication of usefulness. After all, Mahatma Gandhi still wears his safety pin. Oh, am I just being a silly girl? Oh, well, goodbye.
You can come out now, dearie. She's gone.
Much obliged, Molly. Now, about this overcoat.
Look here.
Huh?
Now, what would you say if, would you feel terribly bad if we sent it to the auction sale?
I certainly would, Molly. This coat means too much to me. There's a lot of memories wrapped up in this old army coat. See where it's been mended in the side here?
Oh.
That's where it got slashed with a bayonet.
Oh, really, McGee?
You betcha. It was a pretty bad moment, too, I tell you. I remember it just like it was yesterday. I don't know yet why I wasn't killed.
Oh, my.
There I was, shoulder to shoulder with two of my buddies, slashing, stabbing, and cutting away for dear life.
Oh.
And all of a sudden I felt cold steel sliding along my ribs.
Oh.
Well, sir, quick as a flash, I dodged to one side, and that saved my life. And that taught me a lesson.
What do you mean?
That's the last time I ever tried to peel potatoes with a bayonet. Now, come on, let's go to the bazaar. Folks, Donald Nova sings South of the Border.
South of the border, down Mexico way. That's where I fell in love when south of the border, down Mexico way. She was a picture in old Spanish lace. Just for a tender while I kissed the smile upon her face. For it was fiesta, and we were so gay. South of the border, down Mexico way. Then she sighed as she whispered, Manana, never dreaming that we were parting. And I lied as I whispered, Manana, for our tomorrow never came. South of the border, I rode back one day. Then in a veil of white by candlelight she knelt to pray. The mission bells told me that I mustn't stay. South of the border, down Mexico way.
Quite a busy bazaar, ain't it, Molly?
Yes.
Hey, we never did decide what we'd donate to the auction.
Oh, forget it, dearie. I took care of it.
Huh? Oh, good. I was afraid you was going to insist on sending them my overcoat. Incidentally, keep your eye out for that guitar player I'm managing. I told him to close up the filling station and come down here. I thought this would be a pretty good spot to try him out again.
Oh, McGee, he's terrible.
What do you mean, terrible? Just because he was a little self-conscious?
Miss Kid, want to buy a kiss for charity?
Not now, sis. I might be back later. I'm just shopping around right now. Got to take a look at the various techniques.
Why, McGee?
Oh, I'm just kidding. Did you kiss with your eyes closed, sis?
No, not always, but in your case I would. So you're kidding her, are you? Come on, I want to see the exhibit.
Oh, there, right this way, my young friend. Step right up and take a whirl on the Wheel of Fortune. Delicious pies, cakes, and cookies. Only $1, only $1. Step right up and try your luck.
Look, Molly, Horatio K. Boomer.
In the flash, Doodlebug. I'm about to raffle off item 24, this delicious cake. Looks so good I bought a chance on it myself. Come, my friends. Only 2 tickets left. Take a whirl for charity's sake. Step right up and win a cake.
Say, it does look delicious, McGee. Let's take the last 2 tickets.
Okay, it must be good if Boomer bought a ticket on it himself. We'll take them, Boomer.
Splendid, splendid. That closes the bidding, folks. I am about to spin the wheel.
Well.
Round and round for charity. Whoever wins, it's cake with me. And the winning number is 16. Number 16 wins. Who has number 6? Well, imagine that. I won it myself.
Hey, wait a minute, Boomer. You didn't win that cake. I won it. I got number 16.
He certainly has, Mr. Boomer.
Don't doubt it a bit, my dear. Don't doubt it a bit. But I hold number 91.
91?
Thought you said the winning number was 16.
So it is. But I forgot to mention that item 24 was an upside-down cake. To allow auction off item number 24.
I suppose if the wheel had stopped on 00, he'd have paid himself off with a couple of donuts.
Oh, well, come on, dearie.
Hey, Mr. McGee, here I am.
Oh, hi, Frankie. I'm glad to see you. You remember Frankie Saputo, Molly? The guy with the guitar?
Oh, yes, indeed. How do you do, I'm sure?
Did you practice up on that new number like I told you?
I sure did, Mr. McGee.
Good. Under my management, Frankie, you're going to go places. Well, unlimber the tinkle box while I climb up here and make an announcement. Attention, please. Ladies and gentlemen, attention, please. We've got a surprise for you tonight. I wish to present my latest discovery, the young fellow I found working in Gildersleeve's filling station, Mr. Frankie Saputo, the sensational golden voice guitar. Mr. Saputo will offer for his first number, You Go to My Head. Go ahead, son.
You go to my head, and you linger like a refrain, and I find you spinning my brain in a bottle of beer. You go to my head, and you drink burgundy wine. You're drunk all the time on Sunset and Vine. The thrill of the thought that you might say, hello. Hello. It cast a spell over me. Shall I say? All right. You go to my head, and you smile till the temperature rises like April, May. And July, I'll kiss you and say goodbye. I'm not a ghost wearing pants. I am romance. You go to a How was that, Mr. McGee? Was I in the groove?
In the groove? I thought for a minute you were in the Grand Canyon.
Oh, she's just kidding, Frankie. You were colossal. They ate it up.
Gee, thanks.
Yes, sir. There's no doubt about it, Frankie. You're a genius. In fact, you've got such a stupendous talent that it scares me a little to be responsible for it. So, as your former manager...
Former?
Yes, as of now. Good night, Frankie.
Oh, good night, good night.
Heavenly days, McGee. The idea of telling him he's terrific. Personally, I think he's just where he belongs, in a floor show at a rummage sale.
Well, hello there, folks. Are you having a good time?
Oh, hello, Mr. Wilcox. Yes, it's very interesting, isn't it?
You, gentlemen, who bought gifts for charity?
Now, go on, Harlow. Buy a kiss.
Oh, no, I don't want to.
Oh, go on. We won't tell, Harlow. Here's a fellow that'll buy a kiss, sis.
Oh, no, gee, I don't want to.
Oh, be a sport, Mr. Wilcox.
Go on, Piker, pucker.
Well, all right, just a little one. How much, lady?
Well, whatever you think it's worth. Pay afterwards.
All right.
Oh, say, aren't you Harlow Wilcox, the Johnson's wax salesman?
Yes, he is, dearie.
Oh, you met him before, sis?
I certainly have.
Oh, well, never mind that. Now, come on, give me a kiss and let's get it over
Oh,
with.
you bet I will, Mr. Wilcox. Here. That's for telling my mother about that wonderful Johnson's wax.
Hey, he's married.
Hey, now, wait a minute.
Oh, don't go yet. I want to show you how grateful I am for the way our house looks.
Jesus,
Our
lady.
wood floors and furniture look simply scrumptious.
But just a minute, please.
And Mother says that it cuts housework down to an absolute minimum. Oh, you wonderful man.
Yeah, but...
What is it? What are you
And
writing?
Mother says that dust and dirt simply will not stick to a Johnson wax floor. And not only floors, we use it on practically everything. That's why I wanted to thank you. And thank you. And
tell me she's a junior leaguer. That gal's from the big league.
Oh, darn it, Fibber. Now see what you've done. I've got lipstick all over my face.
Oh, dear. Here, oh, where are you going, Mr. Wilcox?
I'm going home and confess this whole thing to my wife. That's where I'm going. I've fainted. I'm hurt. I've been untrue. Let me out of here.
Oh, I guess not, sis. Thank you.
Thank you.
I didn't like the way she said that, Molly. Anyway, I don't like this idea of gals selling kisses. It ain't right. It's repulsive.
Oh, well, it's for charity, McGee, and they seem to be doing a lot of business.
Yeah, I guess they are at that. Say, look at that booth with all the jelly and preserves and pickles and all stuff like that there.
They certainly look beautiful, don't they, dearie?
I'll say they do. You make all that stuff yourself, sis?
Certainly did, Shorty. Us girls were canning raspberries all night last night. Did we have a jam session? Yippee!
How's business, Grandma?
Oh, I can't complain, Skippy. But our pickles are going good tonight, too. Yes, sir. Made a 50-50 deal with the girls in the kissing booth.
What do you mean, a 50-50 deal? What's sour pickles got to do with kisses?
Try one, Johnny, and see how it puckers you up. Oh, boy, it takes a gherkin to get you working.
Yeah, I can hear that. I'll bet you learned to yell like that cheering for Robert Fulton when he was trying out his steamboat.
Oh, there you are, Mr. McGee. I've been searching all over for you.
Well, what's on your mind, Mrs. Uppington?
Well, we're all ready to auction off
Careful.
Oh, yes. Well, we're all ready to auction off the... Oh, well, you know. Oh, won't you come in and do the auctioneering yourself, my dear?
Oh, why, well, yes, I will, Mrs. Uppington. Excuse me a few minutes, will you, dearie?
Oh, well, what for? I'll come along and watch you.
Oh, no, please,
Huh?
Dee, don't do that. It'll just make me nervous. Please, now.
Huh?
No.
Oh, okay. I'll mosey around a while. I'll meet you at the entrance.
Well, thank you so much, Mr. McGee. So nice of you not to embarrass me.
Where did she get that stuff? What she mean, embarrass me? What could they be?
Say, Fibber, did I get all that lipstick off? Say, what's the matter with you?
Hey, you know what I think Molly's going to do?
What, pal?
She's going to auction off some kisses. That's what she's going to do.
Oh. So what? It's all for charity?
Oh, it is it? Well, I ain't going to let my wife do it.
Oh, don't be such a stuffed shirt. You're just jealous.
I am not, and what if I am? She ain't going to do it. Come on, Harlow, let's go and stop her.
Oh, don't try to stop her. Look, just go out and outbid everybody else.
Hey, that's an idea. I'll duck down behind the crowd. Come on.
Remember now, folks, remember, this auction will only interest the
gentlemen in the crowd.
Oh, you hear that, Harlow? Now, take it easy, pal.
Let me tell you, this is a genuine article. It's had a lot of wear and tear, but there's still plenty of good in it.
Oh. How can she be so brazen about it?
Come on, boys. Who'll make the first bid? Remember, it'll keep you warm all winter. What am I bid?
50 cents.
Why, that cheapskate. $5.
Now, that's more like it, gentlemen. I'm bid $5.
$5.30. $6.
Now we're getting somewhere, gentlemen. But after all, what's a little sum like $6? Don't you know value when you see it?
6 1/4.
6 1/4, I'm bid.
$10.
Wonderful, I'm bid $10. But it's worth more than that.
Please.
Lots more than that.
Quiet.
Look at this neck. Hardly a wrinkle in it. Look at these arms.
$20.
$20. Who'll bid?
$30.
$30. Will anybody make it?
$50. Hey, calm down, Fibber. You're bidding against yourself. Wait and see if anybody else bids.
No, sir, I ain't taking no chances. I'm going to cinch it.
$100.
$100 I'm bid. Gentlemen, are there any more bids? Going, gone. To the gentleman in the... Where's the man who bid $100?
Okay, Molly, it was me all the time.
What?
Oh, there's a lot of dough to pay for kissing your own wife, but...
McGee.
Huh?
I wasn't selling kisses. What? You just bought your own overcoat.
What?
Come on. Come on. Come on.
In making out your shopping list this week, write down Johnson's self-polishing glow coat. It's wise always to have a can of this labor-saving floor polish on hand. Glow coat is used on millions of linoleum floors regularly, and the number increases every week because Glow Coat offers the easiest way to have beautiful floors with practically no work. Glow Coat is self-polishing. It shines as it dries in 20 minutes without any rubbing or buffing. Your kitchen or sunroom floors will never be sticky or gummy when you use this remarkable floor polish. Use Johnson's Glow Coat on your linoleum and varnished or painted wood floors. It protects them from wear, keeps the colors fresh and clean, cuts out dirt, and saves you hours of cleaning time. Order Glow Coat in the attractive yellow and red can tomorrow.
Well, folks, we hope we amused you tonight with our visit to an imaginary charity bazaar in an imaginary town. But in many real cities, this is a very real situation. So may we ask you to give generously in this year's mobilization for human needs.
Remember, folks, a city's heart beats loudest in its community chest. Good night.
Good night, all.
This is Harlow Wilcox, speaking for the makers of Johnson's Wax and Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat, Racine, Wisconsin, inviting you all to be with us again next Tuesday night at this same time. Good night. This is the National Broadcasting Company. The Johnson Wax Program with Fibber McGee and Molly. The makers of Johnson's Wax and Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat present Marion and Jim Jordan as Fibber McGee and Molly with Donald Novis, Bill Thompson, and Billy Mills Orchestra. The show opens with Fine and Dandy. Haven't you often noticed how important floors are to the appearance of a home? It is a fact that mellow, gleaming waxed floors bring out the beauty of everything in the room, adding a rich charm that you can acquire in no other way. Throughout America, there are countless floors that have been made more beautiful every year with genuine Johnson's wax. Every application of this famous wax product gives increased protection and beauty. Johnson's wax gets right down into the pores of the wood, seals out dirt, protects the finish against scuffing feet and sharp heels, and does away forever with tiresome floor scrubbing. There are more than 100 labor-saving uses for Johnson's wax in your home. It protects and beautifies furniture and woodwork, window sills, parchment lampshades, leather goods. You'll find these extra uses listed on the familiar red and yellow package of genuine Johnson's wax, paste or liquid. Try some tomorrow. When the frost is on the pumpkin and the fodder is in the shock, when the squirrels are hiding peanuts under every log and rock, when mince fire returns to menus and the stores dust off the holly, here's autumn, here's October, and here's F. McGee and Molly.
Mickey, look at those leaves out there on the front lawn. Why, it's disgraceful. I thought you were going to rake them up today.
Oh, what's the hurry, Molly? It took them 7 months to fall down. I guess they can wait an hour to be raked up.
Well, now I tell you, Mr. Gildersleeve next door has been complaining.
Oh, that guy.
He said our leaves keep blowing over in his yard.
Well, what am I supposed to do? Arrange for the wind to blow down some other street? Yes, I can't control
Well,
it.
the fact remains, Mickey, you promised to rake up those leaves today.
Can't do it, Molly. Not today.
Why not?
The rake's busted.
Who busted it?
Oh, well, it ain't exactly busted. Matter of fact, I used the handle to put up the trapeze in the garage. And you know what, Molly? I chinned myself 9 times this morning.
Oh.
Well, take my hand.
Well, if you think you're going to chin yourself out of raking up those leaves, you better. Come in.
Mr. and Mrs. McGee?
Yes?
Did you eat a grapes of wrath?
What if we did, Bud? Who are you?
Oh, just one of the bunch. Wow!
Of all the silly...
Say, I hear one of the moving picture companies has bought that book, McGee.
Now, if they don't work faster on that than they did on Gone with the Wind, they'll have to call it the Raisins of Xanax.
Well, we're off the subject again, dearie.
What subject?
Breaking up the leaves.
Oh, that's okay. I was tired of it anyway.
McGee, I believe you're just plain lazy.
Oh, you wrong. Physical activity in itself ain't important.
Oh, it isn't?
I know. A rooster can strut around flapping his wings and crowing, but it's the quiet little hen sitting around all day who really produces.
Well, now, if you can sit there and hatch out some way to get those leaves raked up without a hole.
Come in.
Oh, it's Mr. Gildersleeve.
Oh, hi, Gil. What can I do for you?
You can keep your old dead leaves on your own front lawn, McGee. That's what you can do for me.
Oh, is that so? What do you want me to do? Run out and lay a paperweight on every leaf?
Don't be ridiculous. I realize you can't keep the leaves from falling off the tree.
Oh, you admit that?
Yes, I do.
Oh, you do?
Yes, I do.
Oh, gentlemen. I don't think it's worth quarreling about.
Well, I do, Mrs. McGee.
So do I, Molly. Come on, Gildersleeve. Let's quarrel.
All right. Now, look here, McGee. Why don't you do as the rest of the homeowners in this lot do? Keep your lawn raked up. Every time I clean my lawn, the next morning I find your leaves have blown it over it again.
Well, so what? Am I a truant officer for dead leaves? A traffic cop for tired foliage?
That's not the point, McGee. Furthermore, I don't like your attitude.
Oh, you don't? And how would you describe my attitude?
Sitting down tenderly.
I think your attitude is definitely antagonistic.
Oh, you're too fussy, Gildersleeve.
Yes, I am fussy. I take a great deal of pride in the appearance of my property, McGee.
I can understand that, but do we complain because your lilac bushes smell up the whole neighborhood? No. You mind your yard and we'll mind our yard.
Oh, why don't you then?
Well, I like leaves flying around loose, that's why. More informal. I ain't one to interfere with nature.
I suppose I interfere with nature.
I heard a rumor one day say that you gave your morning glories a bawling out for opening up 10 minutes late.
Please, gentlemen, please. This is no way for good neighbors to talk.
Ah, we ain't good neighbors. We're enemies. Ain't we, Gildersleeve?
Yes, we are.
You betcha.
The best of enemies. You think I'm a stuffed shirt, and I think you're a gabby little good-for-nothing runt.
There, you see, Molly? You don't find me and Gildersleeve indulging in those sentimental hands across the back fence dribble.
Mrs. McGee, your husband is impossible.
I am not. I may be a little improbable, but I ain't impossible.
Well, I think I can assure you, Mr. Gildersleeve, that our yard will be raked up today, sure.
Thank you.
Incidentally, Gildersleeve, you got a rake I can borrow?
I have a rake, but I'm using it to take your leaves from my yard. And I'm dumping them all back over the hedge onto your lawn.
My leaves, eh?
Yes, your leaves.
You admit they're mine, eh?
Admit it? Of course I admit it.
Okay, then I warn you, Gildersleeve. I'm very proud of them leaves. And if I find any of them damaged when you send them back... You know, I kind of like that guy, Molly. I'm sorry I didn't get to know him sooner. Think of the swell arguments we've missed.
Say, aren't you ashamed, dearie?
Huh?
You should try and keep on good terms with your neighbors. You don't get far without friends, you know.
Well, you don't have much excitement without enemies, either. But maybe you're right. I'll call up Mrs. Uppington and see if she's got a rake I can borrow. Hand me the phone.
Here.
Thanks. Hello, operator. Give me Wistful Vista 6, 7, roll. Oh, is that too much? Fibber McGee. Give me Mrs. Uppington. Oh, line's busy, eh? Well, how's everything, Mert? Huh? Who? Your sister, eh? Got pinched, eh?
Heavenly good.
What's that, Mert? Oh, she was bound to get caught sooner or later. Did you get her out? Huh? Oh, I see. No, I won't say anything about it. Okay, Mert. What do you know about that, Molly?
What happened?
Mert's sister had on one of them new bustle dresses and got pinched going through a revolving door.
Well, this isn't getting the leaves raked up.
Huh? Oh, yeah, the leaves. Well, I'll run over to Uppington's and borrow a rake. I'll be right back, Molly.
I better go with you.
Why, Molly, do you think I'd try to evade raking up them leaves? Don't you trust me?
Oh, yes, I guess I do, dearie.
Well, you better come anyway. I don't trust myself. Let's go.
It's a Halloween episode.
There's nothing like it to liven me up. In other words, there's nothing like it.
thank you, Mr. Oldtimer. I don't believe we want any.
Hey! She says we don't want any old-timer. Besides, I swore off that stuff. Not only sneaks up on you, it follows you around for 4 days.
That's pretty good, Johnny. But that ain't the way I heard it. The way I heard it, one feller says to t'other feller, says, have you seen them new automobiles with a bed built in the back seat? Have I, says t'other feller. I ain't only seen them, I just got my wife a job as chambermaid in the parking lot. Well, sorry you don't want any cider, kid. It's good for what ails you.
That old fossil. I'd like to meet that guy outside some bright night, Molly.
Why, McGee?
Oh, I think ruins are much prettier by moonlight. One side there, Mrs. McGee. You bother me.
Oh, look up there, McGee.
Huh?
There goes a flock of geese flying south for the winter.
Oh, describe them to me, Molly. I'm too busy raking.
Never mind. But I wonder how it is that the geese always know which way is south.
That's easy. They follow the robin.
Oh, how do the robins know?
They look back and see the geese. Don't you get it, Molly? Oh, look, here comes Harlow Wilcox.
I wonder what he wants.
You know very well what he wants. He wants to sneak in some advertising. Let's cough him up.
Okay, McGee. Every time he starts selling, we'll change the subject.
Okay.
Well, hello there, Mr. Wilcox.
Hello, Molly. Hello, Fibber. Cleaning up the lawn, eh?
You betcha, Harlow. And speaking of lawns, did you know that the trapdoor spider conceals his nest so cleverly that sometimes he can't even find it himself?
Can't find his own home, eh?
Yeah.
That's what he gets for hiding it. Maybe he's ashamed of it. I think people should be proud of their homes. And if everybody used Johnson's wax to beautify and protect their floors...
Say, speaking of pride, Mr. Wilcox, did you know that in some parts of Africa, it is still a matter of pride with the natives to eat their enemies?
Oh, cannibalism. Oh, there's some of that in this country, too. People are eaten here every day.
What?
Why, sure. Eaten by envy when they see how their friends' homes are kept so shining and clean with such a minimum of effort with Johnson's wax. Why, do you...
Which reminds me, Harlow, did you know that in thinking, the human mind throws off a definite electrical charge?
Is that so? Positive or negative?
Well,
the reason I asked is that a thought about wood floors and furniture would positively be negative on anything but Johnson's wax, because it's the finest protective wax that money can buy. You see, it's terrific, though.
That guy finds more openings than a marble in a fish net. How about giving me a hand raking up these leaves, Harlow?
Oh, sorry, pal. I haven't got time. But I'm glad to see you doing it, because I think the outside of a house should be just as attractive and beautiful as the inside. And if Johnson's wax were... Oh, excuse me. Here comes my bus. I'll see you later, folks.
Well, I wish you were as interested in your work as he is in his, McGee.
Any guy with that much faith in his product ought to be testing parachutes.
Well, it's a good thing you're not.
Why?
You'd probably land right here in the yard right on your dead leaves.
Oh, there, McGee. I'm glad to see you're finally raking those leaves up.
Listen, Gildersleeve, let's you and me play Stanley and Livingston.
Stanley and Livingston?
Yeah, only with a new twist. Let's pretend we never discovered each other.
Oh, McGee, please.
That's all right, Mrs. McGee. If that's the way he wants it. I merely saw him raking up these leaves, so I came over to parry the hatchet.
Oh, skip it, Gildersleeve. When a guy wants to bury the hatchet, he usually got an axe to grind. I'll go away and let me work, will you?
Oh, come, boys. After all, we're neighbors, you know.
Well, sure.
My, all this fuss over a pile of dead leaves.
There'll be no dead leaves on his family tree. It's too sappy.
Oh, yeah. There's a cuckoo nest someplace in yours, too.
Is that so?
Yes, that's so.
McGee, I didn't like that remark. I don't think I like you either. I know I don't like your face.
Oh, yeah. You want to make something of it?
I'm too old for Halloween parties, so I'd like to make a mask of it. Good day, McGee.
Oh, that guy kills me, Mark.
Well, that's the first bit of foresight you've shown for a long time, dearie.
Oh, I'm just kidding him. Hey there, little girl, quit playing in that pile of leaves. I just raked them up.
Oh, gee, I'm just going to work with some pretty leaves, I bet you.
Oh. Yar, eh? I says yar, eh?
What?
Going to look for some pretty leaves.
Gee, that's a dandy idea. I guess I will, too.
Well, you were the... Oh, I get it. Look, sis, run along home and don't bother me. I got all these leaves to rake up.
Hey, mister, what makes leaves turn all dead different colors like this? What does? Why don't they stay green all the time?
Well, they're only green in the spring and summer, sis. They always turn red in the fall.
Why?
That's right. How should I know? Well, I'll tell you, sis. You know what a stop-and-go sign is?
Sure I do, I betcha.
Well, leaves are nature's stop-and-go sign. You see, sis, in the spring, the leaves are green, and that means go. So the snow goes, and the cold goes, and little girls go out and play.
See.
Then in the fall, the leaves turn red. That means stop. Stop and put on your mittens. Stop vacation from school. Stop and look for Santa Claus.
Oh, oh, goody.
You get the idea, sis?
No.
Well, what's the matter? Don't you understand?
Yes, but I bet you don't, I betcha.
Huh?
The real reason the leaves turn red in the fall is that subsequent to the autumn equinox, the diminishing power of the solar rays is inadequate to supply the necessary chlorophyll to the foliage, thus resulting in a phenomenon familiar to us all of brilliant coloration.
That being the sort of suckers like the internet.
So don't give me any of that malarkey about stop and go.
Folks, Donald Novus gives us an old favorite of his and ours and yours. Diane, take it down.
I'm in heaven when I see you smile, smile for me, my Diane. And though everything's dark all the while, I can see you, Diane. You have lighted the road leading home. Pray for me when you can. And wherever, my darling, I roam, smile for me, my Diane. You have lighted the road leading home. Pray for me when you can. But wherever, my darling, I roam, smile for me.
Well, you better hurry up and finish raking those leaves, dearie. I think there's a bit of a wind coming up.
Okay. When I get all these leaves piled up and burned, Molly, you know what I'm going to do?
What?
I'm going to lean the rake up against the hedge with its teeth snarling into Gildersleeve's window. Just to remind him that he...
Well, for scream's sake, Scissor, what in the name of for the love of Mike are you doing laboring with manure?
Hello, Mr. DePapa.
Oh, hi, Nick. Oh, I'm just raking up these leaves. You'll excuse me if I go right on working. We're afraid the wind will come up before I get through.
Oh, that's talking turkey, Scissor. And speaking of wind, I'm reading an awfully sweet little story last night in a book by a man named Egypt who was always writing a lot of fables.
Oh, I think you mean Egypt, who wrote the fables.
I think I do, too. Anyway, this story is being all about the north wind and the sun. And in the book, they are both able to talk, which is not true in real life. So if the sun could talk, he would probably get out some hot stuff. You know what I mean, and if you don't, neither of us is missing much.
Maybe you better tell us later, Nick. I got to get these leaves raked up.
Oh, you don't bother me, Scissor. I can tell you just as if you were loafing as usual. Well, sir, it seems that the wind and the sun were having an argument about who is having the most strong personality. So they are deciding to take turns to make a traveling man take off his coat. The north wind is blowing and blowing with a half and a poof. And the man is only buttoning his coat all the more tighter. Then the sun is
Yes,
trying.
yes, we know,
and-
Mitch. The sun got hotter and hotter, and finally the guy took off his coat, and the sun won the bet. So what?
Well, so it is all going to prove a little fact which is full of philosophy, is it? And the moral of the story is arguments is being won by brightness, not by being a blowhard. Say, I think there is a windy breeze coming up. I better go raise the awning on my candy kitchen. Well, so long, QB, so long, Scissor.
Heavenly days, McGee, the wind is getting strong.
That's bad. It ain't that just my luck. And here I am on my last pile of leaves.
Oh, dear, there they go, McGee. I'm going to run in the house and close the window.
You better hurry, Molly. It looks like a hurricane. Hey, get that cat. Hey, Molly. Molly, come here.
My, that was quite a blow, wasn't it, dearie? What did you want?
Look at this lawn. Am I the sap? What did I rake my arms off for?
Heavenly days, there isn't a leaf left, is there?
Oh, not here. Look over at Gildersleeve's yard. They're piled up 3 feet deep.
McGee! Now look here, McGee.
Oh, the voice of experience.
I've had about enough of this nonsense. Look at those leaves of yours on my lawn.
Oh, well, what are you going to do about it, Gildersleeve? Have me pinched for blowing up a 40-mile gale in a 20-mile zone?
Don't be ridiculous. But you could have raked those leaves up sooner. Look at my lawn. It's disgraceful. I'm going to see my lawyer about this, McGee. I'll take this to the United States Supreme Court.
Well, the fallen leaves is unconstitutional. Maybe we don't...
Oh, how do you do, Mrs. McGee? And Mr. McGee?
Oh, how do you do, Mrs. Uppington?
Hi, Uppy.
Nay, that was quite a storm we had, wasn't it? Almost a tycoon.
Who?
Pardon me?
Typhoon, Mrs. Uppington. Typhoon.
Yes, a tycoon is a big businessman.
Yeah, like me.
Oh, yes, of course. Well, I suppose one big bag of wind is just the same.
Yes, very good.
Oh, pardon me, Mrs. Leffingwell, how rude of me. Mrs. McGee, may I present Mrs. Leffingwell?
How do you do? How do you do, I'm sure.
And Miss McGee, Mrs. Leffingwell. How do you do?
How do you do? And Mrs. Uppington, this is Mr. Gildersleeve.
Oh, how do you do?
How do you do?
Mrs. Leffingwell, Mr. Gildersleeve. How do you do?
How do you do?
It's a pretty how do you do, ain't it, folks? You say your name is Leffingwell, sis?
Yes, Mrs. Wentworth Leffingwell.
Oh, it's nice to know you, Lefty. You a pal of Uppy's?
Well, you might say so, Mr. McGee. I'm working with Mrs. Uppington on a committee.
Oh, how cozy. Now, won't you ladies come in and have a cup of coffee?
Oh, thank you, no, Mrs. McGee. Some other time, Mr. McGee.
I will, Mrs. McGee.
He didn't ask you, Gildersleeve.
Nice of you to ask us, Mr. McGee, but really, this is more or less in the nature of a business call.
Oh, okay, Uppy. Here's your rake. I'd have brung it back if you'd have waited.
Oh, I was not preparing for the rake, Mr. McGee. Mrs. Leffingwell and I are on the Better Homes and Gardens Committee of the Ladies' Club.
Oh, yes, the ladies' club. I believe my wife has spoken.
Quiet, Gildersleeve.
Quiet.
Better homes and gardens, eh, Uppy? Well, if it's advice you're looking for, you come to the right place. I always was quite a hand with trees and flowers.
And leaves.
Yes, sir. I mind one time years ago I had me one of the finest prune orchards in the country.
Oh, not really. Fancy that.
Fancy prunes, too. My prunes were so big they whipped every other grower at the state fair. Prune Whip McGee, I was known as in them days. Prune Whip McGee, the pinnacle of perfection as a producer of prunes, peaches, pears, and pomegranates, proudly picking, packing, and purveying them to persnickety people who are pleased as punch to pay a pretty penny to possess such priceless packages of palatable products, and personally publicized as the premier paragon of the finest profession from the present parks of old Peoria to the... Pardon me, girls, is all this for you?
I'm sure it didn't bore us a bit, Mr. McGee. Did it, Hildegard? Oh, very little, if any.
Well, it bored me.
Oh, well, you're too easily bored, Gildersleeve. A woodpecker could have fun with you.
Is that so?
Oh, now, gentlemen.
As I remarked before, our club's River Homes and Gardens Committee had been making a survey to see who had the best kept lawn. And of all the lawns in the neighborhood, Mr. McGee, yours is by far the neatest.
Yes. Now listen here, ladies.
Hey, wait a minute. The committee has the floor, Gildersleeve.
Thank you. And so, Mr. McGee, we are happy to present you with a silver plaque for the best kept lawn in Wistful Vista.
Well, thanks.
Will you have your coffee now, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Fibber and Molly will be back in just a moment. And now I'd like to remind you again that if your kitchen floors are a problem to you, then try Johnson's self-polishing Glow Coat. Nothing could be simpler than keeping floors clean and beautiful with this increasingly popular floor polish. Glow Coat, you know, is self-polishing. That is, it polishes itself while it's drying without any work of rubbing or buffing. 20 minutes after you put it on, your floors are sparkling and beautiful. Easy to keep clean, saving you hours of work. You can use Glow Coat on your varnished and painted wood floors as well as linoleum. The results are always satisfactory because of the uniform high quality of this famous product. Just try Glow Coat once, and you'll never be without it. Spelled G-L-O-C-O-A-T, Glow Coat, in the familiar yellow and red can everywhere.
Hey, Molly, did you see that invitation we got to the NBC Halloween party?
No, I didn't. Who's going to be there?
Oh, everybody. Me and Bob Hope are handling the entertainment.
Oh, you get paid?
Oh, just a nominal sum. They get me for peanuts and Bob for apples. Good night.
Bob for apples. Good night, all.
This is Harlow Wilcox, speaking for the makers of Johnson's Wax and Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat, Richmond, Wisconsin, inviting you all to be with us again next week at this same time. Good night.
The Selection Gun Club is from Yokobo. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
The Johnson Wax Program with Fibber McGee and Molly. The makers of Johnson's Wax and Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat present Marion and Jim Jordan as Fibber McGee and Molly with Donald Novis, Bill Thompson, and Billy Mills Orchestra. The show opens with Life Begins When You're in Love. Are the colors of your kitchen linoleum as bright and fresh as the day you first picked it out, or have they become dull and faded? Do you know the easy way to keep the colors of linoleum bright and cheerful? The answer is Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat. Glow Coat turns a dull, lifeless floor into a beautiful floor in 20 minutes. It requires no rubbing or buffing. That's why it's called self-polishing. And that's just one of the reasons why Glow Coat has become America's #1 floor polish. You can use Glow Coat on your varnished or painted wood floors, too. It gives a hard, gleaming polish that's easy to keep clean and spotless. If you spill something on a floor protected with Glow Coat, you simply mop it up with a damp cloth. Now, if you aren't using Glow Coat on your linoleum floors, order some tomorrow from your dealer. Remember the name, G-L-O-C-O-A-T. Johnson Self-Polishing Glow Coat. there's a gay Halloween party in progress tonight, given by the McGee's next-door neighbors, the Throckmorton P. Gildersleeve. And among the guests, we find many names from Wistful Vista's Blue Book, plus 2 names from Wistful Vista's telephone book, Fibber McGee and Molly.
Well, it's quite a party, ain't it, Molly?
Ah, certainly is, McGee. But stop blowing cigar smoke in my face, dearie.
Oh, excuse me. I thought you'd like it. This is one of the best
Oh,
cigars.
there, McGee. Hello, Mrs. McGee. Mighty glad you could come over tonight.
Well, thank you, Mr. Gildersleeve. It's a lovely party.
I'll have to hand it to you, Gildersleeve, for thinking up clever games to play.
Clever game?
Yeah, like hiding the cigars. How'd you ever think of hiding them in the bottom drawer of your dresser?
Why, McGee, you had no business snooping in Mr. Gildersleeve's dresser.
Oh, that's quite all right, folks. Always glad to have the guests make themselves at home.
That's what I figured.
If you'd like to check over my last bank statement, McGee, you'll find it in the desk in the library.
You must be mistaken, Gildersleeve. I didn't see it, and I went all through that desk when I was looking for the cigars.
Heavenly days, McGee, don't be so snoopy.
Hi, Snoopy, I'm just alert. Incidentally, Gildersleeve, there's a letter on your desk from your tailor. You mean to tell me you pay $85 for them suits of yours?
Why, yes, I do, McGee.
My goodness, McGee buys 4 of them for that price, don't you, dear?
Is that so?
Oh, sure.
You mean he buys his clothes?
What?
Well, if you'll excuse me, folks, I'll see how the other guests are getting along. Have a good time.
What does he mean, do I buy my clothes? Where does he think I get them?
Well, if you get him where I think he thinks you get him, I think you'll think twice about asking.
You mean you think I don't get
Well, hello there, Molly. Hello, Fibber. Gee, we're having fun.
What are you doing, Miss Wilcox?
All playing games. Come on in the other room. Boomer's going to do some sleight-of-hand tricks.
Oh, well. Come on, McGee.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, for my first astounding bit of wizardry, I take this $5 bill. Don't seem to have a $5 bill. Will someone from the group pass me a $5 bill?
Why, a $5 bill, Boomer. Can't you do it with a 1?
Certainly not. 5 is a magical number. 5 pennies and a nickel, 5 nickels and a quarter, and 5 quarters in a dollar and a quarter. Thank you, Mr. Wilcox. Thank you, sucker. Now, watch me closely. Presto, abracadabra, zingo, and the bill has disappeared. Entirely without the use of mirrors or concealed wires. Thank you.
That's very good.
Oh, now, quiet, please. Now, with another simple twist of the wrist, I might say a slight pang of regret, I will restore the $5 bill. Presto, abracadabra, zingo. And here, well, must have made a slip somewhere. Can't seem to bring it back.
Oh, no, you don't, Boomer. Fork over that spin.
Come, uncouth. Surely you're not accusing Horatio K. Boomer of chicanery. I have your $5 right here someplace. Now, where can I put that $5 bill? Let me look through my pocket.
That guy's so light-fingered he has to stick his hands under an anvil to get a manicure.
And they better keep an eye on the anvil, too.
Now, let me see. $5 bill, $5 bill. Where can I put that $5 bill? Here it is. No, it isn't either. That's a photograph of my cousin Guernsey Boomer.
Good heavens, bow-legged, isn't he?
Not naturally, my dear, but he's been ridden out of town on a rail so often his knees have lost touch with each other. Now, let me see. Here's an advertisement for asbestos seat covers. Very handy for driving hot cars. Package of corn remover. Here, give some to your scriptwriter. Postcard from Minnie the Moocher. The dear girl. Says she's now a facial masseuse in Texas. The little panhandler. Small bottle of mint sauce in case I want to take it on the lamb. A check for a short beer. Well, imagine that. An old $5 bill. Wonder if it could have blown out the window. I'll go out the door and see.